Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. In the dark, the wind howled, and the wooden boards rattled and slammed. What the heck? My brain spun for 2 seconds, then I passed out again. The next time I woke up, it was from hunger. I opened my eyes to dim light, and I was no longer in that rented apartment. A rundown wooden shack. The roof beams were thin and old. The wooden windows were full of holes. The bed was hard as a plank, and the ragged cotton quilt over me didn't keep me warm at all. It reeked like it hadn't been washed in over a decade, and the smell was so sharp it made my head throb. I bolted upright. On the ground beside the bed was a straw mat, and 2 women were lying on it. Their clothes were tattered, their hair a filthy mess, and they huddled together under a scrap of cloth, trembling nonstop. What was going on here? My brain wasn't quite keeping up. Then a translucent panel floated into view before my eyes, and the information laid itself out clearly. Name, Lee. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Assets, 1 broken house, drafty on all sides. 4 acres of farmland, abandoned. Survival skills. Hunting, 0 out of 100, beginner. Farming, 0 out of 100, beginner. Companions, Yu Xiaoqian, affection 0. Bai Shuer, affection 0. Images flooded through my mind in a rush, and I understood. I had transmigrated. I'd landed in the body of a man named Li San. This wasn't a world of martial masters, and there was no cultivation to be had. It was just a broken era, right after a war, with starving corpses everywhere. 13 feudal lords had fought for 27 years, until the population was almost wiped out. The villages were full of women and children, vast stretches of land lay fallow, and everyone was going hungry. You've got to be kidding me. What kind of starting hand is this? My temper flared instantly, and I pointed at the sky and cursed for a good while. I'd rather not transmigrate at all than into this. I'd take being a working drone back in the modern world any day. Husband. One of the women by the bed sat up and called out timidly, her eyes avoiding mine. I turned to look at her. She was so thin her already delicate face had gone sharp, her eyes too big for her face. Her ragged clothes faded past any recognizable color. Well now, this girl was actually quite pretty. Then all of Li San's messed up recent history came flooding into my head. 4 days ago, the original owner, Li San, had no food at home, so he went to the county office saying he wanted to be assigned land to farm. In truth, he had his eye on the 5 pounds of grain seed. The realm had just been pacified, and the new emperor had ordered farmland rebuilt and childbearing encouraged. The war had killed off so many people that the emperor understood better than anyone how precious each life was. No one to farm, no one to fight, and the country was finished. The female relatives of the disgraced officials and the merchants, the ones who hadn't been sent to the entertainment bureau, were all distributed to the villages along with the land. The clerk at the county office told Li San, marry a wife, get 2 acres of land and 5 pounds of seed. Li San was over the moon. He figured he'd pick 5 or 6 sturdy women to bring home and farm, while he sat back and lived off their labor. But when he got into the jail and looked, his heart sank. The women who were left were all frail and delicate. With no better option, he grabbed 2 at random and headed home with 10 pounds of millet, the land deed, and 2 wives. In just 4 days, he'd already eaten 3 of the 5 pounds of seed. His 2 wives got 1 meal a day, while he stuffed himself at every meal. He got up on the wrong side again, and he's in a foul mood. He's going to take it out on us. A voice slipped into my head, but Yu Xiaoqian's mouth hadn't moved at all. I froze. This was her inner voice? I'd be better off dead than living like this. Following this animal, beaten or cursed at every turn, and starving on top of it. Something twisted in my chest. Husband, I'll go cook, she said, moving to get up. That's fine, you rest. I was rattled, and my tone came out harsh. She flinched. The other one had woken up too. Bai Shuer, who looked barely 15, like an underdeveloped middle schooler. She shrank behind Yu Xiaoqian, her eyes darting nervously. Seeing how pitiful the 2 of them looked, more of Li San's rotten history surfaced. Whenever this loser had no food, he'd go around the village mooching off widows. Rumor had it that a big, burly widow named Zhao had traumatized him so badly he could never hold his head up again. He'd gotten 2 wives for free, could look but couldn't touch, and felt so stifled about it that he took his frustration out on the 2 of them, beating and cursing them. I loathed the original owner from head to toe. An animal like this deserved to have his body taken over by me. Swallowing my anger, I softened my tone a little. I slept fine. You 2 get on the bed and sleep. The 2 of them shrank even tighter together, their eyes full of fear. My sweater suddenly started shaking violently. He's going to hurt us again. My whole body aches. Please don't hit me. Two inner voices came drifting in one after another. I was stunned into silence. Lee-san, oh Lee-san. In 4 days you traumatized 2 girls into a state of shock. There was nothing for it. I had to keep wearing this disguise for now. I told you to get on the bed, so get on it. You looking for a beating? The moment I put on a fierce face, they scrambled up onto the bed. Sure enough. Yu Qiaoqian, her face ashen, took off her outer garment. Her back was covered in shocking welts and bruises, one after another. The old ones she'd taken in prison, and the fresh, bloody marks were left by Lee-san. I felt my stomach turn. Was this something a human being would do? Bai Shuer took off her top too. Her condition was even worse. I really couldn't stand to watch anymore. I turned and walked out, pulling the door shut behind me. My chest felt heavy. The 2 girls had suffered in prison, and they came out only to suffer more. At least that Lee-san was gone now. No one would ever lay a finger on them again. I took a look around the outer room. Oh boy. The stove was half collapsed. The iron pot rusted enough to give you tetanus, and the water vat had a crack that leaked. It was only a hair better than 4 bare walls. I pressed my brow and took a deep breath. This place was in the north, and it was late autumn, cold. Once winter came, it would be even harder to get through than now. But complaining did no good. First things first, get food and warmth sorted out. Not just for me, but for those 2 girls too. I pulled up the panel and stared at the 2 survival skills, hunting and farming. Late autumn in the north. Farming was out of the question. But hunting. Great Wasteland Village happened to sit right up against a mountain forest. And Lee-san's father had been a hunter to begin with. Lee-san had gone into the mountains with him as a kid, and later, when he was conscripted, it was by hiding in the mountains that he'd avoided dying on the battlefield. I dug a dusty bough and quiver out from behind the water vat, along with a firewood hatchet. Landing in this broken place, the only one I could count on was myself. I slung a water skin over my shoulder and headed out. Both sides of the dirt road through the village were barren and broken down. No wonder they called it Great Wasteland Village. 20-odd households, the men almost all dead. The able-bodied men between 20 and 30 could be counted on one hand. That was how a lazy good-for-nothing like Lee-san managed not to starve. A few of the village widows couldn't bear to lose his wall-climbing talents, so they gave him a bit of grain here and there. That big, broad-waisted Annie from earlier had looked at me like I was a piece of meat. Word was, she was the one who turned Lee-san into a man who couldn't hold his head up. My face twitched. I really couldn't stomach this ancient coarse grain, but living off a woman was a skill in itself, and I didn't have the talent for it. Besides, right now I didn't have the ability for it either. Meanwhile, back in the wooden shack, Yu Qiaoqian and Bai Shuer were so hungry they were seeing stars. Since Lee-san hadn't given the word, neither of them dared even touch the pot. Sister, I'm so hungry, Bai Shuer said, eyes brimming with tears. Yu Qiaoqian's stomach ached with hunger too. All she could do was hold the girl and soothe her. Shuer, go to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry. Bai Shuer closed her eyes, hoping only that tonight the animal would let them have a little more millet. For days now they'd had nothing but water with a few grains of rice floating in it. They had no strength left in their bodies, and they still had to endure the beatings. Thinking of the night ahead, Bai Shuer's tears started to fall again. Late autumn, the wind sweeping up fallen leaves. This mountain forest beside Great Wasteland Village was a sea of gold as far as the eye could see, rising and falling with the slopes like a coiled dragon. I took a deep breath and walked in. The fallen leaves underfoot were so thick they felt soft. I walked for nearly an hour and was still on the outer edge of the forest, without so much as a mouse in sight. At a dead tree trunk, I stopped. Well now, those little black things on the tree, shaped like small ears. Weren't those wood-ear mushrooms? Dried out and shrunk small, they'd swell back up in less than an hour of soaking. The tattered cloth sack I'd brought along came in handy. This trip into the mountains wasn't just for hunting. I also wanted to gather some wild goods, and ideally dig up some medicinal herbs I could trade for money at the apothecary. Hunting was a skilled trade. Even if the mountains were crawling with game, if you couldn't hit anything it was all for nothing. Never mind that in these deep mountains, someone without experience could get lost in minutes. The other villagers, at most, dug up wild vegetables and picked mushrooms on the outer edge. They didn't dare go deeper. I used the hatchet to scrape off all the wood-ear mushrooms, and just as I stood up, cluck, 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 I froze and listened closely. A pheasant. I took down my bow and crept toward the sound. My head was full of the tricks of hunting, along with knowledge of how to identify wild fruits and herbs. Whether or not it was Lee-san's memory, All that mattered was that it was useful now. I hadn't gone more than 100 feet when I saw it. A pheasant, not big, with a long tail. I crouched, drew the bow, knocked an arrow, one eye open and one eye shut. My form actually looked halfway decent. I let go. The arrow flew past, grazing the tail feathers. The pheasant let out a squawk and bolted. Oh, come on. So close. I stamped my feet in frustration. A little more accuracy, and tonight I'd have had meat on the menu. I went to pick up the arrow, and a line of text suddenly appeared before my eyes. Hunting proficiency +1. I quickly pulled up the panel. Hunting, 1 out of 100, beginner. So once it hit 100, it would level up. I tried firing a few arrows into the sky, but nothing happened. Good. No loophole to exploit in this system. It only counted if I actually hunted. My stomach growled. I patted it. I hadn't eaten all day, running on nothing but water, and by afternoon I was so hungry I was nearly out of strength. My haul so far was some wood ear mushrooms, dried mushrooms, and a stalk of dark red lingji. So the trip wasn't a total waste. Along the way I'd come across wild rabbits, pheasants, and badgers, but every time I missed by just a hair. And that hair was the difference. I hadn't bagged a single one. It was getting late. I took a look around. Time to head back. Any deeper, and I wouldn't make it back to the village before dark, and once the big animals came out at night, I, the forager, would become the food. I retraced my steps, walking about 20 minutes, and there it was again, a pheasant. Two this time. Both had long tails, both males, standing face to face, ready to fight. I grinned. Either they were about to brawl, or they were fighting over a hen. When two roosters clash, brotherly reaps the reward. Shoot it. I approached slowly and drew the bow. This time I'd wised up and deliberately aimed off to the side. I figured missing wasn't only because my aim was rusty. This lousy bow had problems too. Thwip. The one with the beautiful tail took the arrow on the spot and let out a shriek. The other one leaped in fright and ran off squawking without a trace. Hunting proficiency +30. Ha ha ha. Here I come, brother chicken. I went over and hoisted up my prize. With this bird, the day hadn't been for nothing. My proficiency had climbed to 63 too. One more full day of hunting tomorrow, and I'd probably level up. Meanwhile, in the wooden shack on the west side of the village, Yu Qian and Bai Shuer hadn't had a single grain of rice all day, and they were dizzy with hunger. When a person gets this hungry, sleep is impossible. Their stomachs kept cramping, and only one thing was left in their minds. Food. It was almost dark, and Li Xin still hadn't come back. Yu Qian gritted her teeth and got out of bed, planning to cook a little millet porridge, even if it meant a beating. Neither of them could hold out against this kind of hunger any longer. I'm back. The familiar voice sounded in the yard. I came into the outer room, set my things down, and pushed open the inner door. The two of them were still huddled under the covers, their eyes avoiding mine. I glanced at the stove. Spotless, not a thing had been touched, which meant the two of them had gone hungry all day too. To be precise, almost 2 days. Their last meal had been that bowl of porridge yesterday morning, so thin you could see your reflection in it. No wonder their faces looked this bad. Husband's back. I'll cook for you, Yu Qian said, moving to get out of bed. I frowned and raised a hand to stop her. That's enough. Look at the state you're in. If you actually got sick, where would I find the money to treat you? Lie down. I deliberately mimicked Li San's impatient tone. Only that way would the two of them not act up. He seems to be in a bad mood. He's not going to skip our meal tonight, is he? He's angry again. Is he going to hit us? Their inner voices came drifting in again. I was speechless. Li San, you living beast. Look what you've bullied these people into. I turned and walked out. Li San's image was rooted too deep in their minds. Turning it around would take time. There was no rushing it. The dry firewood I'd picked up on the way back was enough for tonight. I went to the well at the village entrance to haul water, scrubbed the rusty pot, lit a fire, and boiled water. By the time the firelight in the stove had risen, it was pitch dark outside. I boiled a pot of water to pluck the bird's feathers and clean out its innards. The way I saw it, the first meal I made for myself after transmigrating deserved a bit of ceremony, and I didn't mind the extra trouble. Millet is small grain, still in the husk, so it has to be pounded out with a stone mortar. Those 10 pounds of seed, the two girls had spent a whole day pounding to hull it all. I put the millet on to cook, then chopped the whole pheasant into pieces and tossed it into a stew with the dried mushrooms and wood ears. For seasoning, I had a little mountain peppercorn and a pinch of pitifully coarse salt. In the inner room, the two of them huddled under the covers, listening to me work. First came the smell of rice, and then a scent of meat, both familiar and long forgotten, came wafting in. Bai Shuer's eyes went wide as she swallowed hard. Sister, it smells so good. He's cooking meat, isn't he? Yu Qian swallowed too. I don't know what meat he got hold of. Just hold on a little longer, and there'll be food. Do you think he'll let us have meat? I haven't had meat in so long. Bai Schwenner's eyes welled with tears. Since going to prison, she hadn't had a single full meal. After another 10-odd minutes, the door opened. Here it comes. Dinner's ready. I brought out a wooden basin of millet rice, followed by a big clay bowl of stewed chicken. In the middle of the battered wooden table sat an oil lamp, and the golden beads of oil on the surface of the soup glimmered in the firelight like little pearls of gold. I sat down and picked up my chopsticks, then saw the two of them still standing there, not moving. What are you standing around for? Eat. Aren't you hungry? Bai Schwer got off the bed first, scooped a small half bowl of rice, and crouched down in the corner. Yu Qian did the same, scooping just a little and crouching beside Bai Schwer. Then I remembered. This was one of Li San's lousy rules. The wives weren't allowed at the table and could only eat crouched on the floor. The two of them had taken a vicious beating over this once. Poor enough to be eating dirt soon, and still all these poor man's heirs. I set down my chopsticks. Both of you, up to the table. Today I'm in a good mood. I won't say it twice. What's gotten into him now? Weren't we not allowed at the table? Seeing my face darken, the two of them hurried up to the table, uneasy. The moment they sat down, I snatched Bai Schwetter's bowl away. She instinctively reached for the little bit of rice in it, then jerked her hand back and lowered her head. I hadn't finished eating yet. Yu Qian went stiff too. Just as the two of them thought I was about to start cursing, I filled Bai Schwenner's bowl to the brim. You've been hungry for 2 days. Eat more. I reached for Yu Qian's bowl too and filled hers to the brim as well. In this year of famine, ordinary households could rarely even manage thin porridge. Few families could put dry cooked rice on the table. What's going on tonight? Is he planning to throw us out? Is this our last meal? Yu Qian was the worrying type, always thinking too much, and her heart hung uneasy. Winter was coming, and being thrown out at a time like this meant freezing or starving to death for certain. Eat, I said. At my word, the two of them finally picked up their bowls. The moment the fragrance of rice hit her mouth, Bai Schwer forgot about everything else and buried her head, shoveling it in. Beating or no beating, she had to eat her fill first. I sighed and mocked myself. Been a villain so long that the one time I try to be a good man, people still see me as a bad one. I picked up the 2 chicken legs and put one in each of their bowls. The two of them froze at the same time, not expecting there to be meat. Bai Schwer stared at the chicken leg, swallowing hard. Schwer, last night my father came to me in a dream. I made up. He said I'd wronged my 2 daughters-in-law, gave me a good scolding, and told me to treat you well and hurry up and carry on the Li family line. I think father was right. Now that you've come through my door, from here on we're family. I, Li, swear an oath. From now on I'll treat you both well. As long as I have a bite to eat, so will you. And I'll never beat or curse you again. I'd worked out this whole speech while cooking. People in this era were superstitious, so putting it this way worked best. Sure enough, Bai Schwenner's eyes lit up, and she looked at me, glistening. Husband, is what you're saying true? As long as you don't hit us, even a little less food is fine. I'll serve you well. I reached out and ruffled her messy hair. She instinctively dodged, her body trembling faintly. Of course it's true. Eat up. Tonight, eat as much as you can, until you're stuffed. Bai Schwenner's affection +10. Bai Schwer buried her head and ate ravenously. But Yu Qian was still on guard against me after all. What's gotten into him today? This man blows hot and cold. In a moment he'll complain we're eating too much, and then he'll be back to beating and cursing. I shook my head inwardly. It was all because Li San had set up the villain role so firmly. The instant Bai Schwer finished her chicken leg, I added a piece of chicken breast to her bowl. Husband, I've had enough, she said, though her eyes were still darting toward the meat. I laughed and gave her another half bowl, adding meat, mushrooms, and wood ears. You're too thin. Eat more. Only once you've built your body back up can you give our Li family a child, right? Understood, husband. Bai Schwer blushed and lowered her head to keep eating. Yu Qian was still keeping up her guard. I wasn't in a rush to explain. There was plenty of time ahead. Full and satisfied, I hurried to clean up the leftovers. The mice this era were crafty. People couldn't even fill their own stomachs, so where would there be grain to feed them? On the bed in the inner room, Bai Schwer's eyes curved into little crescents, her small face full of delight. A full meal, and meat too. She hadn't felt this content in a long time. The meat husband stewed. It was just too delicious. One meal, and it had dropped this girl's guard completely. But Yu Qian still had her brows knit, afraid I'd turn on them in the middle of the night. I carried in a basin of warm water. Chinner, Schwer, wash your faces and soak your feet. Truth be told, I had a small ulterior motive. I wanted to get a good look at what these two free wives actually looked like, since they'd been too filthy to see clearly before. Once they'd washed their faces clean, I had to smile. Thin as they were, with sallow skin and dry hair, both of them were genuine natural beauties. Once they filled out a bit down the road, their looks would be nothing to sneeze at. The two of them started to get up again to sleep on that straw mat on the floor. I stopped them and pointed at the bed. It's so cold. Sleeping on the floor will make you sick. In a poor household, one illness can drag down the whole family. Starting today, you sleep on the bed too. The three of us will squeeze in together. Understood, husband. Schwer obediently sat on the edge of the bed. Now that she'd warmed up, her little face carried a rosy flush, making her all the more endearing. One full meal had all but erased her earlier fear, and she did whatever I said. Only Yu Chaoqian was still wound tight. I blew out the oil lamp, and the room went pitch black. The moment I lay down, I felt cold air pouring in through the cracks on every side, brushing my face one moment, sweeping over the top of my head the next, then circling my ankles. This broken house would freeze someone to death come winter. I had to fix it before the cold set in. The three of us shared one ragged quilt, and what filled it wasn't cotton, it was straw. It wasn't even wide enough sideways, and half my body hung out in the open. Little Schwer, wedged in the middle, was already fast asleep, breathing deep. It was the soundest sleep she'd had since her family's disaster and her time in prison. After all, husband had said he wouldn't hit them anymore. Over on her side, Yu Chaoqian tossed and turned, unable to sleep, staying on guard against me turning on them. In the dark, she vaguely saw me sit up, one hand reaching toward her. Her whole body went taut in an instant. I knew it. His true face comes out after all. She smiled bitterly, closed her eyes, and forced herself to accept her fate. But that hand of mine only pulled the ragged quilt up over her, tucked in the edge, and made sure she was wrapped up snug before I lay back down. Yu Chaoqian lay there with her eyes open in the dark, stunned for a long while, before slowly drifting off to sleep. The night passed without another word. The next morning I was up early, hauling and boiling water, moving briskly, not at all like the lazy man from before. Yu Chaoqian thought to get up and help, but she was still wearing that ragged summer garment, and the late autumn dawn was bitterly cold. She couldn't bear it at all. She'd braced herself to be forced into labor, only to hear me say, "Chinner, don't get up. There's no work today, I can handle it alone." She was taken aback, and she remembered that at dinner last night, I seemed to have called myself Li. Beside her, Schwer was still sleeping soundly, a smile at the corner of her mouth. She was probably still gnawing on meat in her dreams. I wrapped the leftover rice and wild vegetable leaves into 2 firm rice balls to take into the mountains as trail food. The rest of the rice I boiled with water into a golden porridge, then dumped last night's leftover dish straight into the hot porridge. The congealed fat melted in the heat, and a layer of golden oil beads rose to the surface, the aroma bursting out at once. While I was busy, Yu Chaoqian quietly nudged Schwer awake. Rubbing her eyes, Schwer said groggily, "Sister, I dreamed I ate meat last night. It was so fragrant." Yu Chaoqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly girl had taken last night's full meal for a dream. I happened to come in just then and said with a smile, "Oh, is Schwer craving meat again? Hurry up and eat. You need a full stomach to have energy." Husband." Schwer blushed and lowered her head, then couldn't help stealing another glance at me. The two of them sat down at the table uneasily. Watching me pick up my bowl and slurp down the porridge, they seemed at a bit of a loss. "What are you sitting there for? Eat while it's hot." I looked up at them. "After we eat, I'm going into the mountains to hunt. You two stay home and don't wander off. If you get hungry, cook yourself some millet." Schwer made a small sound of agreement, stirred her chopsticks through the porridge, and the meat hidden underneath surfaced, a good-sized portion too. She hesitated, then set the meat at the edge of my bowl. "Husband's going hunting. Husband should eat it." I put it back for her and ruffled her hair. "No need, there's some in my bowl too. Today I'll try to bag a wild rabbit and roast it for you tonight." Schwer took a bite of the meat. It was so good she half wondered if she was still dreaming, her eyes curving into a lovely arc. Schwer's affection +10. "This meat is too delicious. I must be dreaming. Heavens, please don't let me wake up." Holding her bowl, Yu Chaoqian frowned slightly and hesitated a long while before she couldn't help speaking up. "Husband, the office only gave 10 pounds of seed. Eating like this, it'll run out in a few days, and then—" She didn't dare finish, only watched my expression carefully, afraid I'd think she was talking back and would beat her again. To her surprise, I not only didn't get angry, I smiled. Chinner's right to worry, but I have my own way. Rest easy. With me here, you won't go hungry. Seeing how certain I looked, the stone in her heart settled a little, and she lowered her head to sip small mouthfuls of porridge. After we finished eating, I packed up my things and headed out, straight for the mountain forest. Late autumn got colder by the day. Once heavy snow sealed off the mountains, I'd be stuck indoors staring at the walls. So before that, I had too much to do and couldn't waste a single day. I took yesterday's route again. Ordinary mountain goods weren't worth much, only a few copper coins traded for some millet. What was truly valuable were medicinal herbs, wild game, and intact pelts. With deep winter coming, a good rabbit or fox pelt would be a hot commodity in the county town. Yesterday, 7 or 8 wild rabbits had passed right under my nose, and I hadn't hit a single one. Today I planned to set snares where the rabbits usually traveled. Setting traps was key to hunting too, and it gave much better odds of catching game alive. Just as I was looking for a spot, a pheasant was foraging in the underbrush. Now's the time. I drew the bow full and let go. Thwip! The sharp arrow split the air and hit dead on. Got it. The pheasant gave a short cry, flapped twice, and went still. Yes. I pumped my arm. A good start the moment I entered the mountains. The early rising hunter gets the meat, and rising early had paid off. Good fortune and good luck. Chicken for dinner tonight. Hunting proficiency plus 30. Just one step short of a full 100 now, and I grew all the more curious about what surprise leveling up would bring. I tied the pheasant to my waist and pressed on deeper. Half an hour later, I stopped to drink water, and there was fresh animal dung on the ground. A conclusion popped up in my mind on its own. Most likely a foolish roe deer, or possibly a regular deer. My eyes lit up and my heart quickened. If I could bag a roe deer or a deer and sell it in the county town, it'd be enough to trade for a big batch of millet, with some coarse salt to bring back besides. The war had just ended, and 9 out of 10 common folk couldn't eat their fill. Meat was a luxury these days, something only officials and wealthy households could afford. But after searching all around, there were no other tracks, and I felt a little let down. Still, that's hunting for you. Skill alone isn't enough. Luck matters as much as experience. Along the way, I came across a few more rabbits, pheasants, and a nimble squirrel, missing them all, but each time my proficiency ticked up a bit. Hunting proficiency plus 1. Hunting proficiency plus 1. And in the very instant, I loosed another arrow. Hunting level up. Reward gained. Constitution plus 1. Reward gained. Refined bow and arrows. Reward has been placed in your inventory. Inventory unlocked. I froze on the spot, then was seized by wild joy. Leveling up came with rewards? And it opened an inventory? I quickly pulled up the panel. Strength 1. Constitution 2. Agility 1. Intelligence 1. Hunting, 0 out of 500, skilled. Farming, 0 out of 100, beginner. Yu Chaoqian, affection 0. By Schwerer, affection 20. A moment ago, I'd been panting with exhaustion, but with this 1 point of constitution added, all my fatigue vanished, as if I had boundless energy. I couldn't wait to open the inventory. The first slot glowed with a bow and arrow icon. With a thought, an exquisite hardwood bow dropped into my hand, and beside it appeared a leather quiver with 20 arrows lined up neatly. The arrowheads were all fine iron, gleaming cold and razor sharp. The tails were fitted with good fletching, so they flew steady and shot far. I gave the bowstring a pull. The feel was smooth, the draw weight just right. With gear like this, my hunting success rate was sure to climb. That's right. If I can take things out, can I put them in? I tested it at once. First, I stored the old family bow in the inventory, then put the pheasant I'd just shot in, and with a thought, the pheasant landed firmly back in my palm. Ha ha ha. Now this is what I call a system. I laughed so hard I was cackling. With an inventory, I could travel light and save energy. This conscientious system deserved a 5-star review. With my gear upgraded and my confidence soaring, I decided to venture a bit deeper. If I really ran into something big, this refined bow would be just the thing. I hadn't gone far when there was fresh dung on the ground again. I followed the trail for a stretch, and there, right before my eyes, was a wild boar weighing 200 or 300 pounds. It was rubbing itself against a tree to scratch an itch, huffing and puffing, completely unaware of the danger. My heart pounded wildly, and my breathing turned ragged. A wild boar. If I could take this down, most of my food and warmth for the winter would be solved. A sturdy grown male wild boar was rubbing hard against the tree, huffing and puffing, the bristles all over its body quivering with the motion. Vicious looking. Well, Would you look at that? My luck has turned. I forced down my excitement, steadied my breathing, softened my footsteps, and inched forward bit by bit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. A dead branch lay across the ground ahead. Any farther, and I'd surely step on it, and one crack would spook it. I sized it up. 20 meters. With that broken old family bough from before, even a hit at this distance wouldn't reach anything vital through a boar's thick hide and flesh. It would only enrage it. Luckily, the system had just given me the hardwood bough, paired with iron-headed fletched arrows. At this distance, I was confident of a one-shot effect. I drew the bow, knocked an arrow, arms taut, the string pulled into a full moon. My form this time was far crisper than yesterday's pheasant shot, my eyes filled with the certainty of a kill. My pupils narrowed, and I held my breath. Release. The fletched arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle, fast as an afterimage. The boar had just sensed something was wrong when the arrow struck the base of its hind leg dead on. Groar. It roared in pain, but instead of running, it charged straight at me, eyes gone red. Wild boars are vicious creatures. They don't fear people, and they attack on their own. I retreated calmly. My heart was racing, but my hands stayed steady. I drew a second arrow and pulled the bow, and in the instant it closed in on me, the arrow struck it in the neck. I rolled to the right with the momentum, dodging the impact. Unable to check its charge, the boar slammed hard into the big tree behind me, the dull crash shaking a cascade of yellow leaves off the branches. The collision left it dazed. It shook its groggy head and came at me again. I'd already steadied myself. The third arrow aimed straight for its eye. Thunk! Blood burst out, striking its right eye dead on. The boar staggered forward 2 steps, crashed down heavily, its limbs twitching a few times, then went still. Hunting proficiency plus 50. Yes, got it. I leaped up on the spot, both hands raised over my head, wild with joy. This wild boar had come at just the right moment. With it, my food and warmth for the winter had a solid foundation. I strode over, but wary of it reviving for one last lunge, I stood at a distance watching for a while, and only once I'd confirmed it was truly dead did I dare approach. First I pulled out the 3 arrows and stored them, then patted its round belly. This thick layer of autumn fat could be rendered into plenty of lard, and from now on my cooking would have oil to it. I pressed my hand against the boar, and with a thought, the 200 or 300-pound beast vanished into thin air and into the inventory. Thank goodness for the inventory. With my build, hauling this thing home was a pipe dream. After a few tries, I figured out the rule. My palm had to touch it directly to store it, and it couldn't be a living thing. When that pheasant earlier still had breath in it, I tried to store it and gotten no response at all. I planted a hard kiss on the hardwood bough. From here on, feeding my family depended on it. Fighting the boar just now, I'd also noticed my archery had clearly improved. My hand didn't shake on the draw, my nerves stayed calm. And this was only one level up. If I leveled again, I might just be able to hit a target 100 paces off. TSK. This system is way too useful. Pleased as could be, I fished out a rice ball and munched on it while surveying my surroundings. It was just past noon, still early. Time for another sweep. After resting a bit, I continued deeper. My luck held, and I dug up another wild lingji, in even better shape than yesterday's. Maybe I'd spent my good luck early, because I ran into no more big game that afternoon. The birds in the trees were hidden in dense leaves and impossible to aim at, though I did gather a good amount of dried mushrooms and wood ears, if only I knew how much they'd sell for. Never mind. 1 boar and 1 pheasant, that's plenty. The sky was darkening. I headed back the way I'd come. Passing that patch where the rabbits had been plentiful yesterday, I spotted a plump snow-white rabbit foraging in the underbrush at a glance. 20-some meters. I didn't move a muscle. I drew the bow and knocked an arrow. Thwip. The arrow pierced its head, and the rabbit dropped where it stood. Hunting proficiency plus 10. The boar gave 50, the rabbit only 10, and a miss gave nothing at all. It seemed that if I wanted to build proficiency quickly after leveling up, I had to go for the big game. Relying on rabbits and pheasants alone, I'd have to bag 50 to level up, which would take 10 days to half a month. By the time I got back to the village, it was fully dark, with wisps of cooking smoke drifting from the roofs of a scattered few households. Grain was scarce these days, and to save it, most families skipped dinner and even breakfast. I'd just passed one household's gate when the yard door creaked open, and out came a man with a rag wrapped around his head, about my age. His name popped up from memory at once. Wang Lizi. This fellow was normally cut from the same cloth as Li San, and they'd pulled petty thieving jobs together. Worse still, half a month ago, he'd sold his own son to another village for 2 pecks of rice. Well, if it isn't Lee-san. Wang Lizi's tone was snide. Heard you went to the county office and picked up some seed, and brought back 2 wives too? You even dared to eat the seed. Starving out of your mind, are you? When you can't grow a thing next year, the authorities won't let you off, you know. Suppressing my disgust, I fired back in Lee-san's shameless, devil-may-care tone. None of your business. If the authorities really haul me off, all the better. I'll get free room and board in jail. Beats starving to death out here. He looked me up and down, his gaze landing on the broken bough on my back, and sneered. Oh ho, Lee-san, you actually think you can go hunting in the mountains? A coward like you? Careful you don't bag no game and end up a snack in some boar's mouth instead. I'd been at it all day, hungry and irritable, and I glared at him. Save your breath. Crawl back into your woman's blankets and quit being an eyesore. He wiped his nose and called after my back. Hey, don't rush off. Tomorrow I'll come by your place and get a look at those 2 wives of yours. You come, and I'll break your legs. I turned and glared at him, watching him head off toward the north end of the village. I had a pretty good idea. He was most likely bound for the widow Zhao's place. The widow Zhao was strong, farming 3 acres on her own, with the best harvest this year and plenty of surplus grain at home. Lee-san used to mooch off her often. The moment I pictured the widow Zhao's burly frame, her dark, weathered face, and that faint layer of fuzz at the corner of her mouth, a shiver ran through me. Good grief, my eyes. No wonder Lee-san got traumatized into a chronic condition. Delete that memory, fast. Wait, no? This body is mine now. A man who can't perform in bed, isn't that basically a eunuch? I'll figure that out later. Walking up to my own yard gate, I ran straight into a petite figure. Bai Shuai, dressed in thin, ragged clothes, was clutching a bundle of freshly gathered dry branches, shivering in the cold late autumn wind, her little face flushed red. Husband. The moment she saw me coming back with a big bundle of firewood, her eyes lit up in a flash, and she called out with delight. I was a bit surprised. One full meal had changed this little girl's opinion of me this much. So simple-hearted, she'd probably help count the money for whoever sold her off. Shuai, what are you doing out here in this cold? Get inside. I deliberately put on a stern face. She hurried over to help take some of the firewood off my hands, only to have me take the bundle from her arms first, then tuck the plump rabbit into her arms in the same motion. Oh, husband really did catch a rabbit. Startled and delighted, she lugged the rabbit toward the house, struggling with its weight. Sister, come look. Husband caught a great big rabbit. By the stove, Yu Qiaoqian was crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the fire in the hearth. I'd been gone all day, and the 2 of them hadn't eaten all day either. They'd eaten well last night and had plenty this morning. So although they were hungry in the afternoon, after so long on 1 bowl of thin porridge a day in prison, they were long used to going hungry. Hearing the commotion at the gate, and then Bai Shuai's cheer, and once she got a clear look at that plump rabbit, Yu Qiaoqian's eyes filled with astonishment. She'd assumed I was just talking and never expected I'd actually caught something. I went inside, set down the firewood, and met her eyes. The firelight on her face had chased away some of the sallowness, and her complexion looked much better. She quickly avoided my gaze and said softly, "Husband's back." I sniffed and caught a faint scent of rice. Making porridge? Husband was late returning, so I cooked some first. I took the rabbit from Bai Shuai's hands and gave her a push. Go warm up inside. Look how cold you've gotten. And I'm telling you, you dare get sick and I've got no money to treat you. I'll toss you right out. Frightened, Bai Shuai hurried into the inner room and burrowed under the covers. Her little face flushed red. Whether from the cold or from bashfulness, I couldn't say. Heaven has shown its power. Husband really has changed for the better. I sat down on the little stool by the stove and set about handling the rabbit by the firelight. This snow-white fur was in excellent condition. Peeled off intact, it could fetch a good price. Skinning was itself part of the hunting trade. Though it was my first time doing it, the hatchet moved in my hand as if it had a spirit of its own, gliding precisely between hide and flesh. It was only that the blade wasn't sharp enough or well suited to the task, so the leg part didn't come off cleanly, and I barely managed to keep the whole pelt intact. Off to the side, Yu Qiaoqian watched in quiet astonishment. In her impression, Lee-san was a lazy, gluttonous good-for-nothing, and she'd never imagined he had this kind of skill. Our eyes met, and I asked with a smile, "Chinner, not afraid of me anymore?" She gave a small shake of her head. "You go wait inside too. There'll be rabbit meat soon." She stood up, her lips moving as if to say something, then swallowed it back down. Caught another rabbit. But grain is tight after all. There's still pheasant left from yesterday, We ought to be sparing. Her inner voice slipped into my head, and I felt a quiet admiration. This was a woman who knew how to run a household. To have ended up in prison, her family must have been well off. Maybe she'd been some cultured young lady from a good home. If not for these chaotic times, a scoundrel like Lisanne would never in 100 years have gotten to bring such a woman home and then beat and curse her. I'd never roasted rabbit before, but before transmigrating I'd watched countless food videos, a theory master chef, and I cooked for myself often enough that this was no great challenge. In the inner room, by Schwerer curled under the covers, the scent of meat growing thicker at the tip of her nose. It was a smell she'd never known, and her heart was full of anticipation. Yu Chaoqian still felt uneasy. She truly couldn't believe a person would change completely over a single dream, and this kindness now might just be an act. Schwerer, Chinner, dinner's ready. I carried in the rabbit, roasted golden and dripping, the aroma wafting out. The two of them stared, transfixed, swallowing hard. I tore off the two biggest legs and handed one to each. Careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. More than eating it, I enjoyed the roasting. Short on seasoning, the rabbit was only so in my eyes, barely passable. But to the two of them, it was already a rare delicacy in this world. Heavens, this rabbit is so fragrant. Husband is amazing. By Schwenner's affection +5. By Schwerer ate with a beaming face, utterly content. I saw it clearly now. This girl was too easy to satisfy. As long as I let her eat her fill and didn't hit her, she thought I was the finest husband under heaven. On Yu Chaoqian's side, the affection still hung at 0. Her guard wasn't fully down. Full and satisfied, and with the night growing late, there was nothing else to do, so the three of us lay down early. Pillowing my head on my arm, I mulled over that wild boar. Keeping it just to eat myself was too extravagant. There was too much I was short on right now. Better to sell it in the county town and trade it for money and supplies. By Schwerer curled up in my arms, sleeping sweetly, all her guard gone. Yu Chaoqian tossed and turned for a good while, and only when she saw I made no other moves did she slowly relax and sink into a deep sleep. In the night, I had a strange dream, dreaming I was holding a little ball of fire that roasted me until my mouth went dry. Waking at dawn, I realized something was wrong. By Schwerer in my arms was burning hot all over, as if she had a fever. I reached out to feel her forehead. It was frighteningly hot, at least 102 degrees. Already weak from long starvation, she'd gone out to gather firewood dressed so thinly last evening, chilled for so long that the cold had slipped in through her weakened defenses. In the modern world, it would just be a common cold. But in these ancient times, short on doctors and medicine, a mere chill could take a life. My face darkened at once. Yu Chaoqian opened her eyes and met the sight of me glaring grim-faced at by Schwerer. Her heart clenched, and she thought I meant to do something to Schwerer. Husband, Schwerer is young. As for warming your bed, why not let me do it instead? She hurriedly sat up, but the moment she saw by Schwenner's face clearly, she sensed something was off. She reached out to feel her forehead and went white in a flash. Why is Schwerer so hot? She's caught a chill. I shot her a glare. Isn't it because you two wouldn't listen? Before I left yesterday, I told you specially, the weather's cold, don't go out. You wouldn't listen. Now she's caught a chill. What do we do? Seeing my genuine anger, Yu Chaoqian trembled all over. She suddenly recalled the words I'd repeated over and over. Whoever gets sick gets tossed out. She hurried out of bed and knelt on the floor, her face full of terror. Husband, I'll take good care of Schwerer, I swear. She caught a chill in prison before, and I nursed her through it, watching over her day and night. Even without medicine, Schwerer will surely pull through. I beg you, husband, please don't drive her away. From now on, beat me, curse me, and Chinner won't utter a word of complaint. I'll be obedient, I promise. Schwenner's body, in this state, if she's driven out now, she'll surely die. I nodded to myself. Adversity truly does reveal true feelings. These two girls shared no blood, yet their bond ran deeper than real sisters. Enough, get up, I said. If you catch it too, I'll toss the both of you out together. Take good care of her. I'm going out for a while. Watching my back as I got out of bed and left, Yu Chaoqian's hanging heart finally settled a little. Turning around, she found by Schwerer had long since opened her eyes, tears welling up, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Sister, will husband think I'm a burden and drive me out? Yu Chaoqian quickly gathered her into her arms and patted her back to soothe her. Don't be afraid. With sister here, I'll protect you no matter what. I went to the outer room, dug out the broken basket and a bundle of dry firewood from the corner, stored them in the inventory, and rushed out the door with hurried steps. Great Wasteland Village used to have a lame folk healer, but during the conscription years he'd gotten into a dispute with the soldiers and been beaten to death. Even if he were still alive, in these times short on doctors and medicine, those folk remedies were a gamble with one's life. With a body as weak as by Schwerer's, it would all come down to luck, and I didn't dare gamble. The only choice is the township. From Great Wasteland Village to the township was most of a day's walk. With quick feet, I could make it back before dark. The county town was too far. A round trip would waste too much time, and Schwerer's illness couldn't wait. Illness needs treating early, so I could only settle for the next best option and go to the township. A township was the equivalent of a modern-day town, with an official road, a courier station, a market, and shops, and its medicine supply was more complete. I hadn't gone far out of the village when, by the outhouse at the village entrance, Wang Lizhi was just coming out cinching his waistband, and from a distance he caught a glimpse of a hurried figure. That build, he recognized it at once as Li San. He narrowed his eyes, his shifty eyeballs darting about, and a wicked idea came to him. Li San was most likely off to the township or the county town. With him gone from home, those two free wives of his. Wang Lizhi rubbed his hands together, a lecherous, nasty grin on his face. On the rutted dirt road, I strode along at a hurried pace, barren fields on both sides. The autumn wind swept through, and the waist-high weeds rose and fell like waves. I wrapped my patch-upon-patch rags tighter around me. The knees of my trousers were worn through, my cloth shoes showed my toes, and the cold wind poured in, making me shiver. A road that normally took 6 hours, I forced myself to cover in under 5. Rushing the whole way, the chill was long since driven back by the sweat pouring off me. I gasped for breath, my throat parched and smoking. Nearing the township, I took the broken basket and dry firewood out of the inventory, laid yesterday's pheasant at the bottom, spread a layer of dried wood ears and mushrooms over it, and piled the firewood on top. Dressed up like this, others would take me for a poor farmer come to sell firewood, sparing me some trouble. In these times, the poor were the least likely to draw attention. The township had only one apothecary, in a prominent spot in the market. When I arrived, a shop boy of 13 or 14 was just about to close up. Seeing me approach, he frowned and waved me off, his tone impatient. "We don't take firewood. We've no use for it here. Go ask elsewhere. Don't close up. I'm here to buy medicine." I stepped up quickly, pressing my hand against the door panel. The shop boy looked me up and down, and seeing my ragged clothes and travel-worn face, he wore a look of doubt. You've got money to buy medicine?" He was about to send me off when a full, resonant voice came from the inner room. "Let him in." "Yes, boss." The shop boy grudgingly stepped aside, still muttering. "Thank you." I hurried inside. The apothecary was small but kept clean, with a faint scent of medicine. In front of the medicine cabinet, a middle-aged man with hair half gone gray was weighing medicine on a small scale, and at a small table beside him, a girl with clean, pretty features was bent over, diligently writing something. I didn't speak rashly. I waited until the man set down the scale beam before stepping up and bowing. "Shopkeeper, my wife has caught a chill and the high fever won't break. I beg you, give me some medicine to save her life." The girl paused her brush and turned her head to look. Seeing my worn clothes and the firewood basket on my back, she took me for a poor farmer from one of the villages below. What surprised her was that someone would come all this way specially to buy medicine for his wife. She'd seen people beg medicine for their parents and for their children, but never for a wife. In these times, a woman's status was low. Never mind poor farmers. Even a township family that could get by wouldn't necessarily spend money on medicine for a wife. I drew 2 stalks of lingzhi wrapped in cloth from my chest and set them gently on the counter. "Shopkeeper, this is lingzhi I gathered in the deep mountains. I was especially careful picking it, so it's all in perfect condition. I'd like to trade it for some medicine." "Oh, lingzhi? Let me have a look." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked it up, his fingertips tracing the texture, his eyes full of pleasant surprise. "Both stalks are of superb condition, fleshy and full. A pity the years on them are a little shallow. Given a few more years, they'd be rare treasures." Hearing his inner voice, I felt a secret pang of regret. Had I known, I'd have taken out just 1 stalk first. I'd forgotten just how precious lingzhi was in ancient times. But Schwerer's illness couldn't wait, and even if he wanted both stalks, I'd accept it. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then pushed one of the stalks back in front of me. Of superb condition and carefully gathered. 1 stalk is enough to trade for medicine to treat the chill." Then he turned his head and called, "Yuju, come help prepare the medicine." "Yes, father." The girl answered and rose to come over. I noticed she was about the same height as Bai Shuer. Her clothes were no fine silk, but they were clean and neat, without a single patch, and the fabric was a good deal better than that of ordinary farmers. The shopkeeper took the medicine from the cabinet, weighing it carefully on the small scale with practiced hands, and soon had 7 doses wrapped and handed to me, instructing, boil 5 bowls of water down to 2. Take 1 bowl morning and evening on an empty stomach for 7 days straight, and the chill will pass. During this time, remember to keep the patient warm and don't let her catch cold again. Thank you, shopkeeper, I've got it. I took the packet of medicine, feeling a little more settled. After hesitating, I set the other stock of Lingji back on the counter and bowed. Shopkeeper, I'd like to use this stock to trade for some old bedding, and to make so bold as to ask for a few of this young lady's old garments. My wife fell ill from wearing too little, so I've no choice but to speak up. Seeing the sincerity on my face, the shopkeeper nodded approvingly and turned to the girl. Yuju, gather up some old clothes and a thick quilt. Oh, and dig out that old winter coat of mine I'm not using, and let this young fellow take it along. Yuju answered and went off, though as she turned, she couldn't help glancing at me once more. This man dressed so shabbily himself, yet his heart was all for his wife. Hard as life was, marrying a man like this at least meant having someone to rely on. Thank you, shopkeeper, thank you. I thanked him again and again. No need for thanks. The shopkeeper waved a hand. Trading old clothes and bedding for a stock of Lingji. I'm the one getting the better of you. Then he instructed the shop boy, Xiaolu, go to the back kitchen and pack up 2 pecks of millet and 1 peck of barley for this young man to take along. Right away, the shop boy hurried off, this time without a word of complaint. I sighed inwardly. This shopkeeper was a decent man, none of that swindler's manner. From now on, whenever I gathered herbs, I'd bring them here and get a fair price. I grabbed some dried mushrooms and wood ears from my basket and set them on the counter. Shopkeeper, this small offering is nothing much, just a token of my regard. Please accept it. From now on, whenever I gather herbs, I'll bring them here to sell first. The shopkeeper accepted with a smile. Good. Bring herbs any time from now on, and I'll give you a fair price, no cheating. I bowed again. Li thanks the shopkeeper. A moment later, the shop boy came back, carrying 2 sacks of grain, and Yuju came out too, holding a quilt and a pile of clothes, folded neat and tidy, plainly chosen with care. In past years, the apothecary often gave its unused old clothes to poor farmers, and seeing my devotion, Yuju had deliberately packed a few extra thick ones. Thank you, shopkeeper. Thank you, miss. I wrapped the old clothes in the quilt, bound it tight into a roll with hemp rope and slung it on my back, then picked up the grain sacks and, thanking them over and over, hurried out. Watching my figure recede into the distance, Yuju stared, a little lost in thought, not even noticing when her father came up beside her. What are you looking at, so absorbed? Shopkeeper Chen patted her shoulder and asked with a smile. Yuju's cheeks flushed faintly, and she said, a little embarrassed, Father, this farmer isn't like any I've seen before. He's truly sincere toward his wife. Shopkeeper Chen nodded, a note of approval in his eyes. He is a bit different. This young man knows propriety and manners, and he's genuine in nature. He ought to be a reliable sort. He paused, then added, Still, it was only a single meeting. Best not to judge too hastily. The human heart is hard to read, so keep your wits about you. Yuju understands. She answered, her lovely eyes glancing once more toward the direction I'd vanished. Great wasteland village. The moment the sun rose, Wang Lizi was leaning against his own broken low wall, basking in the sunlight. Early that morning he'd seen that fellow Li San hurry out, and now the sun was already dipping west, and the man still hadn't returned. Off to the county town again, or the township. That kid's full of sly schemes. Who knows what he's cooking up this time? Huh. He spat out the dry grass in his mouth and rose leisurely, stretching. It's only been a few days. His family's bound to have millet left. Wang Lizi rubbed his hollow belly, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Go mooch a meal, and take a look at what those free wives of his look like while I'm at it. Tucking both hands into his sleeves and hunching his neck, he ambled off, swaying toward the west end of the village. Li San's yard was famously run down, the 2 broken wooden doors hanging crooked and all but useless. The low earthen wall collapsed over half its length from the ring. Wang Lizi didn't rush in. He clung to the top of the wall and peered inside. Before long, a slight-figured woman came out carrying a basin of stove ash and dumped it in the corner of the yard. Wang Lizi narrowed his eyes and looked closely. This woman wasn't like the coarse-handed village wives. Her features were as pretty as a painting, and as she walked, her waist swayed lightly, with a softness the village wives lacked. Tisk, tsk, tsk. He smacked his lips, his lust flaring up. That dog Lee San's dumb luck, getting a wife this pretty for free. No, I've got to go to the county office myself one of these days for a look. Yu Qiaoqian had just turned around when she saw a head poking over the wall, a man wrapped in a ragged cloth headscarf squinting at her, his gaze clingy as an insect, making her skin crawl. Hey, Lee San's woman, busy cooking? Wang Lizi rubbed his hands and came into the yard, his voice suggestive. Need your big brother here to lend a hand? Yu Qiaoqian's heart clenched, and she turned and ran into the house, forgetting even the ash basin. Watching her panicked figure, Wang Lizi itched with desire. Lazy as Li San was, and though he only climbed widow's walls for a bite to eat, this Wang Lizi was different. He was a thorough lecher, and apart from his own lazy wife, he wanted to take advantage of every woman he saw. Inside, Yu Qiaoqian had just steadied herself when she heard the dragging footsteps outside. Her heart sank, and she clenched her fists, her knuckles white. The outer door was a slab of broken wood, no barrier at all. In the inner room lay the sick Bai Shuer. In her panic, she snatched up the long wooden pole used to stoke the fire by the stove, gripped it in both hands, pressed her back against the inner room's door panel, and hardly dared to breathe. Ha, little lady, what are you hiding for? Wang Lizi pushed the door open and came in, a foul stench drifting in after him. Up close, the more he looked at Yu Qiaoqian, the more he liked what he saw, the greed in his eyes all but overflowing. You, don't come any closer. Yu Qiaoqian's voice shook as she raised the pole and pointed it at him. My husband will be back any moment. He's got a temper, you'd better go. Wang Lizi grinned, bearing a gap where a front tooth was missing, growing all the more brazen. Haha, you mean that cowardly San? Who in the whole village doesn't know he's a spineless weakling? Go ask the widow Zhang, the widow Zhao, which of them doesn't say I'm better than him? He closed in step by step. You're his woman now, but in a few days who knows whose you'll be. What wouldn't that kid do for a bite to eat? I'll give him a peck of rice and he'll hand you over to me tomorrow. Before he'd finished, he lunged forward and snatched the pole away. Yu Qiaoqian, weak in strength, was yanked into a stumble and nearly fell. Meanwhile, out on the wilderness road, I was rushing back with everything I had. The sun sank west, stretching my shadow long. I hadn't had a single grain all day, my water skin had long run dry, my throat parched and smoking, my stomach growling with hunger. But I didn't dare stop. Bai Shuer's illness sat like a stone on my heart. A high fever gone on too long was dangerous, and one slip could bring on other symptoms. I truly feared Yu Qiaoqian couldn't manage alone. The autumn wind was cold, yet my forehead was drenched in sweat, the coarse cloth on my back soaked through, beads of sweat dripping off my chin into the mud at my feet. At last, the outline of great wasteland village rose ahead. I let out a breath, and the exhaustion I'd been forcing down surged up all at once, nearly dragging me under. Hold on a little more, almost home. Gritting my teeth, I took the broken basket and the newly traded bedding out of the inventory and slung them on, and my steps quickened a bit more. Just as I reached the yard gate, a frantic cry pierced my ears. Don't come closer. Don't touch me. Then came Wang Lizi's sickening, vile laugh. Haha, little lady, that cowardly San can't protect you. Sooner or later you'll be mine. Ow. You wretched woman, you dare bite me. My pupils shrank abruptly, veins bulging at my forehead, a surge of fury shooting straight to the crown of my head. Yesterday I'd taken him for all talk, never imagining this scum would really come to my door to do evil while I was away. I rushed inside in a few great strides, and the sight before me sent the blood rushing to my head. Yu Qiaoqian had been shoved to the ground, her temple scraped red, and Wang Lizi was raising the fire-stoking pole to strike her. Seeing me appear suddenly, Wang Lizi froze for a moment, then sneered. Li San, you really are useless. Can't even keep your own woman in line. No discipline at all. Today I'll school her properly on your behalf. Without a word, I strode up, wrenched the fire pole away, and slammed a fist hard into his face. Wang Lizi cried out and staggered back again and again. Touching his face, he found his hand covered in blood, and a bloody black front tooth dropped to the floor. Li San, you dare hit me. He cursed, clutching his mouth. I grabbed him by the collar, my face red with rage, killing intent in my voice. Wang Lizi, you dare lay hands on my wife too? I warned you yesterday. You come here, and I'll break your dog legs. Heh, I don't believe you'd actually dare. Before he finished, I kicked him in the shin. He dropped to his knees in pain, and then I kicked him over. I drew the hatchet from the corner, hauled one of his legs over, and before he could react, brought the back of the blade down hard on his shin bone. The crisp crack of shattering bone mixed with his howl, echoing through the broken house. Ah, my leg, my leg. Snot and tears mixed with bloody foam as Wang Lizi rolled across the floor in agony. I dragged him out of the yard like a dead dog and threw him down hard on the ground. Get out. Come here again, and I'll break your other leg. Yu Qiaoqian, steadying herself against the doorframe, watched my back, her eyes growing hot. In that moment just now, she'd nearly despaired, never expecting I'd come back in time and deal with Wang Lizi so decisively. She'd assumed that even if Li San came home, he'd only cravenly look the other way. Now it seemed she'd thought too much. Only I knew the truth. Had it been the original Li San, he really might have let this scum have his way. Thank goodness I'd transmigrated, replacing that filthy shell with a brand new soul. Jenner, are you all right? I turned and came back, my face full of concern. She looked up at me and saw the worry in my eyes, something that couldn't be faked. In that instant, she finally became willing to believe I had truly changed. I'm fine, husband, she answered softly, quickly wiping the corners of her eyes. Right, How Shui? I hurried into the inner room. Bai Shui was curled under the covers, her little face flushed red with fever, still shivering. I felt her forehead, still hot. Jenner, this is the medicine I got from the township. Go boil it quickly, 5 bowls of water down to 2. I took the packet from the basket and handed it to her. Yu Qiaoqian took it, the rich scent of medicine drifting at the tip of her nose, and something struck her heart. I'd left early that morning, and she'd assumed I'd stormed off in a sulk, never imagining I'd gone to beg medicine for Schwer. She looked me over, drenched in sweat, my broken cloth shoes caked with mud, bits of grass clinging to my trouser cuffs, plainly having traveled a whole day. Yu Qiaoqian's affection +1. Jenner, what are you standing there for? Go boil the medicine. My call pulled her thoughts back. Right. She nodded quickly and turned to go to the outer room. I untied the hemp rope on the bedding and draped the whole thick quilt over Bai Shui. Delirious with fever, she pleaded in a voice thin as a thread. Husband, don't drive Shui out. Shui will be better soon. Don't send me away. I sat on the edge of the bed, tucked in the quilt for her, and softened my voice. Rest easy, I won't drive you out. In the outer room, the stove fire caught, orange flames dancing, reflected on Yu Qiaoqian's face. She poured the medicine into the earthen pot, added water, and brought it to a boil, and the scent of medicine spread bit by bit. She stared blankly at the flames, her heart a tangle of emotions. Not only had I not driven out the sick Shui, I'd run about the whole day for her sake. This change truly caught her off guard. Compared to the old Li San, it was like a different person entirely. A winter coat still warm with body heat settled over her shoulders. Coming back to herself, she realized I'd come to stand beside her at some point. I traded for this in the township. Go inside and pick one that fits, and change into it. It's cold, you mustn't fall ill too. I said with a smile. Thank you, husband. Her cheeks warmed faintly, and she took the clothes into the inner room. The moment she stepped in, she saw the bedding draped over by Shui. Not new, but with few patches, the cotton batting loose, soft, and thick, and beside it several women's garments, with only one winter coat being men's. I first boiled a pot of water and poured it into a wooden basin, then set millet on to cook porridge. After a full day's travel, I was long since starving. Before long, Yu Qiaoqian came out changed. It was Yuju's clothing. Yuju was half a head shorter than her, but Yu Qiaoqian's frame was slight, and ancient garments ran long, so it fit well enough. She'd also tidied her hair a bit, looking all the prettier for it. I looked at her for a long moment and praised her with a smile. A perfect fit. Jenner, you look lovely in it. With these winter clothes, the two of you won't fall ill from the cold again. If you two collapse sick again, it'll be hard on me as your husband, nursing 2 invalids, all on my own. She blushed deeper and came over, saying softly, Husband's been running about all day. Let me cook the porridge instead. No need, go look after Shui. I pointed at the wooden basin. Soak a cloth in warm water and wipe her body down. Then lay it on her forehead. It'll bring the fever down. The healer said if the fever runs too long, a person can be left simple-minded. Hearing this, she quickly picked up the basin and went in, tending to Shui carefully as I'd said. After a while, the medicine had finished boiling. I propped Bai Shui up, and Yu Qiaoqian passed over the bowl of medicine. After the wipe down, Bai Shui was a bit more lucid, not so groggy. Husband, I thought you were going to drive me out. Her voice was still weak. I gave her little nose a light pinch and smiled. Disobey again, and I really will send you off. Here, drink your medicine first. Bai Shuer nodded obediently, pinched her nose, and downed the bitter medicine in one go. Lying back down, she looked at the clothes Yu Qiaoqian was wearing and broke into a smile. Sister, your clothes are so pretty. You have some too. Husband brought them back specially for you. Yu Qiaoqian said with a smile. Bai Shuer turned to look at me. Husband is so good to Shuer. Not long after taking the medicine, she fell asleep again. Yu Qiaoqian and I sat under the lamp, quietly eating our porridge. She finished first and went to the outer room to bring in a basin of warm water. Husband's been running about all day. Wash your feet and rest early. And with that she moved to crouch down and help take off my shoes. I quickly stopped her. No need. I'll do it myself. You're tired today too. Rest early. This kind of waiting on I wasn't used to. After all, I wasn't the original Li San. She didn't insist, only stood quietly to one side. I was truly exhausted. After washing my feet, I lay down beside Bai Shuer, and in under a minute I was snoring. Yu Qiaoqian sat on the edge of the bed, watching the outline of me in deep sleep, her heart a mix of many feelings. Everything I'd done today, she'd taken in with her own eyes. She was willing to believe I truly meant to turn over a new leaf. She just didn't know how long this change would last. The moment I opened my eyes the next day, the first thing I did was reach out to feel Bai Shuer's forehead. Still hot, but a good deal cooler than that frightening, scorching heat of last night, and the stone in my heart finally settled. She happened to wake just then, a pair of bright, liquid eyes fixed on me, her voice soft and sweet with the rasp of having just woken. Husband's awake. I sat up and gave the tip of her nose a light flick. I'll go make food. Your body's just starting to recover. You need to eat and build your strength back up. Husband, let me do it instead. On the other side, Yu Qiaoqian sat up too. The thick winter coat made her complexion look much better. Where before her thin clothes had left her no choice but to huddle on the bed, now she couldn't let me handle everything alone. All right, Jenner cooks. I'll haul water and chop firewood. The stove fire leaped in the outer room, the flames flushing Yu Qiaoqian's cheeks red. I bustled back and forth in the yard, first filling the water vat that had run dry, then hauling back a bundle of split firewood, and finally taking a broom to sweep the yard. She watched me, marveling inwardly. In just 3 days, that idle, hot-tempered Li San seemed like a changed man. Perhaps the Li family ancestors really did show their power. After breakfast, once I'd watched Bai Shuer obediently drink her medicine, I slung my bow and arrows on my back and headed into the mountains again. By the trap I'd set 2 days ago, there were signs of a rabbit struggle, but I'd come too late, and only a few drops of dark red blood remained. Most likely a passing beast had carried it off. I took the wild boar out of the inventory to check it, and the meat was still fresh, tender, and firm. Well now, this inventory could actually keep things fresh. Otherwise I'd have had to hurry and cure the extra meat into salted or dried meat. The sun had just passed noon when a plump rabbit and a pheasant had already been added to my inventory. Now that my hunting skill had leveled up, within 20 meters my arrows never missed, and any prey I set my sights on basically couldn't get away. Even living off the mountain, you have to make it last. I turned back down. Passing Wang Lizi's gate, I caught sight of his famously lazy wife, ambling along pinching a few dry branches as she inched toward the yard. Wang Lizi's wails drifted faintly from inside the house, but she didn't care in the least, her steps dragging as if she were strolling through a market. The moment I stepped through my own gate, Yu Qiaoqian took the firewood off my shoulder and asked curiously, "How come husband's back so early today? Worried about Shuer?" "A bit." I nodded, cast an eye over the drafty broken house, and frowned. It's getting colder by the day. If this ruin isn't fixed, winter's going to be rough. Inside, Bai Shuer's fever had broken, but she was still weak, groggy, without even the strength to lift a hand. I'd assumed traditional medicine worked slowly, but now I understood. The prescription was one thing, but the quality of the herbs mattered more. Shopkeeper Chun had prepared all good medicine, which was why it worked this well. After a hurried lunch, I carried a bowl of millet over to Hitiniu's place to borrow a handcart. Hitiniu was one of the few genuine strong men in Great Wasteland Village, robust and powerful. Back then he dodged conscription to care for his half-paralyzed mother. He was diligent and dutiful. Only the wife he'd married had a mean streak and loved to nickel and dime everything. In the old days, Hitiniu had thought the least of layabouts like Li San and Wang Lizi. But I'd barely stepped through the door, hadn't even opened my mouth, when his wife quick as a flash took the millet, piled on the smiles, and agreed at once. "Brother Li San, it's only a handcart. Use it as you please. No need to stand on ceremony. Tiniu, hurry and take it over to Brother Li San. and see him off while you're at it. One bowl of millet, and her attitude flipped completely. Every other word brotherly San, warm as an old friend of many years. Out the gate, Hitiniu watched me push the cart clumsily and chuckled. Pushing it like that won't do. You'll wear yourself out. A handcart takes finesse. Here, let me teach you. Watching him handle the cart with such ease, a thought came to me. This strong man would make a fine helper. Brother Tiniu, if you help me work for a day, I'll give you another bowl of millet. How about it? He stopped. What work? I've got nothing on these days anyway. I want to make some earthen bricks before winter sets in. Earthen bricks? You're building a house. Building a house definitely won't be in time. I want to set up a heated brick bed to get through the winter. A heated brick bed? What's that? I paused. So heated brick beds hadn't caught on here yet. I roughly explained the structure and its warming effect, and Hitiniu's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing? Great. Helping you make bricks. No need to give me millet. Just let me learn when you build the bed. Then I'll build one for my mother too, so she won't keep getting chilblains every winter. No problem. Once mine's done, we'll build one for Auntie together. Before middle school, I'd grown up in the countryside with my grandparents, and I'd seen brick beds built. Though I wasn't an expert, I had the general principles in my head. The two of us first went to the west slope to cart yellow earth. Just one load, and my arms and legs were weak, sweat all over me. Hitiniu, finding me too clumsy, simply sent me off to the fields to gather crop stalks. Making earthen bricks wasn't hard. By Hitiniu's experience, you mixed the yellow mud with stalks, pressed it into molds, and let it dry. But I remembered watching adults make bricks as a child, and they'd added wood ash and sandy soil to the mud, which greatly increased the hardness. Sandy soil I couldn't find right away, but wood ash was easy, just scoop it out of everyone's stove. The two of us spent the whole afternoon preparing materials, and Hitiniu alone carted back a huge pile of yellow earth, heaped up like a little mountain. Wiping the sweat, he glanced at the sun sinking west. It's getting late. That's enough for today. We'll start molding the bricks tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, I grabbed him. Brother Tiniu, you've been at it all afternoon. Eat at my place tonight, or I'll be too embarrassed to trouble you again tomorrow. He meant to decline, but his stomach betrayed him with a growl, so he had to nod. Yu Chaoqian had long since cooked the porridge as I'd instructed, a thick millet porridge with a handful of barley added, the aroma wafting out. I also took out all the leftover pheasant meat to treat him. You caught this pheasant? Hitiniu's eyes went wide. In his impression, Li San was a good-for-nothing who filched chickens and climbed widows' walls. I scratched my head. Brother Tiniu, I was muddle-headed before and did a lot of rotten things. A few days ago, my father came to me in a dream and gave me a fierce scolding. I hope it's not too late to change now. He burst out laughing. Not too late. Knowing your fault and mending it is what counts. I can see your wives are both people who know how to keep a household. Work hard, and your life is sure to turn around. He drank down 2 big bowls of porridge in one go, too embarrassed to ladle a third, and setting down his bowl, hurried home. After seeing him off, I cleaned today's pheasant, cut half of it, and set it to stew. The two of them had run down their bodies in prison and needed to be nourished back slowly through food. The pheasant from 2 days ago I'd sold at the township market, trading it for some coarse salt and a small jar of fermented black beans. Seasonings were pitifully scarce in this era. Before my rebirth, besides loving to study food, I often watched one blogger's hand-making videos, everything from soap, salt, and liquor to all kinds of tools. The titles all, How to Get Rich After Transmigrating to Ancient Times. I'd watched purely for fun back then, never imagining it would actually come in handy. Once the chicken soup was done, I called the two of them to eat. My Schwetter's complexion was much better, and she had an appetite too. Sipping the chicken soup, her eyes curved into little crescents. Husband is so good. He didn't drive Schwer out. He begged medicine for Schwer, and there's chicken soup to drink and chicken to eat. By Schwer's affection +10. The two girls kept praising how good it was, though I felt the soup still had a slight gaminess to it. My palate, spoiled by modern tastes, would need more time to fully adapt. Of course, when truly starving, one couldn't afford to be so particular. The next day at the crack of dawn, Hitiniu came bustling over eagerly, keen to finish the bricks early and learn to build the bed sooner. His wife, hearing he'd eaten at my place last night, did her little calculations, only too happy for him to spend the whole day mooching meals at mine, to save grain at home. We continued preparing materials in the morning, and Hitiniu carted earth at a startling pace, load after load without stopping. At noon, I used the rendered chicken fat with rehydrated dried mushrooms to stir-fry a dish. Just this one home-style dish, and Hitiniu ate it with endless praise, saying he'd go into the mountains to find mushrooms in a few days and have his wife make it the same way. I couldn't help marveling. In this year of famine, even ordinary food could become a delicacy. All I'd done was apply a bit of small skill. In the imperial palace, Emperor Wu of Qi's imperial chefs would probably all be out of a job. Emperor Wu of Qi, even a country bumpkin cooks better than you lot. What use are you to me? Take them out and behead the whole lot. In the afternoon, we mixed mud and made bricks. Seeing me add wood ash to the mud, Hitinio looked puzzled, but I just said it was a method I'd heard of in the county town that made bricks sturdier, and he asked no more. The two of us worked a full 3 days, and earthen bricks stood neatly filling the small yard, piled up outside it too. It didn't matter, since Hitinio was going to build a bed for his mother as well, so there was no worry about them going to waste. Though he'd said no need to give millet, my modern habits of dealing with people won out. I couldn't let a man work for nothing. After he went home, I specially carried a bowl of millet over. This delighted his wife to no end. Oh my, brotherly San, you're too polite. My Tinio's got strength to spare, what's a little help? A meal is plenty. Your sister-in-law here isn't one who doesn't understand reason. Hitinio's home had 2 rooms. The east room housed him, his wife, and their not yet 2-year-old child, while the west room held his bedridden mother. Called an old mother, but really only about 50, years of illness and malnutrition had left her looking more aged than a modern woman in her 70s. Her room was drafty all around, and the only thing against the cold was a ragged old cotton quilt full of holes. Given his wife's mean disposition, tolerating a mother-in-law paralyzed for years staying in the home was already her limit. The earthen bricks had to dry for several days to harden fully, so I took the chance to deal with that wild boar. After making a round of the township market, I had a clear idea. To sell it at a good price, I'd have to go into the county town. The township was all poor farmers who could afford wild boar meat. Only the wealthy households, taverns, and inns of the county town could take it. Before setting out, I bound up a few bundles of neatly stacked firewood as usual, disguising myself as someone going into town to sell wood. This scene happened to be caught by Wang Lizi, who'd come out limping to use the outhouse. That dog Li San, bracing himself against the wall, his gaze vicious, he ground his teeth and pounded the wall. This isn't over between us. When my leg heals, I'll break your legs for sure and sell those 2 women of yours to a brothel. He was still there seething with resentment, convinced that day I'd only won by a sneak attack. In a straight fight, the one with broken legs would surely have been me. Out of the village, with no one around, I swept the handcart and firewood all into the inventory and set off traveling light. Before leaving, I told you Qiaoqian. Firewood was stocked up, the water vat was full, rice and meat were plentiful. Just look after Schwer with an easy mind. Hearing I was going to the county town for 2 days, Hitinio took the initiative to reinforce my doors and windows. Over these few days together, he'd long since seen I'd genuinely changed, and now he was on my side, sharing my contempt for Wang Lizi. Go without worry. I'll come by and take a couple of turns every day, guarantee nothing happens to your place. He thumped his chest. By Schwer's chill was pretty much cured after 3 doses of medicine, with just rest remaining. To be safe, I told you Qiaoqian to brew 1 more dose to consolidate the recovery, and stored the remaining 3 doses in the inventory as a reserve. With a different frame of mind, even my steps felt lighter. Both sides of the road out of the village were all barren land, with unbroken mountains in the distance. In the modern world, developers would have hyped this into prime real estate ages ago, I muttered under my breath. The war had only just ended, the Great Qi newly established, the land vast and the people few, and the county office, responding to policy, was encouraging the reclamation of wasteland, which was why there were perks like free grain and free wives. Since the court valued farming, I planned to ride the trend and first become a big landholding farmer, then slowly work out other ventures as sidelines. Setting out early, I reached Omping County before dusk. The county town and the township were worlds apart. A township was at most a large village, while the county town had towering walls, garrisoned gates, and tens of thousands of households. I took out the handcart, covered it tightly with firewood, leaving only a hollow inner layer for the wild boar, and pushed it slowly into town. The 2 soldiers at the gate glanced at the wood and let me pass without questioning. Pushing a 200 or 300-pound wild boar the whole way, my arms ached so much I could barely lift them. The county town was far more prosperous than the township. The clothes of the passers-by, though not lavish, were clean and thick. Their lives were spare, but they could get by, unlike the poor households of the countryside, who often had no next meal after finishing this one. I first went around the market. The several butcher shops were pitifully deserted, no one coming in for the longest time. In these times, filling your belly was already something. Who'd dare hope to eat meat? Butcher shops might take pheasants, rabbits, and small game, but a wild boar this big, they couldn't handle. I figured my only choice was to find a larger tavern or inn, or go straight to a wealthy merchant household to pitch it, only afraid the guards would drive me out. If all else failed, I'd find a hidden spot, butcher the meat, and sell it in pieces. I first went into a butcher shop to ask around. Farm-raised pork went for 6 coins a pound, and my wild boar, being higher quality, should fetch at least 8. Selling the whole thing, I'd have to give a bit on the price. Passing a grain store, I stopped. This shop was enormous, customers streaming in without pause. 3 clerks, so busy their feet barely touched the ground. The proprietor wore silks and stroked a goatee, his face piled with smiles, plainly a man of means. My eyes lit up. The money from selling the pig was meant for buying grain anyway, so why not sell straight to him? Trade mainly for grain and the rest for some silver, saving both time and effort. I stepped inside. I was now wearing shopkeeper Chin's old winter coat, not lavish but clean, my gaze steady, so no one could tell at a glance I was a poor country man. Of course, a close look at the patched cloth shoes on my feet would still give me away. Boss, I've got some good goods. Would you take a look? I cupped my hands, my tone earnest. The proprietor, surnamed Sue, looked me up and down, then glanced at the shabby handcart outside the door, raised an eyebrow, and his face turned displeased. Those few bundles of scrap wood of yours, and you call them good goods? I smiled apologetically and waved a hand. It's not wood. I'm a hunter, and I got lucky this morning, bagged something big. Oh, his interest was piqued. Then let me have a look. Following me out the door, I lifted a corner of the firewood, revealing the boar's glossy, sleek hide, the blood not yet fully dry. A 200-pound-plus wild boar, freshly caught this morning. I got straight to the point. Will the boss take it? Sue stroked his beard, his beady eyes rolling, the abacus clacking away in his heart. Truly fine goods. Sell it to proprietor Wong at the tavern in the west of the city, at least 1,000 coins. I'll buy it for 500. Turn it around for a 500 profit, a good deal. Wait, where around Omping County would there be a wild boar this big? This kid is surely a poor hunter from some remote mountain village, easy to bully. I'll insist this pig was stolen from me, slip the constable 100 coins, and not only get a pig for free, but earn even more. Haha, I'm rich. The smile on my face froze bit by bit. I'd come in good faith to do business, and this old thing actually meant to get something for nothing. If I couldn't hear his inner voice, I'd have fallen into this trap today for certain. How could an out-of-town poor man ever win against a local rich merchant plus the yamen runners? Having settled his scheme, Sue piled on a fake smile. Haha, young man, I'll take this deal. Come inside and we'll talk details. I put on a delighted look, bent down to cover the pig again with firewood, and my fingers accidentally brushed the pig's head, secretly storing the wild boar in the inventory. The moment we stepped inside, his face darkened and he barked. Men, tie up this little thief. The 3 clerks immediately closed in, binding my hands and feet with hemp rope in a few swift moves. This practiced manner made it plain this wasn't their first time. You, go to the yamen and fetch Constable Lee. He pointed at one clerk. Right away, boss. That clerk dashed off without a trace. I feigned panic, struggling and demanding. Proprietor, what are you doing? By what right do you tie me up? He gave a cold snort and flipped the blame. Playing dumb. I lost a wild boar last night, and today you come pushing a wild boar to sell. If you didn't steal it, who did? Gag his mouth. A wad of cloth was crammed roughly into my mouth, and all I could do was mumble. Before long, that clerk brought back 3 yamen runners, the one in the lead being Constable Lee. Constable Lee, you've come at last. I've caught the little thief who stole your pig for you. Sue went up to meet him, pulled him aside for a low murmur, the 2 of them gesturing inside their sleeves. Negotiating the price. Constable Lee first complained 100 coins was too little. After haggling for a good while, Sue finally agreed to give 180 afterward. Constable Lee came inside and cast a cold glance at me. Caught with the loot. Take him away. 2 runners hauled me up off the ground. Taking the chance, I twisted my body to let the cloth fall from my mouth and shouted loudly. Officer, to catch a thief you need the stolen goods. To catch adulterers you need the pair. You've at least got to let everyone see what it is I stole. The grain store was crowded to begin with, and the arrival of the runners drew a ring of onlookers besides. At my shout, every gaze snapped instantly to Constable Lee and Sue. Sue sneered and pointed at the handcart outside. He stole a wild boar of mine. It's right there on that cart. Everyone can see for themselves. He walked over smugly and lifted a bundle of firewood. The onlookers craned their necks to look. The cart was empty. A burst of laughter. The smile froze on Sue's face. He rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe it. Impossible. I clearly just saw it. Beside himself, he turned the handcart completely upside down. Not to mention a wild boar, there wasn't even a single pig hair. I spoke up at just the right moment, my face full of grievance. I only came to ask the proprietor if he'd take some firewood, and without a word he tied me up and said I stole a wild boar. I begged the officer to see justice done for me. The onlookers erupted at once. Now that's strange. You can arrest someone with no stolen goods? Isn't he just trying to shake the man down? I remember last month, someone said proprietor Sue framed him for stealing grain and cheated him out of 500 pounds of millet. Could that have been true after all? The speaker was a man in a dark blue robe, proprietor Lou of another big grain store in the county town, and Sue's sworn rival. The murmuring grew louder, and along with it, more voices cursing Constable Lee. Constable Lee's face turned iron gray, and he looked coldly at Sue. Still arresting him? The unspoken meaning. I can arrest him, but the money had better be enough. Sue cursed his bad luck inwardly. Arrest him, and with the pig gone he'd have to eat the 180 besides, a pure loss. Don't arrest him, and he'd have lost all face. Face could be lost, but copper coins must never be lost. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself on. Perhaps I was mistaken. It was all a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Misunderstanding. Someone in the crowd jeered. Arrest at a word. Release at a word. Do you take us for fools? That's right. You wrong a man for nothing. You've at least got to give an explanation. Sue shot a fierce glare at proprietor Lou, who was enjoying the show, and helplessly barked at his clerk. Pack 3 pecks of millet for this young man, as compensation. Constable Lee's expression eased a little, and he waved a hand. Untie him. Let's go. As he left, he didn't forget to warn. Don't stir up this kind of trouble next time. Of course, Constable Lee, take care. Sue saw the runners off with a fawning smile, his face nearly green. I rubbed my wrists, rubbed red by the rope, and walked out of the store carrying the heavy 3 pecks of millet. They say the human heart isn't what it used to be. As it turned out, the human heart in ancient times was far more complicated than I'd imagined. If not for the trump card of the inventory, if not for hearing through that old thing's scheme in advance, I, a poor young out-of-towner, might have taken who knows how big a loss today. I pushed the empty cart along slowly, my head full of where to sell the wild boar. The scare at the grain store just now, though nerve-wracking, had served as a reminder. The human heart runs deep and unfathomable, and one has to keep a fallback in doing things. That delay meant it was already dusk by the time I left the grain store. If the wild boar still didn't sell, I wouldn't even have the money for a night's lodging, and I'd be left shivering on the street. The tavern in the west of the city, proprietor Wong. I suddenly remembered that in his scheming, Sue had planned to sell the pig to this proprietor Wong. Both were businessmen, and if Sue could think of him, it meant this proprietor Wong had the means to take on the pig. Guess I can only go try my luck. Arriving in the west of the city, 3 taverns stood side by side, and one of them had the grandest storefront, with 4 big characters on the plaque, Wong's Tavern. The customers coming and going were cleanly dressed, not a patch among them, and one look told you the prices weren't low. I felt at the 2 remaining copper coins in my pocket, my entire fortune, parked the cart to the side, took a deep breath, and went up with a smile. The clerk at the door swept his eyes over me, and seeing my old mud-stained clothes, frowned and shooed me off. Go, go, go. No money, don't hang around here. I grabbed his hand, quietly pressed the 2 copper coins into it, and while he was stunned, lowered my voice. Brother, trouble you to let proprietor Wong know. I've got fine wild game to sell him, guaranteed to be good stuff. The clerk pinched the coins, torn, but reluctant to give them back either. Rest easy. This merchandise is sure to satisfy proprietor Wong. He won't blame you. My tone was earnest. He hesitated a moment, then nodded. All right, wait here, I'll go call him. I'll say you're my country cousin. A few minutes later, the clerk let out a middle-aged man, burly, his round belly stretching his robe taut, plainly a fellow accustomed to comfort. This is your cousin? How come I've never heard you mention him? Proprietor Wong glanced at me and jerked his chin. Come over, tell me what fine goods, and don't be here to pull one over on me. The proprietor jests, I wouldn't dare. I rubbed my hands and smiled. A wild boar, freshly caught this morning, over 250 pounds. Truly. His eyes lit up in a flash, and he pressed forward. Don't toy with me. A pig that big isn't easy to hunt. Come take a look and you'll know. I led him to the cart and lifted the firewood. The moment he saw the wild boar clearly, he crowded forward in excitement, his massive frame shoving me straight to one side. My heart lurched. Oh, don't tell me he means to rob me outright too. Oh my, this is in truly fine condition. He circled the pig twice and patted its belly. Thick fat, firm meat, a good pig. He turned to speak, only to find I'd already moved to stand behind him. Hands behind his back, belly thrust out. He said, "Name your price, how much?" 900 coins. I recalled that Sue had meant to sell at 1,000, so I'd give 100 myself, call it a sincere price. Every extra minute this pig stayed in my hands was another measure of risk, so the sooner it was off my hands, the sooner my mind would be at ease. Done, 900 it is. Proprietor Wong settled it decisively. You seem honest, and pushing a pig this big into town is no easy feat, so I won't haggle. He turned and instructed the clerk. You wait here, I'll go get the money. I stood there on tenterhooks, instinctively covering the pig with firewood again, gripping the cart handle tightly, ready to trigger the inventory at any moment, so I'd be prepared in case he played dirty too. Before long, Proprietor Wong came out, 3 clerks trailing behind him. Oh hell again. My heart clenched, and I widened my eyes on guard. But he walked straight up to me and held out a string of copper coins. Here, 900 coins, count them carefully. I was taken aback, took them, and thanked him repeatedly. Carry the wild boar to the back kitchen. He waved a hand, then turned to stop me as I made to leave. Hey, where are you off to this late? Come in and have something to eat. Don't worry, it's on the house. I hesitated. Having just been schemed against by Sue, I had no sense of safety about this kind of free dinner, afraid it was a trap laid for me. But on second thought, this man didn't seem the scheming type, and I was tired and hungry, so I nodded. Then thank you, proprietor. This tavern looked like a tavern, but its scale nearly rivaled a grand restaurant. He led me to a seat in the corner. Bring this young fellow something hot, and a bowl of wine to warm him up. Only then did I understand why Sue had thought of him first. Deep pockets and a generous nature besides. In business, one loves dealing with a man like this. Before long, he came over carrying a wine jar and 2 bowls, pulled the seal off the jar, and a faint scent of rice wafted out. He filled both bowls and pushed one toward me. Here, try my millet fragrance wine. Slowly now, it's strong. I picked it up and took a light sip, and inwardly I was at a loss for words. This counted as wine. Calling it a rice wine beverage would be closer to the truth, its proof probably not even as high as beer. No wonder the heroes of old loved to drink wine by the bowlful. With wine like this, anyone could down several jars. How is it? Got a kick, hasn't it? Proprietor Wong looked smug. I fought down a twitch at the corner of my mouth, set down the bowl, and praised. Fine wine. Mellow going down, with a strong finish. That was music to his ears, and he laughed until his eyes narrowed to slits. Soon the clerk brought a big bowl of hot millet porridge and 2 small dishes, stir-fried soybeans, and pickled shredded radish. Take your time eating, I'll go to the back kitchen and check on my wild boar. Proprietor Wong left. I'd barely eaten 2 bites when a few more diners came in, all dressed like well-off folk. Eating, I scanned the other table's dishes and found the food of this era truly monotonous. Steamed buns, noodles, and other staples common in later ages weren't to be found here at all. Once done, I called over the clerk who'd passed on my message and slipped him 10 coppers on the sly. Thanks for your help, brother, just a small token. This clerk was named Ding Air, and seeing I was a man who knew the ways of the world, he grinned from ear to ear. Ah, brother, too kind. Ate your fill? If not, I'll ladle you some more. No need. I shook my head. Brother, is there a cheaper inn around here? It's too late. I'll head back to the village in the morning. Ding Air thought a moment. There is. Out the door and east, turn right at the end. There's a small inn, 3 coins a night. Thanks. I'll bring you some dried mountain mushrooms next time I come. I cupped my hands. That'd be great. He grew even happier. We buy dried mushrooms here too. Good ones fetch a fair bit. Bring us any wild game you catch from now on. Parting with Ding Air, I pushed the empty cart and found the inn, stored all the copper coins and millet in the inventory, keeping just a dozen odd coppers for emergencies, so I'd fear neither theft nor robbery. Exhausted, I dropped into bed and slept like the dead. Early the next morning, I ate 2 rice balls I prepared ahead and went to the market to shop. The small grain stores had only millet and broomcorn, a bit cheaper than Sue's, while the big grain stores had soybeans, black beans, barley, and wheat besides. In one go, I bought 500 pounds of millet, 100 pounds of barley, 100 pounds of wheat, and 60 pounds of soybeans, with 100 coins left after. I also squatted at the market entrance for half an hour and sold 2 good rabbit pelts for 30 coins, and only when I was down to a dozen odd coppers did I push the cart, full of grain, out of the city. Leaving the city, it was nearly noon, and by the time I hurried back to Great Wasteland Village, it was fully dark. Inside the house, Bai Shuer and Yu Chaoqian were sitting by the stove fire in a daze. "Sister, how come husband still isn't back?" Bai Shuer kept glancing at the door, full of worry. Yu Chaoqian's brows knit slightly, uneasy in her heart too. 2 days, Weed said, and he ought to be back today. Something hadn't happened, had it? In the afternoon, Tiniu had come again to help reinforce the roof, and though the house still let in a bit of wind, it was much better than before. But the more the two of them hoped I'd return soon. Just then, my call came from outside the yard. "Chinner, Shuer, come lend a hand. It's husband. He's back." Bai Shuer sprang up in delight and dashed out like a little rabbit. "Slow down, Shuer, your chill's only just healed." Yu Chaoqian chased after her. I was straining to push the cart full of grain through the gate, and just that short stretch from the village entrance to home had me drenched in sweat. "Husband, I'll help you." Bai Shuer ran over and pushed at the cartwheel, and Yu Chaoqian came up too. The 3 of us hauled and yanked, and before we'd gone a few steps, crash, the cart tipped over and the grain sacks rolled all over the ground. I looked at the grain scattered on the ground, then at the 2 flustered girls, and shook my head with a wry smile. That's not helping. That's the opposite of helping. The 2 of them thought I'd be angry, but seeing me only smile ruefully, they exchanged a glance and burst out laughing too. Together the 3 of us carried the grain into the house. Looking at the sacks piled up like a little hill, Bai Shuer's eyes curved into crescents from smiling. She'd never have to worry about going hungry again. To eat her fill and stay warm was her greatest wish for now. Actually, I'd only taken part of it from the inventory. If I'd really pulled out all 500 pounds, this broken cart couldn't have borne it. On the cart, there was just 1 sack of millet, 1 of barley, and 1 of soybeans. "Chinner, is the food ready? I'll rest a bit first. Call me when it's done." I went into the inner room, flopped face down on the bed, and didn't want to move another inch. Bai Shuer tiptoed in and sat on the edge of the bed, brushing the mud and grass bits off my trouser legs, taking off my mud-caked shoes, and gently kneading my aching calves with her small hands. "Husband, you've worked hard." Her voice was soft, full of tenderness. Warmth filled my heart, and I patted her head. "It's nothing. I promised you, I won't let you go hungry again. Best to stock up on plenty of grain before winter sets in." I suddenly remembered something, rolled over and sat up, and fished a wooden comb and 2 wooden hairpins from my chest. "Here, bought these specially for you." Bai Shuer's eyes lit up in a flash, and she took them in both hands, her face full of delight. "So pretty. Thank you, husband. I'll go show sister. She's sure to like them too." Her chill cured and dressed in a thick winter coat. She'd fully recovered her old vitality, and she skipped out of the room. System notice, Bai Shuer's affection +5. Currently 40 points. System notice, Yu Chaoqian's affection +1. Currently 2 points. Looking at the notices, I shook my head helplessly. These 2 girls had such different temperaments. Yu Chaoqian's affection was truly hard to raise. After drinking a bowl of hot porridge, I forced my weary body up to go deal with the grain. First, I poured the millet into the vat, sealed it tight with the wooden lid, and pressed 2 big stones on top, so that no matter how clever the mice, they couldn't get in. The barley and soybeans, I said I'd find a hidden spot to store, but really I quietly slipped them into the inventory. That done, I burrowed into the inner room and, without even taking off my clothes, slept like the dead. Sister, husband's too worn out. Bai Shuer watched me sleep, her big eyes full of tenderness. She tiptoed over with a basin of warm water, crouched by the bed to carefully take off my shoes, and when her fingertips touched the cracked splits on my heels, she instinctively softened her touch. Yu Chaoqian's gaze fell on those broken shoes of mine with the toes showing. She touched the wooden hairpin in her hair. Though it was the cheapest kind, I'd bought 1 each for her and Bai Shuer, yet added nothing for myself. Thinking of that rottenly sand of before and looking at things now, it was a world of difference. She picked up the broken shoes, patted off the clods of mud, and by the dim oil lamp clumsily threaded a needle. It was the first time in her life she'd done needlework, her stitches crooked and uneven, her fingers pricked open several times, and she only quietly sucked at them and kept sewing. Bai Shuer was originally a merchant's daughter. The Bai family had been forced to raise funds for the Shao prince, and when the Shao prince lost his war and was beheaded, the Bai family's property was confiscated and all its men and women thrown into prison. Yu Xiaoqian's father had been a minor civil official of the former dynasty, not under Emperor Wu of Qi's command, and once the realm was pacified, they became the family of rebel officials and criminals. They'd thought the lightless prison was already the end of the road, never imagining that in the end they'd be handed out as rewards to country bumpkins, beaten, cursed, and humiliated day after day. If not for supporting each other, they'd likely have taken their own lives in despair long ago. Until that night, when Li San seemed a changed man, even changing his name to Li Yi, from having no food and swindling seed grain, to now a full vat of millet and meat to eat. It had been just a few short days. She looked at me sleeping soundly by lamplight, and the guard in her heart came down entirely. If he could always be like this, she'd be willing to live this peaceful village wife's life. Actually, I'd woken when Bai Shuer was washing my feet. Seeing the little girl so afraid of waking me, I simply pretended to sleep on, feeling the warmth rising from the soles of my feet. Bai Shuer was simple-hearted, the first to let down her guard. Yu Qiaoqian was different, clever, and sensitive, yet here she was diligently mending my broken shoes by the oil lamp. That clumsy tenderness warmed my heart. At first, toward these two girls, I'd been full of sympathy, pity, and the guilt belonging to the original Li San. Though the soul was swapped, the body was still Li San's, and any children to come would be Li San's bloodline. Having taken his identity, I ought to make up for something on his behalf. But feelings go both ways. If I treated them sincerely, yet could never soothe their pain, I'd never keep them by force. Once I had the means down the road, I'd naturally give them the chance to choose anew. Thankfully, everything was moving in a good direction now, and I was in no hurry. The most important thing for now was to solve the matter of food and warmth, and make a good life. At the crack of dawn, Hitiniu came calling, and seeing I was back, rubbed his hands sheepishly. "Brother Li San, could you take me into the mountains today? I want to learn to hunt, and gather some mountain goods too." Tiniu was robust and a fine hand at labor, but an utter novice at hunting, and worse still, he got lost the moment he entered the mountains, not daring to go deep without me leading. With him along, I could only use that ordinary family bow, and the efficiency dropped sharply. He shouldered a ragged cloth sack, single-mindedly set on gathering more dried mushrooms. Having tasted them at my place last time, he'd been thinking about that fresh flavor ever since. The two of us roamed all morning without so much as a rabbit's shadow. Maybe the beginner's protection period had passed, or maybe our two big targets had scared the game off. At least we'd gathered a full sack of dried mushrooms and wood ears, so we weren't empty-handed. "Brother Li San, it's nearly noon, heading back?" Tiniu's stomach growled with hunger. "Shoo." I raised a hand to cut him off and followed his gaze. Not far off in the underbrush, a foolish roe deer was grazing with its head down. I signaled him to wait where he was and crept over in a crouch. The distance narrowed bit by bit, and once within 20 meters, I used a big tree to block Tiniu's line of sight and swiftly switched to the hardwood bow and fletched arrows from the inventory. Gripping the familiar bow, my gaze sharpened. Drawing a deep breath, I pulled the bow, took aim, and the fletched arrow shot out like a meteor, piercing the roe deer's head dead on. Hunting proficiency plus 35. I hurried over, storing the bow and arrows in the inventory along the way, and turned to call, "Brother Tiniu, hit it." Tiniu ran over excitedly, and looking at the still twitching roe deer, praised without pause. "Good heavens, 30 pounds at least. Brother Li San, your skill is uncanny. I truly see you in a new light." He shouldered the roe deer on his own initiative. "I'll carry it. You take the mountain goods." I didn't refuse. He'd put in the effort, so when it came time to divide the meat later, I could do it with a clear conscience. This man was honest to the point of being a little dense, never willing to take the slightest advantage of anyone. We roamed another round, and at the spot where I'd set snares before, I found a rabbit tangled in one, struggling with all its might. Rabbits breed fast, a single pair producing 20 or 30 in a year, and over 100 the next. But for now I had neither the energy nor the conditions to take up breeding, so I had to let it go. "You set this rabbit snare too?" Hitiniu's eyes went wide. "Amazing, teach me." "What's hard about it? I'll teach you later." I took him to check all the snares and demonstrated on the spot how to set them. The key is picking the right place. You have to choose the paths wild rabbits usually travel. We hurried back to the village before sundown. Tiniu carried the roe deer all the way to my gate, then made to leave without even coming inside. Envious as he was, this was game I'd caught by my own skill, and he wasn't one to ask for a share. Bai Shuer had long been waiting at the gate, and the moment she saw me, she came to meet me, her little face flushing red with excitement at the sight of the roe deer. She turned and ran inside to report. Sister, husband caught a big game animal. I don't even know what it is. Yu Qiaoqian had at first thought I'd simply gotten lucky, but later, seeing I never came back empty-handed from the mountains, she realized I truly had real skill. Especially the deft way I skinned rabbits. No small feat of a single day. The only thing I'd bought for myself in the county town was a dagger, far handier than the hatchet for skinning. I cleanly peeled off the whole rabbit pelt and carried the rabbit meat over to Hetiniu's place. Hetiniu's family was just about to eat dinner, and Tiniu was boasting animatedly to his wife, Madame Lu. You should have seen it, brotherly San's archery, uncanny. One arrow into a roe deer over 30 pounds. Madame Lu, slurping her porridge, stopped. There's more. We even found a plump rabbit in our snare, alive. Tiniu, carried away, didn't notice his wife's expression. Madame Lu slammed her bowl down on the table with a clack. So you went into the mountains together, and he comes back with a roe deer and a rabbit, and all he gives you is some scrap mushrooms? You've been going to help him every day these past days. All for nothing. With the hunting, I didn't do a thing. These mushrooms are fragrant, rehydrated, and stir-fried too. Tiniu argued in dissatisfaction. Can mushrooms compare to meat? How did I end up married to a fool like you? And I thought Li San had really reformed. Looks the same as before to me. The more Madame Lu talked, the angrier she got, arms crossed over her chest, huffing. Oh, I heard sister-in-law going on about me the moment I stepped into the yard. Must be singing my praises, right? My voice suddenly came from the doorway, the skinned rabbit in my hand. Madame Lu's eyes lit up in a flash. She stood, wiped her hands on her lapel, and came to greet me with a piled-on smile. Brotherly San's here. Sit, sit, have you eaten? If not, sister-in-law will ladle you some porridge. Her gaze never once left the rabbit in my hand. No need, I've eaten. This is for you all. I handed over the rabbit. Today I've got brother Tiniu to thank for coming into the mountains with me and helping carry the roe deer. Take this rabbit, don't turn it down. Madame Lu made a show of declining, yet her hands gripped the rabbit meat tight and wouldn't let go. Oh, too kind. We're family. How could I take yours? Better bring it back to nourish your wives. Tiniu, as if oblivious to his wife's looks, stood up and said dully, That's right, brotherly San, take this rabbit back. Brother Tiniu, you mustn't refuse. I cut in first. These past days you've helped me fix the door and the roof, running about front and back. I keep it in mind. Besides, this rabbit isn't for you, it's for little Neo. He's growing. A bit of meat will make him strong. Madame Lu shot Tiniu urgent looks from the side, terrified he'd stupidly refuse again. I've delivered it, so I'll head back. I won't disturb you. I turned to leave, then remembered something and looked back. Oh, brother Tiniu, tomorrow I'm building the heated bed, so I'll have to trouble you to come help. Tiniu saw me to the door, his face full of guilt. Brother, that wife of mine, I hope she didn't make you laugh. I patted his shoulder. Brother Tiniu, you're the one I admire most in the village. Don't dwell on it. Hunting's about all I'm good for, and I'll be troubling you plenty down the road. We help each other out, and eating our fill together is what matters. Come next year, I'll still be relying on your guidance for the farming. The words warmed his heart, and he tilted his head back and thumped his chest. Rest easy, brother. Anything you need from now on, just say the word. I, Tiniu, won't hesitate. Inside, Madame Lu cradled the plump rabbit, grinning from ear to ear. A rabbit this big, enough for several meals. This Li San really is different from before. Go into the mountains with him more from now on. Tiniu looked at his wife and shook his head helplessly, though in his heart his admiration for me had grown a few notches more. Brotherly San, up yet? Tiniu's booming voice crashed in over the yard wall, setting the windows faintly trembling. Before the man himself entered the yard, that hearty energy of his arrived first. I walked out to the yard and answered with a smile. Been waiting a while, just missing you. I'd rousted the two girls before dawn, dragged the wobbly broken table out to the outer room, and moved the small wooden bed off to one side. Today we were tearing out a wall to expand the space and build a roomier heated bed. Great Wasteland Village was mostly wooden houses, since the mountains made lumber easy to cut. The township and county town, by contrast, had more earthen brick homes. I'd reckoned it out long ago. Earthen brick houses were both sturdy and warm, best suited to a northern winter, and I really wanted to rebuild this broken wooden house entirely. But with winter close at hand, time was too tight, so I could only build a heated bed to make do for now. Tiniu carted earth and mixed mud, while I took the two girls to tear down the partition wall between the inner and outer rooms. That wall was nothing but nailed pine planks, and the three of us pulled it clean apart without much effort. Moving the partition inward half a meter would free up more room in the inner room, so the bed could be built wider. The two girls, hearing of a heated bed for the first time, listened as I said that once it was built winter wouldn't be cold, and each held a bit of anticipation, following behind and helping clumsily. Outside the yard wall, Wang Lizzie, hands tucked in his sleeves, dragging his injured leg along in a limp, saw from afar Hitini pushing a cartload of yellow earth toward Li San's place, and narrowed his beady eyes, muttering, "What's that fool ox hauling all that dirt for?" These past days Li San had been too abnormal, either into the mountains every day, or out of the village all day without returning, and he'd stockpiled a good deal of grain besides. The more Wang Lizzie thought about it, the more wrong it felt, so he inched over near Li San's place, hid under the big poplar tree outside the yard, and craned his neck to spy. Seeing Li San and those two graceful little wives carrying bricks into the yard, he smacked his lips, his gaze clinging to the two women, his itch flaring up again. Building a house? Only breaking ground now. Then, seeing Hitini mixing mud in the yard, he grew more puzzled. This fool ox used to think the least of the two of us. So how'd he end up thick with Li San? There's got to be some good thing in there I don't know about. Inside the yard, work was in full swing. Hitini cut the millet stalks into even little segments and mixed them into the earth pile, splashed on water, and worked the wooden shovel hard. Before long, the loose yellow earth had become mud so sticky it drew into strands. I'd laid out the bed's position inside the house and came out to call, "Brother Tiniu, tamp the floor down more, or the bed will collapse easily." "Can do." He set down the shovel, shouldered a wooden post as thick as a waist, and strode inside. Bang, 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 a few strokes, and the floor was tamped rock solid, hardly kicking up any dust. Next came the key part. I directed a layer of mud, a layer of bricks, first building up the bed's frame, and set the new stove position while I was at it. I had a clear blueprint in my head, but Tiniu was thoroughly baffled, so he could only stack the bricks and spread the mud however I told him. The four of us worked from early morning until the sun dipped west, and finally got both the bed and the new stove built. The house body was wood, so I put in extra effort to build a tall chimney out through the roof, packing thick mud at the joint to prevent smoke leaking. Last, I spread a layer of fine mud over the bed's surface, both to reinforce it and to smooth it. With the leftover bricks, I rebuilt the inner-outer partition wall, far sturdier than the plank wall. I moved the big iron pot onto the new stove and had my Schwerer light the fire. The flames crackled to life, and the smoke drew through the stove hearth into the flue channels of the bed, venting out the roof chimney. The bed gradually gave off a gentle warmth, and even the air in the house grew warm. Only then did Hitini fully understand, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Oh my, so that's how it is. This heated bed's a real treasure. The stronger the fire, the warmer the bed, and sleeping on it in winter you won't freeze even without a quilt. Brother Lee, tomorrow I'll go make bricks and build one for my mother too." "No problem, I'll come help when the time comes." For dinner, we had leftover roe deer meat with hot porridge, and Hitini wolfed down 2 big bowls and hurried home to share the marvel of the heated bed with his wife. I Schwerer stroked the bed as it slowly grew warm, her big eyes bright as stars, her face full of admiration. "Husband, this bed really gives off heat. Come winter, we won't have to curl up freezing anymore." "Husband, you're amazing." I gave the tip of her nose a flick. "Can't sleep on it yet. We have to wait for the mud to dry through, or it'll crack. Wait a few more days, and we can sleep snug on a warm bed." That night, none of the three of us had any mind to sleep, and as one we turned on our sides and stared at the new bed. Husband's amazing, he can do anything. This heated bed is unheard of. Where on earth did husband learn it? He seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Listening to their inner voices, I nearly laughed out loud. I Schwerer had the simplest heart, her mind full of admiration for me, or else thinking about food. Yu Qiaoqian was subtle-minded, fond of pondering, with her own judgment, not one to blindly follow. Li thought this was rather nice. The two of them complemented each other perfectly in temperament. Over the next few days, I made a point of telling the two of them not to build the fire too strong when adding wood, so as not to bake the bed's mud surface into cracks. Hitiniu came to check every other day, and feeling the warmth of the bed, worked with even more drive, pushing his cart trip after trip to the west slope to haul earth, planning to build beds for both his mother's and his own room before winter. I wanted to help, but he waved me off. "I can make the bricks on my own. Hurry and go hunt and stock up on grain. I'll call you when it's time to build the bed. Here, Teeny and I helped each other out, and life was lively and full, but it had Wang Lizi worried sick. Day after day he loitered nearby, yet never found a chance to make his move, and could only watch, helpless, as my household grew better and better off. For days later, the bed's mud had dried through completely. That evening, Schwerer couldn't wait to lay out the straw mat and bedding, and was the first to hop onto the bed and roll around. So warm, so roomy. Husband's amazing. She looked like a child who'd gotten a beloved toy. Watching her leap about, Yu Xiaoqian's lips curved into a faint smile too. I happened to turn my head, and looking at her smile, couldn't help praising. Chinner, you look lovely when you smile. You should smile more often. Her cheeks flushed red in a flash, and twisting a lock of hair by her temple, she lowered her head and said softly, Husband jests. Husband's right. Sister looks lovely when she smiles. Schwerer hurried to back me up, tugging her arm to keep her from being bashful. To keep the warmth. The stove fire hadn't gone out these days, and the head of the bed was hot to the touch. Schwerer wanted to sleep at the head, but I stopped her. The head's too hot. Sleep there too long, and you'll get inflamed. Your chill's only just healed. You can't push it. She listened obediently. She'd long since taken this place for a true home. The three of us covered ourselves with the thick bedding traded from shopkeeper Chun, soft and warm. I slept on one side, and the two of them squeezed into one quilt on the other. That broken old wooden bed had made even turning over a chore, and now sleeping on the wide bed, it was a world of difference. In the middle of the night, half asleep, I felt a warm little body burrow into my arms. Schwerer had somehow secretly scooted over, curled up in my arms, her little face smiling as she slept soundly. Yu Xiaoqian had at first quietly worried I'd bring up warming my bed. After all, having been humiliated by Li San like that, the two of them both carried the shadow of it. But since my change, I'd never mentioned it, always treating them with gentleness and respect. That careful, considerate tenderness gradually warmed her heart. Early the next morning, I got up to relieve myself in the yard, and out of the corner of my eye caught a glimpse of a head wrapped in ragged cloth flashing past the top of the wall. One glance was enough to recognize that hateful Wang Lizi. I sneered inwardly. This scoundrel truly hadn't given up. Breaking one of his legs, I'd known he'd hold a grudge, but I hadn't expected him to be so unable to hold himself in check, coming to spy every day. I strode quickly out of the yard, saw him inching off into the distance with a limp, caught up in a few steps, and blocked him. Wang Lizi, loitering outside my wall first thing in the morning. What wicked scheme are you cooking up now? His eyes shifted, and he stiffened his neck, feigning composure. Who's loitering outside your wall? Is the road outside your yard yours? Can't I take a stroll? Li San, you cutthroat. Once my leg heals, I'll deal with you and sell those two little wenches to a brothel in the township. See how smug you are then. Oh, I raised an eyebrow, my tone icy. So you're planning to come get revenge on me once your leg heals, and snatch my wives too? Wang Lizi shuddered all over, his face changing abruptly, wondering whether he'd said his inner thoughts aloud. Guilty as he felt, he still forced it out. So what? You broke my leg and think that's the end of it? I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. I gave a cold snort, my eyes full of contempt. Wang Lizi, I'll tell you plainly, I'm not afraid of your revenge. You know full well why your leg got broken in the first place. You dare provoke me, and I dare repay it double. Before you make a move, weigh up just how much you're worth. With that I turned and left. He shook with rage but didn't dare give chase, and could only spit venomously. Pa, a petty man flush with success. A few days of full meals, and he's forgotten his own name. I didn't take him seriously at all. A man like this was like a mangy dog. As long as he didn't come at me, I couldn't be bothered with him. But if he really dared do harm behind my back, I wouldn't mind teaching him another lesson, even treating him as prey and putting an arrow in him. I spent the whole day helping build the bed at Hitiniu's place. Hearing the heated bed was warm, Madame Lu insisted on building a big one in her own room first, and with the leftover bricks only built Tiniu's mother a narrow little one. With the experience under our belts, we finished both in a day. That evening Madame Lu made a show of asking me to stay for dinner, but was slow to light the fire, and in the end only brought out a bowl of cold porridge. Hitiniu's face was full of embarrassment, but I didn't mind in the least, smiled, and took my leave. Back home, I planned out tomorrow's trip. I'd make a run to the township, find a stonemason to cut a small stone mill, and sell off my stockpiled mountain goods and rabbit pelts while I was at it. The roe deer hide I wouldn't sell for now. Most important of all, on my last trip into the mountains, I discovered a wild ginseng root, small in size, but fine in quality, likely worth more than those 2 Lingji stocks from before combined. With that money, this winter would be all the more comfortable. Having explained things clearly to the 2 girls that morning, I set out once more on the dirt road out of the village. It was getting colder by the day, and the morning dew had already frozen into white frost. Once the frost arrived, winter wasn't far off. Sigh, not even a means of transport. Everything measured out on these 2 legs, wears out my shoes, drains my strength, and wastes time besides. I tilted my head back and sighed. From Great Wasteland Village to the township was 60 li, and to the county town over 90 li. Once I was really doing business, most of my time would probably be burned up on the road. In this era, horse carriages were something only high officials and nobles could afford. 20-odd years of warlords vying for power had wiped out the people, and horses had become rare too. Even with money in hand, the most I could come across for now were donkeys, mules, and oxen. Oxen were fine helpers in the fields, could pull carts and carry heavy loads, but they were maddeningly slow. I had the inventory, so carrying capacity was no worry at all. What I really cared about was how to travel faster. A fine tall horse was out of the question, but a mule or a donkey was worth considering. Having a large draft animal for farming would save effort and be convenient too. The temperature dropped day by day, and the old winter coat could still make do. I glanced down at the cloth shoes Yu Qiaoqian had mended and reckoned that unless I holed up in the village all winter, a new pair of shoes was a must. Just past noon, I reached the township, and my first stop was straight to shopkeeper Chen's apothecary. On my back was still that broken bamboo basket. Only what was laid inside was no longer firewood, but old hemp sacks packed with mountain goods. From afar I saw someone busy at the apothecary's door, and drawing closer recognized the shop boy Xiao Lu sweeping fallen leaves. "Clerk, is shopkeeper Chen in?" Xiao Lu turned his head to look me over, found me vaguely familiar, and stared blankly a moment before it clicked. "It's you." He'd finally recalled I was the farmer who'd come to beg medicine a few days ago. "The boss is in, go find him yourself." "Thanks." I pushed the door open and went in, the shop as clean and tidy as ever. Shopkeeper Chun was checking herbs at the medicine cabinet, and that pretty Miss Yuju, not much older than Bai Shuer, sat at the table writing. The scene warmed my heart. If Bai Shuer and Yu Qiaoqian hadn't met with disaster, they'd probably be living just this kind of peaceful life. Hearing the sound, Chen Yuju turned her head and met my gaze looking her way. Seeing me staring at her without blinking, her heart fluttered, her brush paused, and the character came out crooked. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look again. I quickly shifted my gaze away. Village women were forthright by nature, but the daughters of respectable families in the township and county were different, and staring so fixedly at an unwed girl was truly improper. "Shopkeeper Chun, Miss Yuju." The moment Shopkeeper Chun saw it was me, he greeted me with a smile. "Haha, it's you. Come in. How's your wife's chill?" "Healed, cured after 4 doses. Your medical skill, Shopkeeper Chun, I admire from the bottom of my heart," I said earnestly. "I've come today to bring you some mountain goods, a small token of my thanks." With that I set down the sack and opened it, all hand-picked top-grade dried mushrooms. Shopkeeper Chin waved a hand. "You went to the trouble of gathering these. The flavor was indeed good when I tasted it last time. Here's what we'll do. I'll buy them at market price." I quickly pressed a hand on the sack. "If you insist on that, Shopkeeper Chun, then I won't sell you these mushrooms at all." Shopkeeper Chun was taken aback, then pointed at me and laughed. "Haha, you rascal, you're not as honest as you look, a bit of a sly one too." I smiled sheepishly, fished from my chest something wrapped in layers of cloth, and set it gently on the counter. "Dug this up a few days ago. Trouble you to appraise it, Shopkeeper Chun." Oh, seeing how I treasured it, his interest was piqued, and he carefully unwrapped it. HSS. Seeing the thing inside clearly, he drew a sharp breath, his eyes widening instinctively. "It's actually a wild ginseng root. 30 years old at least, worth 10,000 coins at the very least." Hearing that inner voice, I nearly failed to keep a straight face. That price was far higher than I'd expected. My heart pounded wildly, and I waited to see what he'd say. "This ginseng has some years on it, and you gathered it with proper technique, with very few root fibers missing." Shopkeeper Chin's voice could hardly hide his excitement. "Fine goods, a rare and precious medicinal. Just one of these root fibers can, at the critical moment, hold a breath in a dying man. Only a pity that this ginseng of yours, my little shop truly can't afford to buy. Better take it to a big apothecary in the county town and ask there." I was a little surprised. A medicinal this precious, and he really wasn't tempted? Did such people truly exist in this world? I'd still ask Shopkeeper Chin to tell me. Just how much is this ginseng worth? He set the ginseng down gently, his eyes full of regret. In my experience, 10,000 coins at least. And if it met a wealthy household or a high official in urgent need to save a life, it would be beyond price, a thing no money could buy. 10,000 coins. Even having heard his inner voice just now, hearing it again with my own ears still gave my heart a jolt. Equal to 10 wild boars. No, worth more than 10. Rarer still, with 10,000 coins before him, shopkeeper Chun could stay true, the same within as without. That integrity I admired from the bottom of my heart. So that's why, this medicinal of yours, my little shop truly can't take on. He shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't reach for the ginseng on the counter. My mind was racing. Last time, one wild boar into the county town, and I'd nearly been thrown in prison. This 10,000 coin ginseng, who knew how much trouble it would stir up. Besides, this 10,000 was the honest price shopkeeper Chin gave. At a big apothecary, they might not be so fair. After a moment, I had an idea. In this year of famine, poor households had it hard, but merchants' money wasn't easy to earn either, and there was surely no shortage of the likes of Sue. I pushed the cloth bundle toward him again. Shopkeeper Chun, you saved my wife's life, and I trust your character. I'll sell you this ginseng for 10,000 coins, and you can pay the coins in installments. In the hands of a man with medical ethics like you, this ginseng can truly become a life-saving remedy. In another's hands, it might just become a tool for fleecing money. Oh, shopkeeper Chun was startled by these words. This wasn't a few hundred coins, it was 10,000. Never mind poor households. Even the township's rich families would be tempted to hear it. Yet this young man was so decisive. You truly mean this? You're not afraid I'll go back on it afterward and deny the debt? His expression was grave, his tone utterly serious. I nodded firmly. Not afraid. I trust you. A man with such medical ethics, who's raised a cultured, well-mannered daughter like Miss Yuju. Your character, I trust absolutely. Shin Yuju had been listening quietly all along, and suddenly praised like this, her pretty face flushed crimson in a flash, hot from her ears down to her neck. Shopkeeper Chin sized me up anew. A farmer, yet more reasonable than many a scholar. This young man is without a doubt among the finest of his age I've ever seen. Had he been born to higher station, he'd surely become a man of great accomplishment one day. He no longer declined, and nodded firmly. Good. Since you trust me so, I'll take this ginseng. Wait a moment, I'll go fetch the money. He went into the back room, leaving just me and Chin Yuju in the shop. She kept her head down, twisting the hem of her clothes, now and then stealing a glance up at me, her ears full of her own pounding heart. I crouched and rummaged in the basket, taking out a snow-white rabbit pelt, its fur glossy and its quality superb. What a beautiful pelt. Chin Yuju took a liking to it at a glance and reckoned quietly that made into a fur cap or a scarf for winter, it would surely look lovely. Before long, shopkeeper Chin came out holding a wooden box, took out 5 strings of copper coins, each a full 1,000. This is 5,000 coins, and for the remaining 5,000 I'll write you an IOU. Yuju, write it for this young fellow. He paused. Oh, I haven't asked. Young fellow, what's your name? Li Yi of Great Wasteland Village. I tucked the copper coins into my chest, and while he was solemnly putting away the ginseng, set that rabbit pelt on the counter. Shopkeeper Chin, I just hunted this rabbit pelt a few days ago. Let me give it to Miss Yuju to make a cap. Don't refuse. Shopkeeper Chin laughed heartily. Good, then I'll accept it on Yuju's behalf. Yuju, come thank young brotherly. Chin Yuju came over with small mincing steps and gave a slight bow. Yuju thanks brotherly. Here is your IOU. She held it up with both hands. As I reached to take it, my fingertips accidentally brushed hers, and she flinched as if scalded, hurriedly lowering her head, her face redder still. Shopkeeper Chun, Miss Yuju, I've still some things to buy, so I'll take my leave. Good, take care. I shouldered the broken basket and left the apothecary under the gazes of father and daughter. A good while later, shopkeeper Chin finally smiled. Still watching? He's long gone. Father, what are you saying? Chin Yuju came to herself and quickly lowered her head, a maiden's heart written all over her face, the soft rabbit pelt clutched tight in her hands. Shopkeeper Chin smiled placidly. This Li Yi is of good character, quick-witted, and good at reading people. His origins are a bit low, but he's a man worth entrusting oneself to. He sighed. Only a pity he's already married. To have you marry him as a concubine, your mother, were she still alive, would surely not agree. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chin Yuju's heart, and she shot him a coy glare. Father, your daughter won't marry all her life. I'll stay by your side and wait on you. With 5,000 coins on me, I finally got a taste of what it felt like to be a man of means. Strolling the market, my back straightened of its own accord and my steps came a little lighter. Maybe it was the cold, but the market stalls were few and far between today. I'd meant to sell that roe deer hide too, but the wild ginseng had earned far beyond expectation, so I changed my mind and kept it to make a winter coat or vest. I couldn't hole up in the village all winter, and traveling in freezing weather without a thick warm garment wouldn't do. Frostbite would be a nuisance. Take a look, take a look. A big draft animal to pull your loads. A fine helper for next year's farming. A hawking call carried over, and I turned toward it. A middle-aged man stood by the road holding a big, dust-gray mule. My interest stirred, and I stepped up quickly. "Uncle, how much for this mule?" He looked me up and down, judging no matter how he looked that I couldn't afford it, but not a soul had asked the price all morning, and being idle anyway, he answered offhand. 8,000 coins, not a copper less. 8,000 coins. My eyes went round. Selling a wild boar earned less than 1,000, and this one mule cost 8,000. He gave a light snort. 8,000, and you think that's dear? Go ask around the county town. Without 10,000 coins, don't even dream of buying a big draft animal. At my price, buying it's a bargain. I smiled awkwardly and turned to leave quickly. I'd thought too simply before, assuming 2,000 or 3,000 coins would be enough to buy a donkey or mule. But on second thought, I saw the reasoning. Wild boar and farm pork were sold by the pound. They were food. A large draft animal's value lay in hauling goods and doing labor, saving manpower and creating income. Well-fed and kept free of plague and sickness, it could work for years on end, so of course the price was a world apart. But by that reckoning, my freshly banked fortune of 5,000 was only enough for half a draft animal. All right, looks like I've got to work a little bit harder. I shook my head helplessly. After asking around, I found the township's only stonemason. From afar I saw a lean, dark-skinned, middle-aged man clinking away at a stone block, looking like he was making a gravestone. "Excuse me, are you stonemason Wong?" He set down his hammer and chisel and looked up. "That's me, something you need?" I stepped up and explained. "I'd like to commission a piece. Don't know if you can make it, and how much?" Stonemason Wong was secretly pleased. Work had been scarce lately, and once this gravestone was done he'd have no livelihood. A craftsman with no work had no money, and no money meant no grain. With a whole family waiting to eat, a hard life to bear. "Tell me, what do you want made?" he asked eagerly. I crouched and drew on the ground with my finger, describing in detail. 2 round stone discs, chiseled with some holes, stacked together so they turn, and the stone faces mustn't be too smooth. What I described was a stone mill, simple enough in structure, the difficulty being in chiseling the raw stone into regular discs and drilling precise holes. The grinding faces best made into an undulating wave surface. Stonemason Wong frowned and pondered a moment, and though he didn't understand the use, he judged it could be done. "Can be done." He nodded. "You supply the stone yourself, or use mine?" "Use yours, but give me a better price for it." "Need it urgently?" Seeing me nod, he thought a moment. "All right, come get it before dark, 150 coins, labor and materials included." I fished out 20 coppers at once. "A deposit, I'll give the rest when I collect it." Seeing how forthright I was, Stonemason Wong was all the more pleased. "It's settled. I'll get it done as fast as I can." Once we'd confirmed the dimensions, he went off to the stone pile to pick materials. Having roamed the whole market, I finally added one big item, splashing out 1,000 coins and paying in full for a flatbed cart. A 2-wheeled flatbed cart, a bit bigger than Hitiniu's handcart, but far more versatile. It could be pushed by hand, hauled by the shoulder, and in the future, with a draft animal, hitched up to haul goods. I knew there'd be no shortage of trips to the township and county town ahead, and forever borrowing someone's cart wasn't a lasting plan. The money for a draft animal wasn't enough, but for a flatbed cart, it was more than plenty. This cart had been made for a while, and the carpenter was eager to unload it, so after some haggling I got a bargain, just 900 coins. A cart like this in the county town would sell for over 1,300. Quality goods at a fair price. Afterward, I bought some carpentry tools at the ironsmiths, so I could handle odd jobs at home myself and not trouble Hitiniu with everything. After sunset, I returned to the stonemason's shop right on time, and stonemason Wong had just finished. The 2 millstones stacked together with a perfect fit, the holes exactly the right size and shape. I paid the balance, loaded the millstones onto the flatbed cart, and set off pulling the cart. Though it was already dusk, I didn't plan to spend the night in the township. Not far out of the township, I stored the flatbed cart and stone mill together in the inventory. If I really hauled them all the way back, I'd be worn out like a mule. Night fell fast. This dirt road passed 5 villages, with Great Wasteland Village at the end. Whew! A cold wind whipped up dust and sand, and I instinctively squinted. Reckoning I'd covered only half the way, I quickened my pace. If not for the inventory-saving effort, I'd never have chosen to travel through the night. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, cold moonlight scattered across the dirt road, just enough to make out this little path hidden in the wilderness. After walking another stretch, I suddenly stopped and turned back in puzzlement. At the spot I'd just passed, there seemed to be a person lying face down in the underbrush, only the upper body showing, hidden in shadow so that I hadn't noticed before. It was my first time meeting anyone on a night road, and in such an eerie manner besides. A chill shot from my tailbone straight to the crown of my head, my scalp prickling. I stood watching a moment, and confirmed it truly was a person, lying on the ground without moving, like a corpse. Forget it. Better to have one less matter than one more. Just pretend I didn't see. I gritted my teeth and made to leave. In times like these, there were no few who'd taken to the greenwood as bandits. Best not to court trouble. But curiosity won out in the end, and as if driven by something unseen, I stepped back. Within 2 meters, I saw the person clearly. Dressed all in black, lying on the ground nearly merged with the shadow, face buried down in the mud, looking to have lain there a good while. Dead? Dead already. My heart sank. This place had no village ahead and no shop behind. So why lie here? Robbed and dumped in the wilderness? Never mind. Just a corpse. Better hurry on. Just as I made to turn, the person moved slightly. That one movement was proof enough of still being alive. Hey, who are you? Why are you lying here? I asked, mustering my courage, quietly fishing the dagger from the inventory and gripping it in hand against the unexpected. The one on the ground didn't answer for a long while, and that earlier movement had turned the head to one side, revealing half a face. I'd assumed it would be a coarse brute with a scarred, fleshy face, but by the faint moonlight, what I saw was a lean, slender face the size of a palm. It was a woman. I was all the more astonished. A village woman from nearby, met with bandits while traveling? Steeling myself, I stepped up, fished a stick of firewood from the inventory, and poked at her. No response, so I simply leaned close to feel for her breath. Her breathing was extremely faint, her life hanging by a thread. Hey, wake up. I called a couple of times, no response at all. Unknown origin, inexplicable circumstances. Better not to get involved. I stood to leave, but on second thought, this was after all a living human life. In the freezing depths of night, if I paid no mind, she'd surely not survive the night. Before transmigrating, I'd felt pity even for stray cats and dogs, and now here was a living person. How could I watch her die before my eyes? Before transmigrating, I'd held back from helping for fear of being scammed, but surely, having come to this age of chaos, I couldn't lack even the courage to save a life. I hesitated no longer, stepped up, turned her over, and dragged her out of the underbrush, confirming fully it was a woman. Her frame wasn't heavy, but her bones weren't small, and through the whole process she didn't move at all, as if she'd lost all consciousness. Having started, there was no reason to leave it half done. I took out the flatbed cart, dragged her up and settled her on it, and pulled the cart forward alone under the bright moon overhead. Thanks to the cold, the top layer of soil had frozen hard, which saved a good deal of effort in pulling the cart. Over this stretch, I finally understood the misery of hauling a cart, and grasped all the more deeply the importance of a large draft animal. Damn it, once I've saved up enough money, I've got to buy a mule or a donkey. Meanwhile, at my home in Great Wasteland Village, Yu Chaoqian and Bai Shuider sat cross-legged at the warm head of the bed. With the heated bed, the house was toasty, and even without burrowing under the quilt, it wasn't cold. Bai Shuider leaned over to the window and looked out. The dead of night was pitch black, only the myriad stars and bright moon. Sister, is husband not coming back tonight? She turned around, full of worry. Yu Chaoqian nodded. At this hour, he's probably been held up by something and stayed the night in the township. All right. Bai Shuider lowered her head, a little dejected. A day without seeing husband, and her heart always felt hollow. Yu Chaoqian gave a soft laugh. Is Shuider missing husband? Bai Shuider nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. Of course, he's my husband. Shuider likes this changed for the better husband. Then aren't you afraid he'll change back one day? Yu Chaoqian teased her on purpose. Change back. Bai Shuider's face went taut in an instant, her brows knitting, her expression torn. Husband, will he change back? Let's sleep. Husband won't be back tonight. I'll go check the outer room door is shut tight. Yu Qiaoqian rose softly. That business with Wang Lizi still made her chest tighten. Though the scoundrel's leg had been broken, she always felt he wouldn't let it rest, and one had to be careful and guard against everything. Just as she made to turn back into the room, my call pierced the night's stillness. Qianer, Schwer, come out and lend a hand. Husband's back. Hearing it, Bai Schwener's face lit up with joy, and she hopped off the bed and ran to the outer room. Cold moonlight scattered across the yard as I, steaming all over with heat, set the flatbed cart down heavily, my chest heaving violently, panting without cease. Quick, help me carry this person inside. Put her on the bed. Oh, Yu Qiaoqian and a stunned Bai Schwer came to themselves and hurried over, and the three of us together carried her into the inner room. Oh, I'm dead tired. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Schwer, bring husband a bowl of water. Bai Schwer nimbly brought a big bowl of cold water, and watching me tilt my head back and gulp it down, her eyes were full of tenderness. Husband, who's this woman? Yu Qiaoqian gazed at the unconscious woman on the bed, her face full of doubt. I shook my head. Don't know her. On my way back, I saw her lying in the underbrush by the road, so I saved her on impulse. Take a close look, you too. She seems to be badly hurt. By the dim yellow of the oil lamp, the two of them finally saw clearly. The woman's black clothes were torn in many places, and taking off the outer garment was even more shocking. Several ghastly slashes from a bladed weapon marked her body, and half a broken arrow was still lodged in her right shoulder, the blood long since soaked through the fabric. Bai Schwer and Yu Qiaoqian had assumed she was some poor soul who'd fled unbearable abuse, and at this sight they panicked, crying out together, Husband, come quick and take a look. I was warming myself at the stove in the outer room, and hearing them, went in. I'd always been careful to avoid impropriety, staying away even when my own two wives changed clothes or wiped down, so facing a strange woman was uncomfortable to begin with. When I saw the wounds clearly, my brows knit into a knot at once. Wounds this vicious were surely not something an ordinary commoner would have, and this woman's origins were definitely not simple. I groaned inwardly. I might have saved myself a heap of trouble. Looking again at her frame, lean yet with no hint of frailty, the lines of her limbs firm, the outline of muscle faintly visible, it confirmed the guess all the more. Yu Qiaoqian sensed something was off too, her brows tightly knit, but still asked with concern, Husband, this sister's hurt too badly, what do we do? First check her body for any wound medicine. Saying so, I went to the outer room and brought in a big basin of warm water. Qianer, help clean the blood off her, I'll think of something. Bai Schwer rummaged in her sleeves and found a hard object. It turned out to be a leather bracer, with a long dagger of chilling gleam sheathed on it, and nothing else besides. I dug out the few medicinal herbs I'd gathered in the mountains and muttered under my breath, System Daddy, help me out here. Acquired new survival skill, medicine. Medicine, 0 out of 100, beginner. My eyes lit up. Sure enough, the shout hadn't been in vain. A wealth of pharmacology flooded into my mind in an instant. The withered grass-looking herb in my hand was actually spicamos, an excellent remedy for stanching external bleeding. Next, I took out some dried dandelion, which could reduce inflammation and clear toxins. Mixing and mashing the two herbs, I made a bowl of green medicinal paste. When I carried it in, Yu Qiaoqian had already cleaned the woman's wounds. The shallow ones had stopped bleeding, but those few ghastly gashes were still seeping. The woman's face was white as paper, both eyes shut tight, her breathing so faint it seemed it might cut off at any moment. Since I've saved her, there's no reason to throw her back out. I gritted my teeth and resolved to treat her. The through wound at her shoulder was the worst, the arrowhead having entered from the back, the three-sided iron arrowhead barbed besides. Yanking it out from behind rashly would cause secondary injury. I roasted the small dagger over the oil lamp repeatedly to sterilize it, drew a deep breath, aimed at the spot where the arrowhead protruded, and cut in. The unconscious woman's brows suddenly furrowed, her fine long brows knitting into a knot, and she gave an unconscious muffled groan. Bai Schwer covered her eyes in fright, not daring to look, while Yu Qiaoqian held her body steady to help me bear down. After no small effort, I finally drew the arrowhead out whole, and blood spurted at once. I quickly packed the medicinal paste on thickly and pressed hard with a washed rag. By the time I'd done all this, my forehead was covered in sweat. Medicine proficiency plus 20. I came to myself and realized I was staring at a strange woman's body, and hurriedly handed the medicine bowl to Yu Qiaoqian. Qianer, I'll leave the rest to you. With that I fled to the outer room as if escaping, adding wood to the stove and water to the pot to cover my embarrassment. A dozen odd minutes later, Yu Qiaoqian's voice came. "Husband, come in." I went in. The woman was dressed again. The water in the basin dyed crimson. "Husband, you're amazing." The moment you put the paste on, the bleeding stopped. Bai Schwenner's eyes were full of admiration. Bai Schwenner's affection +5. Currently 45. I looked at the woman's cracked lips. "Chinner, dip a chopstick in water and slowly feed her some." I'd done all I could. Whether she'd pull through was down to fate. Bai Schwer nestled against my side, her eyes full of admiration. "Schwer, bring husband a basin of water too. I'll wash my feet and rest." The words barely out. I flopped onto the bed and within moments was breathing in an even snore. Bai Schwetter smiled faintly. Ever since that night, husband never let them wait on him, and only when he was worn out and sound asleep could she do a little for him. She carefully washed my feet, while Yu Qiaoqian went on patiently feeding the woman water. The next day at the crack of dawn I woke, my mind on the unfinished stone mill. Assembling the stone mill still required a wooden handle and a central pillar connecting the discs. My earlier purchase of carpentry tools had been for exactly this. Grasped new survival skill, carpentry. I was thrilled. It seemed this system's potential went far beyond hunting and farming. Bai Schwer had been keeping by my side all along, propping her chin in both hands and watching me work with a smile. And after watching a good while she finally couldn't help asking, "Husband, what's this?" "A stone mill." I feigned mystery. "A stone mill? What's it for?" I turned the millstone. "With this, husband can make you lots of delicious things." At the mention of food, she perked up at once. "Really?" "Of course really, but Schwer has to help me with a small task." I took out some wheat. "Help me pound the husks off the grain." She agreed gladly and set to work in earnest, puffing out her little cheeks. The morning frost was especially thick, not fading until the sun climbed high. A clear day like this wouldn't last many days. After winter set in, Great Wasteland Village would be swept by high winds, 2 gusts a day, each blowing half the day. In the inner room, Yu Qiaoqian was about to go out to see what we were up to when she suddenly heard a murmur thin as a thread. "Water." She hurried to bring water and carefully fed the woman a drink, and after finishing, the woman sank back into slumber. Having worked all morning, we finally milled out a big bowl of flour, pale yellow, the fine powder sifting through the gaps between fingers, carrying the fresh sweetness of new wheat. Bai Schwer dabbed some and put it in her mouth, then frowned. "Husband, this wheat flour doesn't taste good at all." "Don't rush. In a bit I'll let you see what it can really do." I took a clay basin, scooped in a bowl of flour, and slowly added warm water. My fingertips no sooner touched the flour than it stuck to the pads, and as the warm water went in, the loose powder gathered into flocks. I turned my wrist lightly, pressing my palm against the wall of the basin and kneading. At first it had a grainy feel, but as I kneaded it grew smoother and smoother, until at last it was as soft and glossy as a freshly shelled egg, warm with the heat of my palm when cradled in hand. "Husband, this lump of mud you've kneaded is so soft." Bai Schwer leaned in to touch it and quickly pulled back, her eyes full of curiosity. Yu Qiaoqian stood by too, watching the lump of dough take shape in my hands, a smile at the corner of her lips. I set the dough on a wooden board, took a cut length of pole for a rolling pin, and holding both ends with my hands pushed it forward, the dough slowly stretching along its path. At first it was lumpy and bulging, but after 3 or 5 rolls it gradually became a thin, even sheet. Now and then I stopped to pinch the uneven edges smooth and rolled again, until the sheet spread larger than the clay basin. "Schwer, bring the knife." "Oh, coming." I trimmed a circle around the edge of the sheet, cutting off the ragged bits. Folded the whole sheet into 3 layers, and with the blade flat against the board, cut steadily into strips as thick as a finger. Unfolded, each strand was distinct, hanging in the hand with a faint scent of flour. Bai Schwer reached to grab one, and I stopped her with a smile. "Eat it once it's cooked, guaranteed 10 times more fragrant than now." The stove fire had long burned strong. First I scooped a lump of roe deer fat into the pot, and the moment it hit the bottom it melted with a sizzle, golden oil swirling with a rich, mellow fat scent. I cut some roe deer meat streaked with fat and lean and dropped it in, the oil spattering up at once, the meat quickly shrinking and changing color, its edges searing to a fragrant char. Bai Schwer stood on tiptoe and sniffed hard. So fragrant. Even better than roast meat. I tossed in the washed wild greens, and the leaves hit the hot oil with a light crackle, a fresh fragrance spreading in an instant, mingling with the meat's aroma to fill the room. I sprinkled in a handful of coarse salt and fermented black beans, and once the beans had fried fragrant, began adding water. After a spell of waiting, the water came to a bubbling boil. "Husband, the water's boiling." Schwerer pointed at the rolling bubbles and cried excitedly. I picked up the noodles, gave my wrist a light shake, and shook them into the boiling water. The straight noodles, the moment they entered the pot, unfurled and softened, tumbling up and down, a fine white foam rising to the surface. I used chopsticks to spread them apart so they wouldn't stick, now and then bending to breathe in the fragrance, the corners of my mouth lifting of their own accord. Once the noodles had cooked slightly translucent, I dropped in the rehydrated shredded wood ears, the glossy black standing out sharply among the noodles. Done. I raked the burning wood from the stove and served the noodles in a coarse porcelain bowl. First, I ladled in a spoon of scalding noodle broth for a base, oil dotting the surface, bits of wild greens floating. Then I heaped the noodles into a little mound, and on top laid a layer of savory charred roe deer meat and shredded wood ears, the steam carrying the aroma straight up the nose. Acquired new survival skill, cooking. Quick, give it a taste. I handed a bowl to Schwerer and carried one to Yu Qiaoqian too. Schwerer blew on it, lifted a strand, and put it in her mouth. The moment her teeth touched it, she found it soft and slippery, and all at once the salty savor of the meat broth, the oily richness of the meat, the fresh sweetness of the greens, and the crisp snap of the wood ears burst forth. Her eyes lit up in an instant, and she nodded hard. "Husband, it's so good. Even better than roast meat." Yu Qiaoqian lifted a chopstickful too, and the noodles slid down her throat carrying warmth, the familiar wheat fragrance mingling with the meat's aroma lingering on her tongue. This experience she'd never known before made her marvel. "Husband, these noodles are more fragrant than anything I've ever eaten." I lifted a mouthful of noodles, blew on it, and put it in my mouth. Though not as fine and smooth as modern noodles, the taste wasn't bad. The warm broth slid down my throat, calling to mind the little noodle shop downstairs from my rented flat, and my nose stung faintly. Damn it, having transmigrated, I finally get a decent meal. Everything started from zero, wasn't it hard on me? These noodles are just too good. How is husband so amazing? If only I could eat husband's noodles every day. The two girls' inner voices drifted into my ears on the steam, and I smiled and added a bit more to each of their bowls. "Whenever you want them from now on, husband will make them for you every day." 3 big bowls of noodle soup came to the table and were emptied in the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. Schwerer cradled her empty bowl and licked the rim, even fishing out the last little bit of wild greens stuck to the bottom to eat it clean, noodle broth at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes bright, as if they hid stars. "Husband, these noodles are so good." She looked up at me, admiration nearly spilling over, her voice trembling with delight. I looked toward the stone mill standing quietly in the corner of the yard, anticipation rising in my eyes. "This is nothing. From now on, husband will make even more delicious things and fatten you two sisters up plump and fair." The new noodles had stored up plenty of energy, and in the afternoon Schwerer worked with a will, dragging Yu Qiaoqian along to hull the barley and wheat. Watching the two of them grip the stone pestle and pound down blow by blow like mashing garlic, I felt a wave of helplessness. The history of human development is, at bottom, a history of tool iteration. From stone implements to machinery, every advance vastly raised efficiency. My mind was now full of ideas for improving tools, tangled and complex as a snarl of thread, and I felt that even splitting a day in two wouldn't be enough to realize them all. Counting the days, it hadn't yet been half a month since I transmigrated. The pressing matter was to solve food and warmth and lay a solid foundation, and the rest I could only leave to take its course. The grain stores all sold unhusked coarse grain, and refined rice cost more than double, beyond ordinary families to bear, so they could only use this crudest stone pestle to hull it. Thinking of the vat brimming with millet and the grain stocked in the inventory, my head throbbed. At this rate, the two of them would probably spend the whole winter on hulling alone. I mulled over methods. Either make a big stone roller pulled by a draft animal, or use leverage to make a simple foot pedal hulling tool. The latter was simpler and could be done right away, raising efficiency 2 or 3 times over the pestle. Mind made up, I shouldered my hunting gear and headed into the mountains to bag some game along the way and fell a suitable tree trunk to bring back. On the heated bed in the inner room, Qin Xinhua slowly opened her eyes. Everything before her was a blur, and she blinked, adjusting along while before she made out that she was in a simple wooden house, the surface beneath her hard, yet radiating a solid warmth. Fragmented memories gradually returned. Her hideout had been discovered by government soldiers, and over 20 of them had surrounded and pursued her. She'd fought with all her strength to cut her way out, but had taken an arrow to the shoulder. With the soldiers combing the mountains far and wide afterward, she hadn't dared stop and had fled the whole way, until at last, her wounds grave and her strength spent, she'd fainted. Two women's soft conversation drifted in from outside. Since this was neither a prison, then she'd been saved by kind-hearted people. Qin Xinhua let out a breath and drew a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. Her father, the mountain-backed Prince Qin Linshan, had fought Emperor Wu of Qi to the very end in the warlord struggle, both sides reduced to a state of dwindling grain and men. Then, at the most crucial moment, her father's trusted confidant had turned traitor and, colluding with the Qi army from within and without, breached the mountain stronghold, and the whole game was lost. Qin Linshan had risen from the greenwood, establishing himself as a prince through a band of wandering knights-errant, and had won the support of the lowly under the banner of saving the world. In the end, he'd come to lie dead without even a whole corpse. Qin Xinhua held little hatred over her father's death. She knew that had her father in the end ascended the throne, he too would never have spared his enemies. But who could understand such a sentiment? Emperor Wu of Qi wanted to pull the weeds up by the roots so that he could sleep easy. A tear slid down from the corner of her eye. The door creaked open, and a woman of delicate looks, near her own age, walked in. "Oh, you're awake," Yu Qiaoqian exclaimed, and hurried to the bedside, full of concern. "Do you want some water? Is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Qin Xinhua's voice was hoarse and dry. 3 days on the run, and she'd had, never mind food, hardly a mouthful of water. If not for having practiced martial arts from a young age, her body far surpassing an ordinary person's, and holding on through sheer grit, she'd likely have been captured long ago. "There is, the porridge in the pot will be ready soon." Yu Qiaoqian turned and went outside, lifting the lid and giving it a few stirs. Now that I did the hunting, grain was no longer scarce at home, and there was no need to drink thin porridge with countable rice grains. This pot of porridge was cooked thick, the rice fragrance drifting up on the steam. She ladled a big bowl and carried it back, carefully propped Qin Xinhua up, spooned the porridge and blew it cool before slowly bringing it to her lips. A bowl of hot porridge down, and Qin Xinhua's empty stomach finally felt some warmth, her spirits refreshed considerably. "Thank you." She leaned against the wall, her gaze falling on the two girls. "Sister, you're really something. Hurt this badly and awake in a day." Bai Shuer leaned in, full of admiration. Qin Xinhua felt at the wound on her shoulder, still faintly aching, but with the bleeding stopped there was no great danger. "You two saved me?" Bai Shuer shook her head. "Not us, it was my husband. Last night on his way back he saw you lying by the road and brought you home. The wounds on your body were treated by husband too." Hearing this, Yu Qiaoqian secretly pinched Bai Shuer. Qin Xinhua's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. While unconscious, she'd had her body seen by a strange man, which for a maiden was a grave stain on her chastity. But on second thought, the other party was her savior, and she couldn't repay kindness with enmity, so she could only quietly let it go. The three women fell into a brief silence. A bowl of hot porridge had restored some of Qin Xinhua's strength, but the aches all over her body remained, her body weak, plainly in need of some days of rest and recuperation. "Qin'er, Shuer, lend a hand." My call came from outside the yard. Bai Shuer perked up at once and rushed out in delight. She saw me dragging a stout tree trunk in from outside the gate, a colorful pheasant and a gray rabbit hanging on my back besides, grass and mud clinging to me, just back from the mountains. The two girls hurried over to help drag the trunk. Bai Shuer asked curiously, "Husband, there's plenty of dry firewood nearby. How come you felled a whole tree and brought it back?" I flicked the tip of her nose. "It'll be cold from now on, and we can't stay cooped up doing nothing every day. I plan to use it to make some tables and chairs for convenience." "Oh, and husband, that sister you saved has woken up. Sister Qiaoqian just fed her porridge." Bai Shuer remembered the important thing. Already awake, I was a little surprised. I'd assumed wounds that bad would keep her out for several days. "Are you going to go see her?" I shook my head. "Waking up means there's no great danger. Let her rest well, and as long as no other symptoms come up, she'll gradually recover." I carried the pheasant to the corner of the yard and deftly plucked it and cleaned out the innards, neat and quick. Bai Shuer stood by swallowing hard with craving, her eyes fixed on the dressed pheasant as if she could already smell the meat. After more than an hour of work, dinner was ready. Before dishing up, I made a point of setting aside 2 bowls of rich chicken soup. Take these to the one inside to nourish her body, so she gets better sooner. Inwardly, I was calculating. The sooner she recovered, the sooner she could leave, sparing this family from unnecessary trouble. Schwerer carried the soup into the inner room and saw the coldly composed sister leaning against the wall, carefully wiping that cold, gleaming long dagger, her gaze focused and sharp. Sister, try the chicken soup my husband stewed. It's really fragrant. Drink it while it's hot. Schwerer set down the bowl and couldn't wait to run back to the outer room, afraid she'd miss out on the meat if she was late. By the wooden table in the outer room, I said to Yu Qian, tomorrow we'll cook noodles with the leftover chicken soup, sure to be even more fragrant than at noon. Yu Qian was steady by nature, not gluttonous like Schwerer, yet she too was tempted enough to swallow. She'd taken to the noodles at noon at the first taste, only, thinking of having to mill the flour first, the process tedious, she felt a little put out. I placed the 2 plump chicken drumsticks into Schwerer's and Yu Qian's bowls, and picked up the chicken feet for myself, gnawing at them unhurriedly. Husband, you gave the best meat to me and sister, and you're eating the chicken feet yourself. Schwerer looked at the drumstick in her bowl, then at the chicken feet in my hand, and a mist gathered in her big eyes in an instant, her voice turning aggrieved. Silly girl, husband just loves chicken feet. I rubbed her head and teased with a smile. Hurry and eat. If you two don't build your bodies up, how are you going to carry on the Lee family line for us down the road? Yu Qian's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and she lowered her head bashfully to eat. But Schwerer nodded with a face full of earnestness. I'll definitely bear husband a son. Uffed. Her utterly serious manner nearly made me spray out my mouth full of chicken. What? Husband doesn't believe me. Schwerer knit her little brows, her face full of indignation. I quickly nodded. I believe you. Whatever Schwerer says, husband believes. But I think having a daughter is fine too. Cute like Schwerer, clever like Qianer. Let me teach you a saying, remember it. Son or daughter, they're equally fine, and grown up both can be pillars of the state. All right, hurry and eat. Yu Qian didn't eat much, but over this stretch of time, eating her fill every meal and often having meat, her depleted body was gradually replenished, and her appetite was no longer as startling as before. Qianer, go ask the one inside whether she wants anything more to eat. Yu Qian answered and went in. Qin Xinyue had finished the chicken soup, the empty bowl set at the edge of the bed. Husband told me to ask, do you want more to eat? Qin Xinyue mused a moment. If it's convenient, another bowl of porridge. Yu Qian nodded, went to the outer room, and brought in a bowl of porridge. Qin Xinyue wasn't one to stand on airs, and having recovered some strength, felt awkward letting others feed her, so she took the bowl herself, blew on it, and sipped in small mouthfuls. A few sips in, she noticed a good-sized piece of chicken hidden in the porridge. She was taken aback, lifted it and bit down, and a rich meat fragrance spread in her mouth, savory without being greasy, leaving her wanting more when it was gone. Before she'd finished, Schwerer brought in another bowl, holding several pieces of meat and some fresh tender mushrooms. Thank you, Qin Xinyue said softly. Schwerer lifted her chin proudly. My husband made all this. Isn't it especially good? My husband's really something. He can do anything. With that, she went hopping back to the outer room. Qin Xinyue looked at the chicken in her bowl and couldn't help feeling a bit more curious about her savior. Just what kind of man was he? The night deepened, and only after tidying up did I go into the inner room to rest. The dim oil lamp gave off a faint glow, and in the instant our eyes met, both of us went blank for a moment. To my eyes, the woman before me carried the air of a cold woman warrior, her features heroic, much like Dongfang Bubi, played by Bridget Lin, only that sickly pallor added a touch of a delicate woman's frailty, forming a distinctive contrast. Qin Xinyue was sizing me up too. The man before her looked like the most ordinary mountain village farmer, yet those eyes were remarkably steady, carrying a flavor unlike an ordinary farmer's. Awake? How are you feeling? I broke the silence first, my tone mild. Much better. Thank you, young master, for the rescue. Her voice was still hoarse, but a good deal stronger than before. I smiled placidly. I happened upon you, couldn't just watch you die. Husband, time to wash your feet. Schwerer came in carrying warm water. She'd meant to wait on me well while I rested, and knew full well that as long as I wasn't warned to collapse, I'd never let her do it. I took the basin with a smile. Thanks for the trouble, Schwerer, go rest first. Schwerer pursed her lips, but could only nod obediently, and turned to climb onto the bed with Yu Qian first. The oil lamp's light flickered in the room, reflecting the whole space's homey warmth, and it dispelled some of the earlier heaviness. Qin Shinue watched quietly, lost in thought. Brotherly San, up yet? Just as we were around the wooden table eating breakfast, Hitinia's booming shout came from outside the gate. His family had slept on a heated bed for the first time yesterday, and the whole household had been amazed and full of praise. With a bed, this winter they'd finally not have to spend it huddled up. The moment day broke, Hitiniu couldn't hold back and came hurrying over to share. Oh, Brotherly San, this bed we built is so warm. Truly a fine thing. The moment he entered the yard, he rubbed his hands and sighed with satisfaction. I smiled knowingly, not forgetting to remind him. Oh, Brother Tiniu, when the bed's fired too hot, don't sleep at the head. It's easy to get inflamed. Ah, got it. He nodded repeatedly. I'll tell my wife when I get back. Leave the head of the bed empty. He paused, and his expression suddenly turned sheepish, both hands rubbing the hem of his clothes. Madame Lu had urged him several times from under the quilt that morning, telling him to go into the mountains with me while he had the chance, hoping he'd bring some meat back. He hadn't wanted to come, but unable to withstand the nagging, could only steel himself. Brotherly San, are you going into the mountains to hunt today? What a coincidence, I was just about to. I nodded with a smile. You've come at the right time. Come along. And on the way back you can help me drag 2 trees home. I plan to do some carpentry. His eyes lit up, and he thumped his chest. Can do. I'm no good at other things, but heavy labor's my specialty. I shouldered my bow and arrows, picked up the axe, and Bai Shuer saw me all the way to the gate. I meant to send her back inside, but seeing her big round eyes gazing at me without a blink, full of anticipation, I couldn't help beckoning. Come on, Shuer, husband will take you into the mountains. Really, husband? She ran over in delight and reached to grab my felling tools. I'll carry this for you. Just as we were leaving, she remembered something and dashed back into the house. Sister, I'm going into the mountains with husband. Do you want to come along? Yu Qiaoqian looked at Qin Xinyue resting on the bed, then glanced at the grain waiting to be hulled in the vat, and shook her head with a smile. You two go. I'll stay and mind the house. Shuer, mind husband and behave. Don't cause trouble. Got it. Bai Shuer answered crisply and went skipping after me. Watching her cheerful figure, a flicker of envy crossed Yu Qiaoqian's eyes. Envy that she was so carefree, able to seize the happiness before her so easily and forget the pain of the past. This was the first time in Bai Shuer's life that she'd set foot in the deep mountains. Tall trees blotted out the sky, sunlight scattering dappled light through the branches and leaves, the fallen leaves thick underfoot, rustling when stepped on. She was curious about everything, her lovely eyes wide, looking this way and that, bright as if they hid stars. Suddenly, she spotted a cluster of mushrooms with red caps and white stems, pretty in appearance, and cried excitedly, Husband, look how pretty these mushrooms are. They must be delicious. With that, she reached to pick one. My scalp prickled in fright, and I grabbed her wrist. Shuer, don't touch. This kind of mushroom is highly poisonous. It can kill. I quickly dispelled the notion and patiently taught her to recognize mushrooms. Those with thick caps and plain colors were mostly edible, while the pointed, gaudy ones were often extremely poisonous. She put on a serious little face and committed it to memory. Hitiniu laughed beside us. That I know. Last year I ate a kind of small mushroom, nothing at the time, but in the night I got dizzy, and there were little people hopping and dancing before my eyes. Scared me to death. There's a mushroom like that? Bai Shuer grew curious, and even looked a bit eager to try. I shook my head with a wry smile. It's true. There are many kinds of mushrooms in the forest. We only eat the ones we know. Oh, I've noted it down. The group pressed on toward the depths of the forest, cheerful birdsong drifting down from overhead now and then. Ever since acquiring medicine, my mind was like a living encyclopedia of medicinal herbs. Before, I'd only recognized a few valuable kinds, but now I could identify quite a few common medicines at a glance. Great wasteland village backed onto unbroken mountains, hiding countless natural medicinal herbs, but apart from a few physicians, ordinary hunters recognized only a handful of kinds. This trip was a rich haul. Anti-inflammatory dandelion, blood-activating danshin, immune-boosting Siberian ginseng, all of them practical. Siberian ginseng especially often appeared in patches, in gratifying quantity. Seeking medical care in this era was harder than reaching the heavens. A few days ago, when Bai Shuer fell ill, the village didn't even have a physician, and going to the township to see a doctor took a whole day round trip. If not for my Lingji, I couldn't even have scraped together the medical fee. Now that I'd mastered medicine, I didn't count on it to make money, only that it could handle my family's minor ailments. which was enough. And recognizing more herbs meant that on days I caught no game, I could supplement by gathering medicine. Lee San, I see this grass all the time. It's actually a medicinal herb? He Tinyu pointed at the Siberian ginseng I'd gathered, his face full of surprise. That's right, brother Tinyu. This is called Siberian ginseng. It can be sold for money. This grass can be sold for money? HSS, look here, there's so much of it. His eyes lit up, and he crouched to gather it. Then I've got to pick more, sell it, and trade for grain. Right, on days with no game and no mountain goods to gather, picking medicine is a good way too. I'll help too. Bei Schwerer crouched as well, her small hands nimbly gathering the herbs, full of drive. Pressing on inward, we saw no game, but gathered no small amount of herbs and dried mushrooms. Brotherly San, come quick and look. He Tinyu, gathering herbs at the front, cried out in alarm. I brought Bei Schwerer over. Before him lay a small part of a rotting beast carcass. The head and upper body had been eaten clean, leaving only stark white bones, and one hind leg still had skin and flesh, crawling with maggots. Bei Schwerer found it revolting and hid behind me, not daring to look again. What is it? How'd it get gnawed down like this? He Tinyu was startled. I crouched to examine it. From the one remaining hind leg, it was a roe deer, 30 pounds at least. This wretched state clearly wasn't death by illness, more like it had been hunted by another beast. In a forest with an ecosystem this intact, there were no few carnivores. Tigers, bears, wolves, foxes, weasels, lynxes, and the omnivorous wild boar besides. I looked carefully at the faintly discernible tooth marks on the bone. The hunter's fangs were sharp. The roe deer was large in size, ruling out small carnivores. The wild boar, though large, didn't match the tooth marks, so it too was ruled out. Then what remained to suspect was only a bear, wolf, or fierce tiger. My brows knit involuntarily. Though we'd gone a stretch into the forest, we were still far from the core zone, yet we could find traces of a large, fierce beast. I grew alert, catching a whiff of danger. Meanwhile, after He Tinyu and I went into the mountains, Madame Lu carried her child out, and before long led back several village women, unable to hide the smugness on her face. Oh, let me tell you, that heated bed is so warm. This winter my family finally won't have to suffer the cold. She was showing off at the top of her voice the moment she came in. Heated bed? What's that? Never heard of it. That's right, Madame Lu. You're not pulling our legs, are you? The village women chattered back and forth, their faces full of doubt. Once inside, they first felt a wave of warmth in the outer room, and going into the inner room and seeing that bed built of mud, were all the more baffled. Could this unremarkable clod of earth really be so marvelous? Madame Lu set the child on the bed and sat down first to invite them. Come, touch it, sit down and feel it, and you'll know. Widow Zhao was the first to sit at the head of the bed, and no sooner had her bottom touched it than she sprang up as if scalded. Ow, how's it so hot? Is it on fire? Seeing Madame Lu smiling smugly, she carefully sat back down, this time prepared. Before long she felt the warmth radiating up from beneath the bed and narrowed her eyes in comfort. Oh my, it really is warm, my bottom's near cooked through. I said so. The other day I saw Tinyu always pushing yellow earth to the west slope, so it was to build this thing. Another village woman stroked the edge of the bed and marveled. Widow Zhao simply laid down and stretched. Oh, lying on it it's toasty, comfortable all over, just a bit hard. The others crowded in to sit down one after another, every one of them amazed and envious. Madame Lu was smug beyond words. She'd worked it out long ago. There weren't many men in the village, and only her Tinyu had the strength, so anyone wanting a bed built would have to come begging Tinyu. And then, meals aside, they'd surely have to give some grain as payment. Sure enough, Widow Zhao spoke first. Say, Madame Lu, let Tinyu build one for my family too. I'll provide meals, and give your family a peck of rice when it's done. All right. Madame Lu grinned from ear to ear. All right in principle, but it's frozen up these past days. The yellow earth's too hard to dig, and the earthen bricks won't dry, so we'll have to wait till spring next year. Widow Wang suddenly shot her a glance, suspicious. A few days ago, I think I saw Li Sin busy at your place too. This bed was built by Tinyu and him together, wasn't it? Madame Lu's smile dimmed a little, and she said dismissively, Ah, that Li San with his thin arms and legs, he just came to lend a hand. The heavy hard labor was all my Tinyu. She knit her brows, sullen inside. How was it that a perfectly good conversation had come back around to Li San again? In the forest, seeing my brows tightly knit, neither Bei Schwerer nor He Tinyu dared make a sound. After musing a while, I finally spoke. This is what a very fierce beast left over from eating, maybe a wolf, a blind bear, or possibly even a tiger. Schwerer took fright and hurried to grab my arm, pressing her body close, her round eyes darting all around. Hitiniu swallowed nervously too. A blind bear. A big worm? Heavens, too terrifying. He stepped up and lowered his voice. I've heard a blind bear standing up is taller than a man, and one swipe can smash a man's head to pulp. And that big worm, it eats people without spitting out the bones. Several skilled hunters together can't handle it. The more Schwerer listened, the more afraid she grew, always feeling that behind the underbrush not far off a big worm was hiding and staring at them. Husband, it's too scary. Can we just go out? I rubbed her head. Don't be afraid, Schwerer. That fierce beast is long gone from around here. I turned to Hitiniu. Brother Tiniu, we should head out too, and still have to cut 2 trees to take back. Hitiniu nodded repeatedly. Right? This isn't a place to linger. I won't dare come into the deep mountains again from now on. The 3 of us made it back to the forest's edge without mishap. I picked out 2 trees of suitable thickness, and Hitiniu swung his arms and felled them in a few axe strokes, trimmed the branches, and the 2 of us dragged them together down the mountain, Schwerer lending a steadying hand now and then beside us. Just as we were about to reach the village, I suddenly caught sight of 2 small, thin figures crouched on the field ridge by the road, digging wild greens. In the freezing weather, the 2 children were dressed in tattered clothes thin as paper, patch upon patch, their exposed arms and legs frozen red, their straw sandals worn through, toes curled and caked with mud, so filthy they looked as if they'd just crawled out of a dirt pile. The older of the 2 was a girl, so thin she was little more than a bundle of bones, her neck slender as a reed stalk. She carefully wiped the mud off the roots of the wild greens she'd dug and put them into the hole-riddled basket on her back. Sister, I'm hungry. The little boy beside her clutched his belly, his voice thin and weak with a whimper. The girl picked a freshly pulled wild green from the basket and handed it to him. The boy stuffed it whole into his mouth, chewed a few rough times, then swallowed it down with a strain of his neck, a sight that tightened one's heart. I felt the 2 children looked familiar, but for a moment couldn't recall whose they were. Beside me, Hitiniu heaved a heavy sigh. Sigh? Chuzi got taken off to the army too soon, and it's these 2 little ones who suffer. The moment Chuzi reached my ears, a flash of insight suddenly burst open in my mind. Fragments of the original Li San's memory surged up. Li Chuzi had a kinship tie to the original owner, but what the original had held most in his mind was Li Chuzi's wife, Zhang Xionyang. Most of the village women were big and coarse, but Zhang Xionyang was the exception. A graceful, willowy figure, an oval face set with a pair of alluring, silky peach blossom eyes, an outstanding beauty of a woman. Only a pity she'd married a poor farmer. Li San and Wang Lizi had both schemed after her plenty before, but her temper was fierce and she was a chaste woman, always cursing back sharply at the 2 men's flirtations. Once Wang Lizi had tried to force himself on her, and driven to the edge, she'd nearly cut her own throat with a shard of broken porcelain. After that, no one dared trifle with her lightly again. Duzi, Daya, why aren't you home yet this late? Where's your mother? Hitiniu called out in his coarse, booming voice. The 2 children shot to their feet, the little boy hiding behind his sister in fright, showing only a pair of timid eyes. My mother hurt her leg in a fall. She's lying at home. Daya's voice was thin and tearful. There's no grain left at home. We were hungry, so we came out to dig some wild greens. Hitiniu frowned. Your family's harvest this year wasn't bad. How'd you run out of grain before winter even set in? Daya suddenly lifted her head, her dark round eyes fixed hard on me, that gaze full of resentment. My heart lurched. I finally remembered. Just last month, Li San, driven mad with hunger, had sneaked into her home while Zhang Xionyang was out and made off with more than half a vat of millet. And all of it had happened to be seen clearly by Daya. So this was another sin the original owner had wrought. I felt a wave of speechlessness, and watching the 2 children so hungry they had to ration even bitter wild greens, my heart was far from easy. I was no saint, but I truly couldn't bear this sight, all the more since the matter had to do with me. It's getting late, Brother Tiniu, let's head home first. I dragged the trunk toward the village, my tone tinged with gloom. Oh, coming. Hitiniu answered and followed. He had children of his own and naturally ached for these 2, but in times like these no household had it easy. His own family usually had only 2 meals of thin porridge with wild greens a day, and it was only thanks to the millet and rabbit meat I'd given that they'd been comfortable a few days. He truly had no means to help others. Reaching my yard, he set down the trunk and went home. I Schwer could tell my mood was off, and after hesitating a good while, worked up the courage to tug my sleeve. Husband, what's wrong? You've been unhappy since a while ago. Did Schwer do something wrong? I flicked the tip of her nose and sighed lightly. Sigh? Schwer, husband did too many rotten things before, and treated you and Chinner that way too. Husband, don't say that. She shook her head quickly, her small hands gripping me tight. Schwer doesn't blame you. You've changed for the better now. You're the best husband in the world. I smiled wryly and told her the truth. Those two children just now are going hungry because husband stole their family's millet before. Ah. By Schwerner's eyes went wide, then filled with pity. They're so pitiful. Schwer knows the taste of hunger. It's awful. And those wild greens are bitter and rough, not good at all. That's right. I sighed. Never mind. I'll make a trip over. Wrongs I did before. I've got to make up for myself. By Schwer nodded hard. Husband, go. From now on I'll eat one meal less each day, and Sister Qiaoqian will eat one less too, and the grain we save will at least be enough for them to have a bowl of thin porridge. I rubbed her head, my eyes full of tenderness. Silly girl, go inside and rest. You must be worn out after a whole day. I'm not tired. She puffed out her cheeks. From now on I still want to go into the mountains with husband, and help you gather mushrooms and dig herbs. Watching by Schwetter go inside, I turned and headed south through the village. The sun had already dipped west, the sky darkening at a pace visible to the eye. I hadn't gone far when I saw Daya and Doozy again. The brother and sister were crouched under the big poplar tree gathering dry twigs, likely to take home to light a fire. I looked left and right, confirmed no one was around, and on a thought took a bundle of firewood and a sack of millet from the inventory. This was the compensation shopkeeper Sue had given me before, a full 2 pecks. I followed the two children at a distance from afar, and before long a rundown little courtyard came into view. Half the yard wall had collapsed. The thatch roof showed gaping holes, plainly unrepaired for years on end. After Li Chuzi was conscripted and taken away that year, he'd never returned, likely long since buried on some battlefield. Daya and Doozy pushed the door open and went in, and the woman lying on the bed was none other than Zhang Xunyang. Hearing the sound, she twisted her body over with effort, her face frighteningly pale. Mother, we're back. Daya sensibly forced a smile and held up the bamboo basket. Look, I dug lots of wild greens. We'll boil wild green soup in a bit and won't be hungry. And I gathered lots of firewood. Doozy wiped his nose and added obediently. Looking at the two children's cold, reddened little faces and their mud-filthy hands and feet, Zhang Xionyang's eyes reddened in an instant, and she choked out. Daya and Doozy are so good, both able to help mother with the work now. Sister, can we boil the wild green soup now? Doozy clutched his belly, his face pained. I'm so hungry. Li Yi stood at the doorway of the outer room, listening to the conversation inside, a tangle of feelings in his heart. Out of sight, out of mind was the easiest course, but having seen it, he truly couldn't turn away, unless he too were going hungry. He cleared his throat and said softly, Sister-in-law, I'm coming in. The sudden voice startled all three, and then Li Yi's figure appeared in the doorway. Daya instinctively yanked Doozy behind her, shielding her brother and mother with her small, thin body, her gaze wary as a little beast's. Bad man, get out. You're not allowed to bully my mother. Doozy poked his head out from behind his sister and, mustering courage, shouted along. Right? You're not allowed to bully my mother. Seeing Li Yi, Zhang Xionyang's eyes filled with resentment in an instant, and she ground her teeth. Li San, won't you be satisfied until you've driven us widow and orphans to our deaths? You stole every last bit of grain my family had. What more do you want? Li Yi drew a deep breath, pressed down his guilt, and explained, Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I did indeed do many rotten things before. I've come today to return your grain and apologize while I'm at it. With that, he set the millet and firewood down on the ground. Zhang Xionyang sneered, her eyes full of derision. You'd be so kind-hearted? Seeing she didn't believe it, Li Yi helplessly opened the cloth sack, and the golden, plump millet showed, a sight that had Doozy swallowing hard, his belly growling with hunger all the worse. Gazing at that full sack of grain, Daya was struck dumb too. Zhang Xionyang knit her brows and was about to speak, but Li Yi got in first. Sister-in-law, I'm no good man, but grain's a good thing, and you don't want to watch Doozy and Daya go hungry, do you? The brother and sister turned to look at Zhang Xionyang in unison, their eyes full of longing. Zhang Xionyang's psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. Watching her children starve these past days, her heart had felt cut by knives. Li San, what exactly do you want? Her voice carried despair. Is it my body you want? But look at the state I'm in. I can't even move. I couldn't possibly satisfy you. She had once held her chastity dearer than her life. But since the fall, watching the anguish of her two hungry children, that sense of helplessness had nearly crushed her. Li was taken aback, then asked, "How did you get this injury?" Seeing the guilt and concern in his eyes seemed unfeigned, Zhang Xionyang closed her eyes, her voice hoarse. "A few days ago the roof leaked, and I wanted to climb up and plug it, but slipped and fell. At first it was just my leg that hurt, but the morning before last my lower back began to hurt terribly, and I can't even sit up." She drew a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, they were full of resolve, as if she'd made up her mind about something. "Li San, keep the grain, and don't make trouble for the children. When I've recovered, I'll give myself to you." The words out, she seemed drained of all strength, and a tear slid down from the corner of her eye and dropped onto the pillow. Li Yi couldn't help cursing the original owner as a wretch in his heart. Hardly a good deed done, and nearly every evil done to the full, short only of murder and arson. "Sister-in-law, you've really misunderstood. That's not what I mean." His tone was earnest. "I came truly wanting to make up for my wrongs. If you don't mind, let me take a look at your injury. Maybe I can help." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Xionyang gave a wretched smile full of self-mockery. "You think I'm faking illness to win sympathy, don't you? Come then. In this state, I can't resist you anyway." She trembled as she lifted the thin quilt and called to Daya. "Take your brother out to light the fire and cook porridge. Don't get in the way." "Mother, I won't go out. I won't let him bully you." Daya bit her lip hard. Zhang Xionyang's face darkened. "You won't even listen to your mother now?" "Mother, I'll listen, I'll listen." Afraid of angering her mother, Daya could only pull Duzi to the outer room. In the room remained only Li Yi and a resolute-faced Zhang Xionyang. Li Yi walked up, already having a guess in mind from her description. "Sister-in-law, forgive the offense." He reached out and let his fingers roam lightly over her back, his fingertips finally coming to rest at the tailbone. There was an obvious protrusion here, and he could clearly feel two segments of bone out of alignment. The spine is the body's pillar, and any segment going wrong affects movement. In severe cases, even paralysis. Zhang Xionyang forced down the discomfort and humiliation, biting her lower lip hard without a sound. Just as she thought Li San was about to do something shameless, she heard him say, "Sister-in-law, this is a lower back injury. Two segments of your tailbone are out of alignment, which is why you can't move. But as long as it's set promptly, you'll recover quickly. Drag it out any longer, and you might be bedridden for life." Zhang Xionyang's face was full of astonishment. She'd been fully prepared to endure humiliation, but hadn't expected Li San to say something so serious, not a trace of frivolity in his tone. "Li San, what do you mean by this?" Her voice trembled, still not daring to believe. "Sister-in-law, I can help set the misaligned bones back. It's just a matter of whether you're willing to trust me." Li Yi's tone was earnest. Bone setting was itself a part of medicine, and when he'd felt the bones just now, the steps had already surfaced in his mind, only he'd never done it in practice and had no full certainty in his heart. Zhang Xionyang fell silent a moment. She couldn't move at present, and her two children couldn't be left with no one to look after them. She had no choice but to trust Li San, and even with doubts lingering, she could only gamble on it. "All right, go ahead." Having gotten her consent, Li Yi carefully turned her over to lie face down and gently lifted the clothing at her lower back. Zhang Xionyang's heart sank. He'd said feel the bones and set them, so why lift her clothes? Shame and anger together, her body began to tremble. "I must have lost my mind to trust Li San. Never mind, let him do as he will. As long as it can put food in Daya and Duzi's mouths, what does this bit of chastity count for?" Listening to her inner voice, Li Yi felt helpless too. Having been a scoundrel too long, whatever he did looked like a scoundrel's doing. He didn't explain, and first massaged repeatedly around the tailbone. It was both to pinpoint the exact position of the misalignment and to let the local muscles relax and warm, reducing the severe pain when setting the bone. Wrenching it hard right off the bat, an ordinary person simply couldn't bear it, and it might even cause secondary injury. Feeling those dishonest hands, Zhang Xionyang bit her lip hard, tears of shame and anger hanging at the corners of her eyes. Sweat gradually beaded on Li Yi's forehead. He found it a struggle to bring the techniques in his mind down to his hands. Put plainly, his mind knew it, but his hands only half understood. With his mind in disorder, his hands lost all method and measure, and the feel of it really was like taking liberties and toying with her. Li Yi hurriedly stopped, closed his eyes, and drew a deep breath to steady himself. Zhang Xuanyang sneered. Li San, hurry up, get it done and leave, I don't want to see you. Li Yi acted as if he hadn't heard, steadied his mind, and continued feeling for the bones, his big hands kneading near the tailbone. At first she still thought he meant to do something improper, but as the massage went on she gradually sensed something was off. His technique began to change, growing more and more regular, steady and firm, unlike the perfunctory random kneading of before. In just that short while, the aching soreness in her lower back had eased considerably. Could it be that all this kneading really works? Her heart wavered again. 20 minutes later, when Li Yi stopped once more, he was drenched in sweat, both hands sore and limp. This massage looked easy, but it truly tested the strength of the hands and arms. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Sister-in-law, it'll hurt a bit in a moment, bear with it." He helped Zhang Xuanyang turn onto her side. Lying face down, she'd been able to see nothing, but now she saw clearly Li Yi's sweat-soaked head and weary eyes. She wavered all the more and blurted out instinctively, "You, why don't you rest a bit first?" Li Yi forced out a smile. "It's fine, sister-in-law. I can't stop. I have to set the bone while I can." Then go ahead." Li Yi adjusted her posture, pressed one hand each on her shoulder and hip bone, and abruptly bore down. Crack, a crisp sound. His spirits leapt, and he immediately flipped her over, pressed the opposite shoulder and hip, and abruptly bore down again, another crack. Zhang Xuanyang gave a muffled groan, clenched her teeth, and forced back down the cry of pain that had reached her lips. After the pain passed, she plainly felt the stiffness and severe ache in her lower back had dissipated by more than half, and the body that had been unable to move could now twist slightly. Li Yi pressed her tailbone, confirmed the bones were back in place, and only then let out a breath. Medicine proficiency +10. "Sister-in-law, try to sit up slowly." He reached out to steady her. Zhang Xuanyang slowly sat up with support. Though her back still ached, it was no longer the agonizing pain at every slight movement of before. She looked at Li Yi in disbelief, her eyes full of confusion and gratitude. The grave injury that had plagued her for days, cured just like that, so easily? Am I really better? She instinctively moved her waist and showed a look of pleased surprise. Li Yi shook his head. "The bones are back in place, but they haven't fully set yet. These next days don't bend or strain, or it'll easily misalign again. I'll come each day to massage you, 7 days running, then rest a while more, and you'll recover as good as new." Looking at his gentle smile and weary eyes, Zhang Xuanyang stared blankly a long while, then said in a low voice, "Li San, this time, truly, thank you. Just now I even thought you." Li Yi rubbed the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed. "Don't stand on ceremony, sister-in-law. I did too many rotten things before. This counts as making up a little at most. Lie down and rest well. I'll go help the children cook." You mustn't. Let me do it." Zhang Xuanyang made to get out of bed. Li Yi quickly pressed her down. "Sister-in-law, the most important thing for you now is to recuperate. If you're left with a lasting ailment, who'll do the work in the fields? Who'll look after the 2 children?" At the mention of the children, Zhang Xuanyang's movements paused, and she lay obediently back down, drew a deep breath, and made up her mind. "Li San, once I've fully recovered, whatever you want, I'll go along with it." Li Yi didn't take up the remark. Some misunderstandings were useless to explain no matter how much you said, better to prove it with action. He turned and walked out of the inner room. At the stove in the outer room, Daya had already poured the unhulled millet into the pot and was adding wood. Doozy crouched beside her, staring hard at the pot, swallowing hard with craving. "Daya, Doozy, don't eat too much unhulled millet. Eat too much and you'll get bloated." Li Yi rubbed Daya's head. Daya nodded. "I know, mother said eating too much gives you a stomachache. Go check on your mother. I'll watch things here." Once the millet porridge was cooked, Li Yi carried it in and propped Zhang Xuanyang up. Doozy couldn't wait, cradling his bowl and blowing on it a few times before shoveling it into his mouth, and though scalded until he grimaced, he couldn't bear to spit it out. "Sister-in-law, you all eat slowly. I'll head back for a bit first." Li Yi set down the bowl and, not waiting for a reply, strode off. Watching his vanishing figure, Zhang Xuanyang's gaze was complicated. This time she truly owed it to Li San, but was he genuinely repentant, or was he after something else? Li Yi made a circuit around the village, and reckoning the time was about right, took a bowl of hulled millet and a bundle of firewood from the inventory, and turned back once more. The three of them still hadn't finished eating and were all stunned to see him come in again. Sister-in-law, this is hulled refined rice. Have Dia cook this tomorrow. You can't always eat unhulled millet. He set the rice on the table and leaned the firewood in the corner. This wood is enough for a few days. Whatever you do, don't move about and work again. I'll come tomorrow evening to massage you. With that he lingered no more, turned, and left. Inside, Zhang Xionyang looked at that bowl of refined rice, then at the firewood in the corner, and was silent a long while. Mother, Li San poured that whole sack of millet into the vat, and covered it with the lid and weighted it with a stone, and said that way the mice can't steal it. Dia said in a small voice. Zhang Xionyang stroked her daughter's head and said softly, by seniority, you should call him third uncle. Dia's noted it. I'll call him third uncle from now on. Li Yi got home to find Yu Chaoqian and Bai Shuer sitting at the table waiting for him, the porridge long since cooked. Husband, how did it go? Bai Shuer rose to meet him. She'd already told Yu Chaoqian the whole story. Li Yi let out a breath and said with a smile. Sister-in-law fell from the roof and dislocated her tailbone. I've set the bone for her, and she'll recover after a few days' rest. Yu Chaoqian nodded slightly, thinking to herself, husband is now both modest and steady, and takes such responsibility besides, truly more and more dependable. That's wonderful. With husband's help, they won't have to go hungry anymore. Bai Shuer's face was full of delight. Li Yi had the two girls go into the inner room to change Qin Xinyue's dressing, while he busied himself frying the rehydrated mushrooms. Only today did Qin Xinyue learn that the warm thing beneath her was called a heated bed. Such a marvelous contraption was practically a treasure for warding off the cold in the depths of winter. The dressing changed, the dish was fried as well. Millet porridge cooled to warm, paired with fried mushrooms and the leftover pheasant, an enticing aroma. Yu Chaoqian helped Qin Xinyue sit at the table. She didn't pick up bowl or chopsticks, but instead rose and cupped her hands in salute to Li Yi, saying gravely, "Thank you, young Master Li, for saving my life. I will surely repay it one day." Li Yi had just taken a mouthful of food and hurriedly set down his bowl and chopsticks, mimicking her cupped hand salute in return. Miss Qin needn't stand on ceremony. It was just a rescue in passing. He'd meant to say saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, but the words reaching his lips, he recalled it didn't suit this era and swallowed them back. About Qin Xinyue's origins and ordeal, Li Yi and the two girls tacitly refrained from pressing. Curious as Bai Shuer was, having been cautioned, she could only hold it in. From Bai Shuer's mouth, Qin Xinyue had already learned this was Great Wasteland Village under Anping County, and grasped roughly where she was. Her hideout, suddenly found by government soldiers, meant either her whereabouts had been exposed or someone had sold her out. Her father's former confidants and friends in the Jianghu, it now seemed, could no longer be trusted. She had to hide her name and identity and go on living under a different one. The world was vast. Could there truly be no place to shelter her? Qin Xinyue was weary and wanted no more to be drawn into any strife, wishing only to see out the rest of her days in peace. Tomorrow there was much to do, so Li Yi went to sleep early. When the heated bed was built, he deliberately expanded its area, and now sleeping for wasn't crowded, with most of the head of the bed still empty. Husband, Bai Shuer secretly slipped into his quilt and whispered by his ear, I want to eat noodles tomorrow. Li Yi pinched her cheek with a smile. What a little glutton. All right, I'll make them for you tomorrow evening. Husband's the best. She burrowed a little further into his arms and closed her eyes contentedly. The moment day broke, Li Yi got up and set to work. He wanted to make a simple foot pedal hulling tool, all of wood, without a single nail, held together into shape by mortise and tenon joints and wooden wedges. With a clear blueprint in his mind, the making went twice as fast for half the effort, and before noon this oddly shaped tool, looking like a piece of modern gym equipment, was finished. Bai Shuer and Yu Chaoqian had been pounding wheat with the stone pestle beside him all along, and thinking of the noodles to eat that evening, Bai Shuer worked especially hard, looking up now and then to watch me work. Husband, what's this? Shuer's never seen it. Seeing Li Yi's look of delight at the new contraption, Bai Shuer ran over curiously. Li Yi feigned mystery. You'll know in a bit. Go fetch a bowl of unhulled millet. Yu Chaoqian brought the millet, and Li Yi demonstrated in person. He poured the millet into the groove in the middle, stepped his feet on the pedal, and by the principle of leverage, a light push raised the wooden post at the other end. When he released his feet, the post dropped down heavily, its force far greater than the stone pestles, and its striking area broader, able to crush more husks at once. One demonstration and the two girls understood and hurried up to try. Wow, husband, this is so labor-saving. Much better than the stone pestle. Schwer cheered, stepping on the pedal. For the rest of the day, the two girls used this tool to process millet, barley, and wheat, and a single day's output matched 3 or 4 days' worth before, both their faces full of delight. In the afternoon, Li poured the hulled wheat into the stone mill and ground out a bowl of flour. Looking at the fine grains mixed in the flour, he thought that if there were a fine sieve to filter it, the texture would surely be better. He ground some barley too, and the flour was noticeably coarser. Though it couldn't make noodles, it suited mixing with wheat flour to make flat cakes, hard in texture but very filling, handy to tuck one away when doing farm work, and could be soaked in soup or porridge too. The three of them worked away in the yard in full swing. Qin Xinhua came out of the room now and then to look, and seeing them so happy together, a touch of envy actually rose in her heart. She'd also noticed how Li Yi differed from the other men in the village. No notion of men being superior to women, methodical in his work, and forever able to think up novel methods. The sky gradually darkened, and Li Yi began mixing the dough and making the noodles. Schwer kept watch beside him the whole time, her eyes not blinking, wanting to learn how a bowl of flour turned into fragrant noodles. It was cold, and leftovers kept for days without spoiling. Li Yi poured the leftover chicken into the pot, added water, and brought it to a boil, and the rich chicken soup aroma spread at once, golden beads of oil tumbling merrily in the boiling water. Husband, hurry and put the noodles in. Schwer stood on tiptoe, gazing longingly at the pot. Li nodded with a smile, and shook the rolled and finely cut noodles into the boiling water. The noodles tumbled and gradually turned crystal clear, the aroma growing richer still. Cooking proficiency +5. This time with Qin Xinhua added, Li Yi cooked a bit more. 4 bowls of steaming noodles came to the table, and no sooner had she sat down than Schwer couldn't wait to lift a chopstickful, blow on it, and put it in her mouth, narrowing her eyes in contentment. So good. Husband's noodles get more fragrant every time. Qin Xinhua looked at the food before her, the like of which she'd never seen, hesitated a moment, and then lifted a chopstickful in imitation of Schwer. The noodles were soft and slippery, wrapped in savory chicken soup and meat fragrance, and the instant they entered her mouth, her lovely eyes widened of their own accord, her taut nerves actually easing bit by bit. This was the best meal she'd eaten since she'd been on the run. To Chengzi, the township, 2 men in the garb of government runners were making inquiries along the street, a portrait in hand. Have you seen an injured woman? About this tall. After dinner, I set down my bowl and chopsticks, planning to go to Zhang Xionyang's for the massage I hadn't done that day. Just before heading out, I caught sight of Schwer's big eyes gleaming bright, fixed on me without wavering, and knew the little one wanted to come along. Come on then, Schwer, come with husband. I scratched my head. Though as a grown man going to a widow's home at night, tongues are bound to wag. Your husband's reputation in the village was never much to speak of. I don't mind for myself, but I can't let it sully sister-in-law's good name. Oh, all right, husband, wait just a moment. Yu Chaoqian set down her needlework. She'd been sewing shoes for me a few days before and had felt her own hands were clumsy and her stitches ugly, and these past days she'd been mending things whenever she had a spare moment. Husband is now so thoughtful and considerate of others. It's hard to believe he was ever the way he was. The feeling stirred in her heart, and a faint smile spread across her face of its own accord as she said, Husband, Schwer, it's dark outside. Mind your step. Listening to her inner voice and warm-hearted reminder, I smiled gently. Don't worry, Chinner. The hard shell around Yu Chaoqian's heart was shedding a little at a time, revealing more and more of the softness beneath. She wasn't outgoing like Schwer, but she was proving it through her actions. She was little by little accepting me, accepting belonging to this home. Schwer trotted quickly to the stove, lifted the lid of the still steaming clay pot, and fished out 3 big glossy pieces of chicken and some mushrooms soaked through with the broth. This was the leftover she'd kept specially, intending for me to bring it for the 2 poor children. Husband, let's take this over for Daya and Duzi. She pinched the bowl's rim and kept her steps very light, afraid of sloshing the chicken soup. Watching her careful, delicate manner, warmth rose in my eyes, and I said with a fond smile, All right, they'll surely be very happy to see it. Dusk had barely passed when the wind picked up. Not far out, something soft as fine down floated onto Schwer's cheek, cool and faint. Husband, it's snowing. I tilted my head back and looked at the sparse, drifting snowflakes, my heart full of feeling. Great Wasteland Village was remote and bitterly cold to begin with, the winter wind knife sharp, and when the whiteout blizzards came they could freeze a person to death, leaving the villagers with no choice but to huddle indoors without daring to take a step outside. If they hadn't stored enough grain, one didn't know which family wouldn't make it through the winter. The two homes were near each other, and after walking a little way along the slightly chilled dirt road they arrived. "Sister-in-law, I'm here," I called out. The words had barely fallen when two small figures came running from inside. Daya had a shy look at the corners of her eyes, but none of yesterday's wariness. Doozy followed behind his sister with his little head tilted, round eyes fixed on by Schwer, small hands clutching the hem of his sister's clothing. "Third uncle is here," Daya said in a small, soft voice. "Third uncle," Doozy echoed in a whisper. I rubbed the top of Doozy's head. "What a good boy." Doozy hunched his shoulders and asked, shyly, "Third uncle, who's this pretty sister?" Schwerer pinched his cheek, dimples appearing. "You can't call me sister, you should call me Auntie." She raised the bowl a little. "It's cold outside, let's go in. Auntie brought meat for you." Meat? The word was foreign enough to the brother and sister. The last time they'd had meat was when their father was still alive. So long ago, even the taste of it was beyond remembering. "Li San is here." Zhang Xionyang steadied herself on the wall and walked out, her steps unsteady. Schwer hurried over to take her arm. "Sister-in-law, husband says your injury hasn't healed and you should move around as little as possible. Rest easy and let it mend." "You are." Zhang Xionyang looked Schwer over in puzzlement. Her whole mind was on her children, and she'd never paid much attention to Li San's affairs. I scratched the back of my head and gave an awkward laugh. A while back when I went to the county office for the land allotment, the office gave me 2 wives. This is Schwer. After half a month of proper nourishment, Schwerer's complexion had improved considerably. She'd put a bit of flesh on her face, her skin had shed its roughness and dullness, and she looked lovelier than ever. "Oh, come in, the wind is strong." Zhang Xionyang stepped aside to let them through, her gaze sweeping over the big chunks of chicken in the bowl as she quietly swallowed. "Schwer, help with the cooking." "I'll massage sister-in-law." "Yes, husband." After yesterday's experience, Zhang Xionyang cooperated fully today. My pressure was steady and measured, and when I worked at the sore spots, sweat beaded at her temples and the muffled groans she no longer tried to suppress, while her shoulders and back gradually relaxed. When the massage ended, she pressed her lower back and shook her head in disbelief. "Third brother, sister-in-law truly didn't know you had this skill. Before, my back felt like it had a stone sunk in it, and now it's actually so much lighter." My smile softened a little, my tone earnest. "Sister-in-law, the way I was before was fit for nothing but contempt. I did no small amount of pilfering and carrying on, and gave you plenty of offense with my words too. I hope you can forgive that." Zhang Xionyang gave a genuine smile, rare and unguarded, still unmistakably beautiful about the eyes. She wasn't yet 27 years old. "All that's past now. Let's not speak of it anymore. If anything, I should be thanking you." "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? With Chuzi gone, I ought to be helping to look after you 3. From here on, if anything troubles you, just come to me. Whatever I can help with, I'll certainly help. We're all family." These words flowed into her heart like a warm current, and her nose stung, her eyes reddened, and tears fell. "Sister-in-law, dinner's ready." Schwerer's voice came from the outer room. Zhang Xionyang quickly wiped her tears and sniffed. "Coming, yes." The table was soon laid with food. 3 thick bowls of millet porridge floated with wild greens, and in the center a bowl of chicken soup with 3 big pieces of chicken and plump mushrooms nestled in it, a rich fragrance filling the little room in an instant. Daya and Doozy were already swallowing at the doorway, picking at the doorframe, and once they sat at the table they folded their small hands properly and kept them still, yet their eyes were glued to the chicken soup. They held back from touching their chopsticks and looked in unison toward Zhang Xionyang. Zhang Xionyang shook her head with a helpless smile. "Eat. What are you looking at me for?" The 2 children sipped their porridge only in small mouthfuls, their eyes still fixed on the meat. "Why aren't you eating the meat?" Schwer laughed, took her chopsticks, and divided the 2 pieces of chicken into their bowls. "Eat up. The meat is so fragrant, and the mushrooms have soaked up all the broth. They're delicious too. Eat the meat first, and then drink the chicken soup." "Thank you, Auntie," Daya said softly, then tentatively put the meat in her mouth. The meat's fragrance spread across their tongues, tender and juicy, and both children's eyes flew wide, their faces full of delight. "Mother, the meat is so good. So fragrant," Doozy said with his mouth full, his eyes bright as lit little flames. Zhang Xionyang watched them with a mother's tenderness. Eat slowly, mind the bones. Bai Shuer placed the last piece of meat into Zhang Xunyang's bowl. Sister-in-law, you eat some too. Zhang Xunyang quickly waved her off. Oh, leave it for the children. They haven't had meat in so long. Sister-in-law, your injury hasn't healed. You need to nourish yourself. Bai Shuer's voice was soft and gentle. When husband goes into the mountains to hunt again, I'll have him bring you some more. Zhang Xunyang looked at me, hesitation in her eyes. Sister-in-law, go ahead and eat. I nodded. They're counting on you to care for them, and only when your body is well can you care for them properly. My father taught me hunting before, and I'll go into the mountains again tomorrow. Whatever I catch, I'll be sure to send some over to you. Zhang Xunyang protested again and again. Oh, really, you mustn't. With winter coming, game is hard to come by. You should take it to the township and trade it for millet. We poor farming folk can't be always having such rare treats. I smiled and said no more. It was a warm and cozy meal. The 3 bowls of porridge were quickly emptied, and the remaining half bowl of chicken soup was carefully set aside by Zhang Xunyang to give the children tomorrow. Before leaving, I glanced at the holes in the roof. Inside the house, one could plainly feel cold wind seeping through the cracks, and how the mother and children managed to get through the nights was truly a mystery. That night, snow had only drifted for a few minutes and melted as it hit the ground, like a forewarning of winter. On the walk back, I turned things over in my mind. I needed to hunt more game before the heavy snow came, go to the county town to sell the game and mountain goods. Shopkeeper Wong at the tavern was straightforward. Even at a slightly lower price, it was reliable. The gathered herbs I'd sell separately to apothecaries large and small, which would bring in some money too. Time was pressing, and there was too much to do. Not a minute could be wasted. Getting home, I didn't hurry to rest, but lit the oil lamp and worked at the carpentry, and before long a wooden ladder over 2 meters tall had taken shape. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, the temperature had plunged, a thin frost on the ground. I wrapped my old winter coat tighter and headed into the mountains alone. Bai Shuer was left home with Yu Qiaoqian to hull grain. A new money-making idea had just taken shape in my mind. At present, everyone in the county town and township used stone pestles to hull rice, laborious and inefficient, getting at most 7 or 8 taels of clean grain from a pound of husked millet, which was also why refined rice cost double. I'd seen for myself at the grain store. Unhulled millet cost under 1 coin per pound, but once hulled it could sell for 2 coins or more, the difference a not inconsiderable profit. So I planned to make several more hulling tools, and in the agricultural slack of winter have Zhang Xunyang come help, paying her in wages or grain. If Tiniu and his wife were willing to join in too, all the better. Human hands were always limited in what one person could do alone, and that was when useful people were needed. The idea needed seed money, specifically, purchasing unhulled millet in quantity. Herbs could bring in money, but ordinary herbs commanded very low prices, and the poor sold under pressure, forced to accept whatever was offered. Honest dealers like shopkeeper Chun were rare. The most stable and value-creating option for now was still selling game and pelts separately to maximize returns. Off to a fine start. Walking to where I'd set the rabbit snares before, my eyes lit up. 2 snow rabbits were caught in the traps, their coats snowy white and fluffy, prized by wealthy households in winter, and sometimes the pelts alone worth more than the meat. I nimbly freed them from the snares, confirmed they were dead, and stored them in the inventory. That preservation function was nothing short of supernatural. Whatever went in came out exactly the same, no fear of spoiling. Pressing on deeper, I wanted to hunt some large beasts. The odds were too low on the outer fringes, and I had to go further in. Not far along, I reached the area where I'd shot the wild boar last time. Several half-dried dung piles on the ground looked at least 2 days old, and the beast had in all likelihood already left this area. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A burst of wild pheasant calls came from deeper in the forest, full of bluster. That was usually the cry of a cock courting or fighting, and there was in all likelihood more than one bird over there. I moved through the trees with light steps and quickly traced the sound to its source. On a clearing 20 meters ahead were 3 pheasants, 2 cocked birds with their feathers bristled, facing off against each other, utterly unaware of the danger approaching. Entering hunting mode, my breathing sank in an instant, my pupils contracted, my breath slow and even, nothing left in my eyes but the sharpness of a hunter's gaze. The quiver was right on my back, within reach. I drew the bow and knocked the arrow, held my breath. The bowstring gave a low hum, and the feathered arrow flew like a shooting star, striking the neck of one cock bird precisely. The other cock and the hen were startled and fluttered to flee. Before they'd gotten far, I flicked my wrist, had the second arrow on the string, released, and through the sound of it cutting the air, the shaft drove straight into the other cockbird. Hunting proficiency plus 10. Hunting proficiency plus 10. I drew the third arrow and took aim, but the hen reacted with lightning speed and dove into a dense thicket, blocked by a tree trunk, and the opportunity was lost. What a shame. What a shame. I shook my head watching it flee, regret in my eyes. I had the skill for a triple kill, but the environment had prevented me from performing at my full best. If hunting leveled up one more time, my movements would be faster and my aim time shorter, and perhaps that hen could have been kept. Still, 2 snow rabbits and 2 pheasants today was no bad haul. I put away the bow and arrows and strode forward to collect the pheasants, satisfaction on my face. I brought up the panel and swept a glance. Hunting proficiency had risen to 240. At this rate, it wouldn't be too long before reaching the next stage. Once both pheasants were fully dead, I stored the lot in the inventory, took 2 gulps of water, and turned to press on deeper. In the past, going into the mountains meant hunting and gathering mountain goods and medicinal herbs at the same time, which greatly slowed my pace, and by the time I reached this area, it was usually near dusk. Today was different. With a clear target and focused solely on hunting, I was moving at more than twice my usual speed, and for the first time had the chance to set foot in the deeper areas I'd never explored. After 2 more hours of walking, I reckoned the drain on my stamina had been considerable and, calculating the time I'd need to get back out, decided to call off the deeper push and head back. I'd been pushing hard and hadn't paused to relieve myself, and once my mind relaxed, the pressure in my bladder became hard to bear. Hiss! I'm bursting. I found a stout tree trunk nearby, and while taking care of the urgency, let my gaze wander idly, when I suddenly noticed several deep gouges on the trunk, as if something had raked it by force, a piece of bark stripped away with them to expose the wood beneath. What the hell? I couldn't suppress a low exclamation. The moment I saw the marks, a fairly certain conclusion had already formed in my mind. I circled the tree with wide eyes, then searched carefully on several other trees nearby, and sure enough found a few strands of orange-yellow fur. This confirmed the guess. It could be said with full certainty that tigers were active in this area. And just now, I had relieved myself on the Tiger King's territory. In the animal world, this was nothing short of naked provocation, the equivalent of staking a claim over his mountain. In this era, the tiger was known as the big worm, not only the king of beasts but invested with a mythological aura besides. Tiger skin was a rare treasure, tiger meat a great tonic, both worth frightening sums. A tiger's alertness and aggression were in an entirely different league from a wild boar's. Blindingly fast, and though not suited for sustained pursuit, its short-burst explosive speed was terrifying, especially in mountain forest, where from spotting prey to killing it was often a matter of mere moments. More critically, it had a keen sense of smell and was skilled at tracking over distance, and no matter how carefully you approached, it would detect your scent. At my current level of hunting, even with the hardwood bow and iron-tipped arrows, hunting a tiger was a stretch, the odds of success at most 3 in 10, and even that requiring a good measure of luck. The far more likely outcome was becoming the Tiger King's winter home delivery, helping him put on fat for the cold season. What was I thinking? Time to put oil on the soles of my feet and run. I made up my mind in an instant and bolted. That heated mouthful of relieved pressure had been a declaration of war, and if the Tiger King was anywhere nearby, he'd be on me with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. To hunt a fierce tiger, I'd have to wait at least until hunting leveled up again. For now, getting out fast was the safest course. After a frantic sprint of several minutes, a deep, resonant tiger's roar rang through the forest, full of towering rage, shaking the leaves from the branches in a rustling shower. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead in an instant, and I was privately grateful I'd run fast. A moment's hesitation and the Tiger King would likely have followed my scent and caught up already. I ran flat out back to where I'd set the rabbit snares before I dared stop. Leaning on a tree trunk, gasping in great heaving breaths, my chest still heaving violently, my heart still gripped by a lingering chill. If that act of relieving myself hadn't led me to discover the marks, another moment's dawdling, and I'd have had an unexpected up-close meeting with the Tiger King. Ha ha ha. I suddenly laughed, both the relief of a narrow escape and the excitement of having found a powerful quarry. A hunter who could take a tiger in this era would be a legendary figure, a symbol of power. The starting point of such a man's boast would be the summit of every other hunter's ambitions. If I managed to bag a tiger, I wouldn't mind putting together a suitably harrowing hunting tale. 8 men went into the mountains. 3 dead, 2 wounded. Of 3 sworn brothers, only I survived. Don't ask why. My name is Li San, reason enough. The logic was practically heaven sent. Add some anguished tears, and a tiger skin that might ordinarily sell for 10,000 coins could be pushed to 15,000 at the very least. I could practically see myself using that money to buy a good draft animal. Though if the tiger knew that the king of all beasts had been brought down and traded for a big mule, it would probably die with its eyes wide open. What? You're putting the great me in the same class as a mule. Have you no manners? Tiger, bide your time a little longer, put on a bit more weight. In a few days I'll come back and settle the score. My fighting spirit was burning high, a glint of sharp light in my eyes. On the way back to the village, the last traces of sunset still lingered over the mountain's edge, crimson light soaking half the sky. Less than 100 meters from the yard, I took all the game from the inventory, threaded it on a wooden pole, and walked in with a smug lift at the corners of my mouth. In the yard, Yu Chaoqian was crouched at the stove lighting the fire to cook porridge, the flames licking the bottom of the pot and casting a faint flush on her cheeks. Bai Shuer was still hulling grain in the yard. Sensing someone come in, Bai Shuer looked up puzzled, then saw her own husband striding in like a general returning from a great victory, carrying a string of game, 4 or 5 in all. Husband is back. She called out delightedly, patted the dust from her hands, and trotted to meet him at the gate. Husband, how many did you catch? I turned sideways to show off the spoils, loving nothing more than seeing that look of admiration on her face. Sister, come out and look. Bai Shuer turned and called into the house. Yu Chaoqian wiped her hands and came out, and the moment she saw the game across my shoulders her face showed a flash of amazement, full of admiration. Husband is truly something, so much today. Keep one for ourselves to eat, sell the rest in the county town, and trade for some more grain to store. I walked up to her and said with a smile. Yu Chaoqian nodded repeatedly, inwardly letting out a breath. What she'd been afraid of was that I'd keep all the game for eating and forget about storing grain for winter. Setting the game down, I didn't rest even a moment, but shouldered the carpentry tools and the ladder and headed off to Zhang Xunyang's. Inside the house, Qin Xinyue had been resting on the heated bed when she heard Bai Shuer's delighted cry and came out curiously. One look and she took in the 4 pieces of game on the ground. Both rabbits showed only a small wound on the back of the neck. Both pheasants had each been killed by a single arrow, the shot hitting nearly identical spots. Qin Xinyue had practiced martial arts from childhood, and though her main discipline was swordsmanship, she'd also put in serious work on hand-to-hand combat and archery. Seeing marksmanship this precise, she was quietly surprised. If Li Yi had a military or Jianghu background, such skill with a bow was nothing remarkable. But he was only a mountain village farmer, which made the level genuinely impressive. Shuer, young masterly shot all of these? She turned to ask. Bai Shuer lifted her chin, brimming with pride. Of course. Husband is so good at hunting, he always comes back with something every time he goes into the mountains. Who taught him this skill? Qin Xinyue pressed, not out of excessive suspicion, but because, having been through betrayal, she couldn't help being cautious about everything. Bai Shuer thought a moment. Husband said his father-in-law was the best old hunter in the village, and everything was learned from him. Qin Xinyue nodded and asked no more. Yu Chaoqian had a perceptive mind and a sharp eye for people, and had noticed Qin Xinyue's guardedness, but said nothing. She knew Bai Shuer better than anyone. She couldn't keep anything in her heart, and said whatever was on her mind. After a few days together, Yu Chaoqian had also gathered that Qin Xinyue was no simple person. She wore a habitual cold expression and said little, yet her every word and action carried an air of refinement, clearly someone of distinguished background. She remained perfectly composed when eating chicken and roe deer meat, as if long accustomed to it, and only yesterday at the noodles had her composure briefly slipped. Yu Chaoqian was not one to pry into others' affairs. She herself had been in prison, and even if Qin Xinyue were a fugitive wanted by the authorities, she found nothing strange in that. Yesterday she'd managed to mention it to Li Yi in passing, and from his reaction it seemed he didn't particularly mind. Miss Qin, let me change your dressing. Husband says after today's change you won't need to apply the medicine anymore. Yu Chaoqian came over holding the medicine bowl. Thank you, Miss Chaoqian. Qin Xinyue said softly. On the heated bed, Qin Xinyue lay with eyes closed while Yu Chaoqian changed the dressing with gentle hands, the room quiet for a time. Just as the dressing was nearly done, Qin Xinyue suddenly spoke, her tone even. Neither Miss Chaoqian nor Miss Shuer looks like ordinary farming girls. Yu Chaoqian's hands paused a moment, then resumed as before. In a quiet voice she said, There's nothing much worth hiding, actually. After Emperor Wu of Qi unified the realm, Shuer and I, like many others, became the families of rebels. The men of our households were conscripted, and the women were given to farmers as wives. She thought a moment, then added, Shuer and I were fortunate in a way. Husband, he treats us very well. The account matched Qin Xinyue's guess exactly. What fine family would give its daughter to a mountain village farmer? Only being convicted and imprisoned could explain it. Qin Xinyue felt no disdain whatsoever. Was her own situation any different? Only that Yu Qiaoqian and the others had faced prison with at least a thread of hope, whereas if she herself were caught, she'd face nothing but a public beheading in the execution square. After a moment she asked again, Miss Qiaoqian, do you feel it's unjust? Do you carry resentment in your heart? Yu Qiaoqian gave a rueful shake of her head. To the victor go the spoils, dynasties rise and fall. What choice do ordinary subjects like us have? At least with the realm now unified, there will be no more wars. Qin Xinyue gave a long sigh, full of wistfulness. To the victor go the spoils. It has always been thus. Yu Qiaoqian caught the note in her voice and felt even more confirmed in her guess. This Miss Qin's background was surely far more distinguished than their own, and she likely had close ties to one of the former vassal princes. Yu Qiaoqian was not the kind to meddle unnecessarily. She'd keep her own counsel. On the other side of the village, Li Yi was approaching Zhang Xuanyang's home when he happened upon the brother and sister coming back from digging wild greens. The two of them carried half baskets of withered yellow greens, their little faces frozen red, and the moment they saw me their eyes lit up. Third uncle. Both called out together and hurried to meet him. Doozy thought of something, turned around, and set off toward the yard on his short little legs at a trot, shouting as he went. Mother, third uncle is here. And he brought a ladder. Zhang Xuanyang braced herself on the wall and slowly walked out, a faint smile on her face. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes softened. Third brother, what's all this? Why the ladder? I pointed up at the roof. Sister-in-law, with a gap that size in your roof, if it snows in a few days you're in for real suffering. Let me help you fix it up. Zhang Xuanyang nodded, a little embarrassed, gratitude filling her eyes. Last night the temperature had dropped and the three of them had huddled together in the cold, wrapped in their thin quilt until morning. It was while trying to repair the roof that she'd fallen and hurt her back, and she didn't dare go up again now. If she really ended up bedridden, no one would be there to take care of the two children. You're going to trouble yourself. Third brother, mind you're careful up there. She stood below, hands gripping the hem of her clothes tight, full of worry. Before, she'd only seen Li San as lazy, idle, and foul-mouthed. These past few days had shown her that when he set to work, his hands and feet were swift, and he was genuine and straightforward with people. A repair job that would have been impossibly daunting for Zhang Xuanyang took me a few minutes. I climbed the ladder, cleared away the broken thatch, laid new thatch and tamped it down with wooden poles, then checked the other areas to make sure nothing was missed. Throughout, Zhang Xuanyang kept her eyes on me from below, now and then warning, go carefully. Terrified I'd slip and fall. Done, sister-in-law. That should hold. I climbed down and dusted off my hands, glancing at the darkening sky. I'll come back tomorrow and fix up the doors and windows. It'll be warmer for the winter. Oh, all right. Zhang Xuanyang's voice carried a slight catch in her throat, and she made no more protest. Though I always said this was making up for past wrongs, in her heart, she had quietly taken note of every kindness, resolving to repay it properly one day. And right now, she truly had nowhere to turn. No man in the house, her own back and injury, and not enough grain stored for winter. If not for my sudden change of heart, returning the grain and coming to help, she had no idea how the three of them would have made it through the winter. Looking at the repaired roof, her eyes quietly reddened. I pretended not to see it, went ahead with the massage, and when it was done didn't linger. Sister-in-law, I'm heading back. I'll come again tomorrow. Dia, Duzzy, third uncle will come see you tomorrow. Take care, third uncle. Both children called out together. Over the next 3 days, the cold grew more biting with each passing day. Early winter had only just arrived, and already I could feel this winter's deep malice. Wrapped in my old winter coat, I was still cold enough that the tip of my nose reddened and my hands and feet turned icy, to say nothing of Zhang Xuanyang, Dia, and Doozy in their thin, ragged clothes that couldn't even block the wind. Time grew more pressing by the day, and I set out for the mountains earlier and earlier. The sky would still be a dim gray when I left, and by the time I reached the forest's edge the first rays of morning light were just touching the western land. I threw myself into hunting with all my might. wanting nothing more than to push my hunting level to the next stage as quickly as possible so I could put hunting the Tiger King on the agenda. In the agricultural slack of winter, draft animals served no purpose and had to be fed fodder every day, and the slightest mishap, be it freezing, starving, or falling ill, meant a loss. So prices now were at their lowest. Come spring planting and autumn harvest, draft animals became essential, and prices would multiply several times over. So the moment I had any means, I wanted to buy a draft animal first. Perhaps it was the cold, and the animals all wanted to stock up on food before the heavy snows, because the haul these 3 days had been especially good. I'd bagged 1 roe deer, 5 pheasants, and counting the ones caught in the snares, a full 6 rabbits. The more game I brought down, the more I had to expand my range. Keep hunting in one area too long, and the animals there would vanish, not even a rabbit to be seen. Yesterday on the way out of the mountains, I'd caught a distant glimpse of an adult wild deer, lithe of form with large, sturdy antlers, plainly of fine medicinal material and an excellent tonic for men. A pity it was too alert and the distance too great, and the moment it sensed movement it bolted, and though I chased it for half a li, I couldn't catch up, and could only watch it disappear into the dense forest, full of regret. Hitiniu had only come into the mountains with me once yesterday, and even then only gathered herbs on the outer fringes. He'd been busy lately preparing firewood. With 2 heated beds in his home to keep burning, he had to store up enough, and he brought no small amount over to my place too. We'd agreed to go to the county town together tomorrow and sell all the mountain goods and herbs we'd gathered over the past days in exchange for millet. 5 straight days of massage, and Zhang Xionyang's back pain had eased considerably. She just didn't dare move too vigorously yet. She kept my instructions firmly in mind and rested peacefully, only waiting to be fully recovered before working again. As dusk fell and the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Xionyang found herself unconsciously hoping in her heart that I would come. Duzi sniffled, his nose red from the cold, and looked up to ask, "Mother, it's already dark. How come third uncle hasn't come to touch you yet?" "Oh my, what nonsense is this child talking?" Zhang Xionyang's face flushed, and she quickly shot him a glare and scolded in a lowered voice. "Third uncle is treating mother's illness. You're not to go out and say such things. If anyone hears, they'll laugh." "Oh, I understand. I won't say it wrong." Duzi nodded obediently. Daya, cooking porridge by the stove, glanced outside and asked softly, "Mother, is third uncle too busy today? Should I go call him?" Her words had barely fallen when I walked in carrying a heavy bundle of dry firewood. "Sister-in-law, I'm here." The village women, with little to do in their daily lives, loved nothing more than to gossip. Widow Zhao, seeing me go to Zhang Xionyang's house every day, spread embellished tales, mocking her behind her back. Held out all these years and still couldn't hold on in the end. Before we all thought she was a chaste and virtuous widow, turns out she's just like the rest of us. I'd heard this idle talk from Madame Lu. My former scoundrel image was too deeply rooted, and now that I was sincerely trying to do good, there were always those who thought the worst. I couldn't be bothered to explain. One lived one's own life, and others could gossip as they pleased. But if anyone went too far, I wouldn't be soft-hearted either. I was only afraid of sullying Zhang Xionyang's reputation. "Third brother is here." Zhang Xionyang came out to greet me with a face full of smiles. Over these few days of observation, she'd discovered Li San had truly changed. Reliable in his business, quick and efficient in his work, no big talk or empty promises, and yesterday he'd even specially sent them half a pheasant and some dried mushrooms. "Sister-in-law, I'm going to the county town tomorrow to sell mountain goods. I probably won't be back in the evening." I leaned the firewood in the corner and dusted off my hands. "But you're back. After today's massage, it should be fine. Just keep resting afterward, and whatever you do, don't overdo it." Zhang Xionyang nodded repeatedly, her tone full of concern. "All right, business comes first. With heavy snow coming any day now, you can still travel to the county town now, but once the snow blocks the roads, you won't be able to go even if you want to." The massage done, I didn't linger and headed home early, leaving the mother and children gathered around the little wooden table for their meal. "Mother, third uncle is so much better than before." Daya took a sip of warm porridge and said earnestly, "He sent so many bundles of firewood, and meat to eat too." Duzi immediately nodded, saying through a mouthful, "Right, I like third uncle the way he is now. The meat he gives is so good. I want to eat it every day." Zhang Xionyang shot him a look and chided, "You little rascal, eat your porridge. How easy do you think hunting is? Third uncle goes into the mountains in the freezing wind. How hard that is." "Oh, Doozy lowered his head and shoveled down 2 mouthfuls, then seemed to think of something and lifted his head, his eyes bright and shining. When I grow up, I want to learn hunting from third uncle. Then I can hunt meat for mother and sister to eat. Zhang Xionyang rubbed the top of his head and said with a gratified smile, "Good, mother will be waiting. But you have to build your body up properly, or you won't even be able to draw the bow when the time comes." On the other side, in Li Yi's yard, Bai Shuer was waiting with eager eyes for me to return. Before leaving, I'd specially kneaded a large ball of dough and said I'd make something delicious for her that evening. This dough looked a bit coarser than what was used for noodles, mixed with barley flour. Bai Shuer crouched by the stove with her chin propped in her hands, staring at it left and right, her head full of questions, not knowing what novel food her husband was going to make. The moment I came in, I saw her curious look and couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, I'll make it right now. I guarantee it's something good you've never had." I first cut a piece of roe deer meat, paired it with mushrooms and dried wild greens, and set it to stew in the pot, then cut the dough into small pieces and rolled them into palm-sized thin cakes, which I pressed along the rim of the scalding pot in a circle. Bai Shuer tilted her head and stared unblinking at the cakes on the pot's rim. Even her breathing quieted, afraid to disturb this novel food. Yu Chaoqian watched from the side too, full of curiosity. Ever since the day I'd come to my senses, I kept making things she'd never seen. The heated bed, the stone mill, the hulling tool, roasted rabbit, noodles. Each one struck her as fresh and new. I explained, "This dough isn't leavened. Conditions are limited, so I can only do it this way for now. In the future, I'll make a starter and steam mantou for you. Those are much softer than flat cakes." The starter process wasn't difficult. Each time you took a portion and worked it into new dough, and the older it got, the better it fermented, with a unique wheat fragrance that dry yeast couldn't match. Yu Chaoqian listened carefully, inwardly admiring. Husband not only knew hunting and carpentry, even food had so many intricacies. Half an hour later, the pot gave off a rich meat fragrance mingled with wheat, and Bai Shuer was drooling with desire. I lifted the lid and turned the stewed meat to keep it from scorching, and found that the originally thin cakes had puffed slightly under the steam, bigger than before by a good margin, and looked better than I'd imagined. "Husband, what is this? It's so much bigger than before." Bai Shuer leaned in, the tip of her nose nearly touching the pot's rim. I quickly pulled her back, afraid the steam would scald her. "These are called flat cakes. Let them cool a bit, and I'll let you try one." I carefully peeled one off, so hot I had to toss it between my palms, and Bai Shuer's eyes followed the cake left and right like a kitten tracking a feather toy, adorable beyond words. "Here, you two try." I tore open the flat cake and handed a piece each to Bai Shuer and Yu Chaoqian and stuffed a piece in my own mouth. The texture wasn't especially good, a bit firm, but softer than I'd expected, with a faint wheat fragrance. Yet even such a simple flat cake made both girls' eyes light up. "Husband, this flat cake is so good." Bai Shuer's eyes went wide as she called out through her mouthful. Yu Chaoqian nodded and savored it carefully. "The wheat fragrance is strong. It would surely be even better with vegetables." I dished out the meat and vegetables, then peeled off the remaining cakes one by one. Qin Xinyue looked at the novel food on the table, a trace of puzzlement flashing in her eyes. Like the noodles, this was something she'd never seen before. "Sister Qin, these are called flat cakes. They're really good. Try some." Bai Shuer warmly handed her a piece. Qin Xinyue took a bite, and the wheat fragrance spread through her mouth. Impressed, she began to think. Both the flat cakes and the noodles were made from ground wheat flour. But what was truly interesting was that stone mill. If more people knew about it, it would probably change many people's livelihoods. Delicious," she affirmed with genuine sincerity. The group followed my example, holding a flat cake in one hand and picking up vegetables with the other. Bai Shuer loved best to roll meat and mushrooms into the cake, or dip the cake in the vegetable broth. A bite of cake soaked through with broth was pure satisfaction. After dinner, I was about to go to the outer room to do carpentry and prepare things for tomorrow's trip to the county town when Qin Xinyue spoke up. "These past days, thank you, young Master Li and the two young ladies, for your care." She rose and cupped her hands, her tone earnest. "I will never forget the debt of having my life saved. I have no silver on me. The only thing of value is the fishgut sword my father passed to me, but it's a family heirloom and I truly cannot give it to you, young master." She paused, made up her mind. "I will teach young Master Li a set of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Even if you don't become a Greenwood bandit, practicing some martial arts will still strengthen your body and health." I gave an awkward laugh. "Miss Qin is too kind. I'm past the age for laying martial foundations." learning fist techniques. I'm afraid my will would outstrip my strength. But Qin Shinua insisted. Young Master Li misunderstands. This is not an external hard-striking art, but an internal cultivation style for health and fitness. Practice it a short while each day, and it will greatly benefit your body. The corner of my eye twitched, and I grumbled inwardly. Was it the 5 animal frolics? Taiji? Or Bagwapalm? As long as it wasn't some lightning 5-whip nonsense, I'd be fine. Seeing her resolute attitude and finding it impossible to decline, I could only agree and followed her to the outer room. Though Qin Shinua was a woman, she'd practiced martial arts from childhood, and her physical conditioning was far beyond an ordinary person's. Though her injury before had been so severe, in just a few days she was already moving freely. The fist technique I'm about to teach you is called the Qi Unification Fist. It has 8 forms, and what it trains is a single breath. What it cultivates is mind and spirit. She introduced it while slowly demonstrating. The pace of the fist wasn't fast, lacking the fierce power of a tiger in the wind, but rather resembling Taiji somewhat. The movements were unhurried, and the 8 forms together comprised no more than 25 moves, carrying a steady, restrained quality. I followed along move by move, and after practicing it twice through, a system notification rang in my mind. Acquired new survival skill, martial arts. The notification made the corner of my mouth twitch involuntarily. System Daddy truly was omnipotent. Outside, the cold wind howled and moaned. Qin Shinua patiently corrected my movements. As I practiced the Qi Unification Fist, I turned things over in my mind. Tomorrow when I got back from the county town, I'd go into the mountains once or twice more and hunting level should increase. Then I'd prepare early to hunt the Tiger King. The woman warrior's fist technique was good to practice every day. Strengthening the body and health was always sound. I needed to stock up on more lumber and build a shelter for the draft animal in advance. I could ask Tiniu to help. And also, Qin Shinua watched me practice the Qi Unification Fist alone, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. I didn't expect young Master Li to have some talent in the martial way. Only a pity you're a bit old and missed the best time to lay foundations. She paused and added, though the Qi Unification Fist is not a combat art, if you cultivate a breath of internal energy, its power far exceeds those fierce external techniques. Most importantly, it strengthens body and health. I hope young Master Li will practice diligently. I mimicked her cupped hand salute. Thank you, Miss Qin, for your instruction. Tomorrow I will leave with you all. Her tone was earnest. I've intruded these many days. I will never forget the debt of having my life saved. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will certainly come to repay it. I muttered inwardly, woman warrior, there's really no need to be so polite. You go your Jianghu way, I'll live my prosperity-building life. Best to part ways here and not trouble each other. Aloud I said politely, Miss Qin needn't concern herself. I just happened to come across you. Anyone else wouldn't have stood by and watched you die either. The night was silent indoors, only the howling of the cold wind outside. In great wasteland villages winter, once the wind started blowing it went on day and night, as if it wanted to sweep up the whole village. Before day broke, the horizon only just tinged with the pale white of a fish belly. I was already up early to pack. Many things were stored in the inventory and had to be taken out when no one was around. This time with Hitiniu coming along, I couldn't use the inventory's convenience so brazenly anymore. I loaded all the game and mountain goods onto the wooden cart, and just as I returned to the room, I ran into Qin Shinua, who had also finished getting ready. She still wore all black, her hair pulled into a high ponytail with a leather tie, heroic and striking, but also exceptionally eye-catching. Standing in a crowd, she'd stand out like a crane among chickens, impossible not to notice. I hesitated a moment, but still spoke up. Miss Qin, there's something I don't know if I should say. Please speak, young Master Li. She looked up. Forgive my bluntness. Your outfit is too conspicuous. People remember it at a glance, and it's exactly the same as the day I saved you. If you run into those who were hunting you, I'm afraid they'd recognize you at a glance. Qin Shinua froze, a flash of astonishment crossing her face. She'd practiced martial arts from childhood, bold with high skill, and had never once thought about disguise. From her expression I understood. Well then, so the woman warrior was a novice at this too. I shook my head helplessly. Schwer still has a few old winter coats. Pick one that fits and change. And this hair has to change too. Under my guidance, Qin Shinua changed into the plainest old winter coat, pulled her hair into a loose, casual bun, and took on the appearance of an ordinary farm wife. Only those eyes remained cold and keen, unable to hide the heroic spirit in her bones. Husband is amazing. Sister Chin looks like this, and people definitely won't recognize her. My Schwetter clapped and laughed. I rubbed my chin and looked her over a moment. No good, still missing something. With that, I stepped up and gently brushed some of the hair at her forehead loose, just enough to cover that pair of overly striking sword-like brows. At such close range, such an intimate gesture, I paid it little mind, but Qin Xinyue was somewhat at a loss, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. Though people of the Jianghu were informal, aside from her father, I was the first man to be so close to her, and it actually made the fearless woman warrior Qin's cheeks quietly flush. Much better this way. I stepped back and looked her up and down, nodding with satisfaction. Miss Qin, when you're where there are many people, just lower your head and act shy, and no one will see anything amiss. As I spoke, I inadvertently caught sight of the boots on her feet. Fine leather, thick soles, plainly not something a farmer or even a wealthy household would wear, but rather the kind commonly used by soldiers or greenwood people, durable and convenient for movement. The corner of my mouth twitched. Those boots of yours, they won't do either. Bai Schwerer scratched her head. Husband, what's wrong with the boots? Farmers can't afford them. The wealthy disdain to wear them. Only greenwood people or soldiers wear this kind. Qin Xinyue had another moment of realization. No wonder she'd been repeatedly pursued before. All these details could expose her identity. Yu Qiaoqian's feet were close to her size. She changed into old cloth shoes, and though they were a bit tight, they didn't hinder her. Miss Qin, with this outfit now, even if your enemies stood right in front of you, they wouldn't dare recognize you. If you can't control your expression well, just keep your head down, don't stand too straight. Hunch a little more to look more like a farm wife. I instructed carefully. Brotherly San. Brotherly San. Hitiniyu's booming voice rang out in the yard, carrying a bit of urgency. Let's go. I picked up the water flask, stuffed a few leftover flat cakes from last night into my chest, and strode out. The sky was still dark. With Qin Xinyue wearing Yu Qiaoqian's old clothes, Hitini didn't recognize her at first and asked good-naturedly, Sister-in-law is coming too? Taking her to the county town to visit relatives. I glossed over it vaguely. Hitiniu was carrying 3 big hemp sacks stuffed full of mountain goods and herbs. They looked bulging, but together weighed less than 100 jin. Seeing the game on the card, his eyes lit up. Oh my, so much game. Brotherly San, you're a real hand at hunting. With that skill, your wives won't go hungry. He set the sacks down on top and tied them securely with straw rope, then walked to the front of the cart and bent to pull up the handles. This wooden cart is really something. So light and easy. He glanced at Qin Xinyue. Sister-in-law, why don't you sit up here? I can pull it. The road's not short. Forget it, Brother Tiniu, let her walk. It's cold. Moving around will keep her warm. I declined with a smile. All right then. If you get tired, just say so, sister-in-law. Don't be shy. Tiniu readily agreed. The 3 set out along the small road, leaving the village. The frozen ground was hard as rock, and the wooden cart rolled over it with far less resistance. And Tiniu pulled it effortlessly. By midday, with less than a third of the journey to the county town remaining, I stopped and took out 3 flat cakes, 1 for each person. Brotherly San, what kind of food is this? Tiniu examined it curiously. Flat cake, try it. He took a big bite, the wheat fragrance mixed with a faint smoky warmth, and his eyes lit up as he praised repeatedly. Wow, this flat cake is really good. Way more filling than millet porridge. After a brief rest, the 3 continued on. 2 hours later, the earthen walls of Anping County finally came into view. Farmers occasionally passed on the road, some carrying things into the city, others shouldering goods out, all looking hurried. Approaching the gate, I saw 4 soldiers standing guard there, their eyes sharp as they watched the passers-by. Qin Xinyue's body tensed in an instant, her hand instinctively reaching for the fishgut sword in her sleeve. My eyes were quick and my hand faster, grabbing her wrist and saying in a low voice, "Don't panic. Relax. No one can recognize you. Trust me." Just like that, holding her wrist, I walked composedly to the city gate. "What are you coming into the city for?" One of the gate guards asked in a stern voice, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the 3 of us. I plastered a smile on my face and stepped forward. "Haha, officer, we're farmers from the countryside, coming to the city to sell some mountain goods." As I spoke, I quietly slipped him 10 copper coins. The soldier discreetly palmed the money and stepped aside to clear the passage. "Oh, go on in then. Fair warning, there's been a woman bandit on the loose in Anping County these past days. Be careful. There's a portrait of her on the wall. Looks like this. If you see her, remember to report it to the authorities. There's a reward." I looked where he was pointing. Sure enough, a portrait was posted on that section of the city wall. Though the features weren't drawn clearly, the all-black clothing and high ponytail were especially distinctive. It was exactly Qin Xinyue's former outfit. I quickly nodded, feigning surprise. Oh my, thank you for the warning, officer. We'll definitely be careful. The three of us swaggered into the city just like that. In her earlier tension, Qin Xinyue had instinctively gripped my hand in return, and it wasn't until we'd walked into the city and gone a stretch that she came to herself and quickly let go. A faint, barely perceptible blush rose on her cheeks. Remember, at any time you must not panic. The way you look now, no one can recognize you. I lowered my voice and reminded her again. Young Masterly, we part ways here. Qin Xinyue stopped and looked at me. Your kindness, I will remember it always, and will surely repay it one day. With that she made to turn. I grabbed her, pulled 20 copper coins from my chest, and pressed them into her hand. You're penniless. This isn't much, but take it for emergencies. Qin Xinyue hesitated, but in the end accepted them, nodding gravely. Young Masterly, until we meet again. Hitiniu beside us watched the intimate manner between the two and broke into a simple smile, muttering to himself, Brotherly San and his wife get along so well. Watching her figure disappear into the crowd, I beckoned to Hitiniu. Come on, Brother Tiniu, I'm taking you for a drink. The county town in winter was especially cold wind threading through the streets and alleys. There were half as many passers-by as last time, everyone wrapped tight and hurrying along. The two of us had a clear destination and headed straight for the Wang's Tavern on the west side of town. I had Hitiniu stop the cart by the door while I stepped inside. It's you. The attendant Ding Air came out to greet me and recognized me from last time when I'd sold the wild boar, a smile on his face. Brother Ding Air, trouble you to call shopkeeper Wang for me. Hitiniu stood waiting outside the shop, his large frame looking strangely diffident, his hands unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothes. In the past, when he came to the city to sell things, he'd always been given trouble, and he couldn't help worrying in his heart. But since I'd said shopkeeper Wang was trustworthy, he chose to believe it. In less than 10 minutes, shopkeeper Wang, dressed in fox fur, strode out, his round, rolling figure wrapped in the fur looking for all the world like a human bear, yet his face wore a hearty smile. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you. Quick, let me see what good wares you've brought this time. I knew his good wares meant game. So Hitiniu and I moved the sacks of mountain goods down from the top, revealing the roe deer, wild rabbits, and pheasants below. Shopkeeper Wang's eyes flew wide in an instant. Good heavens! Roe deer, wild rabbits, pheasants, quite a haul. Where are the pelts from these rabbits and the roe deer? I gave an awkward laugh. I skinned them. I'm planning to sell the pelts separately at a leather goods shop. I can make a couple more coins that way. Shopkeeper Wang smiled without comment, his gaze falling on the sacks. And what's in these? Dried mushrooms and wood ear gathered in the mountains, and some medicinal herbs, all picked clean. I opened one of the sacks to show him. He grabbed a handful of dried mushrooms, held them to his nose and sniffed, rubbed them between his fingers, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad at all. I'll take it all at market price. Hitiniu stood to the side with astonishment written all over his face. He hadn't expected selling goods to be this easy. In the past, when he'd gone to the township to sell firewood, he'd said every kind word and still had to watch people's faces, even been driven off. He privately admired, Brother Li San really has ability. The mountain goods I'd brought had all been carefully selected at home. The ones that looked inferior I'd kept to eat ourselves, all the weeds and dead leaves picked out, and the mud cleaned off too. Hitiniu had originally listened to his wife and wanted to mix in dirt to add weight, but I talked him out of it, and he'd quietly picked it all clean. Shopkeeper Wang said with a smile, To tell the truth, the condition of your mountain goods is the cleanest I've ever seen. Those delivery people before were always mixing in dirt and grass, taking me for a fool. Even if they came begging from now on, I wouldn't buy from them. You're the honest ones. Bring whatever goods you have to me. I'll take however much you've got. Hitiniu felt a wave of relief hearing this. Good thing he'd listened to me, or the deal would have fallen through for sure. The way he looked at me grew even more admiring. The game I'd brought this time included both fresh catches from the past 3 days and stock stored in the inventory. The attendants carried out wooden basins to count it up, while shopkeeper Wang tallied the accounts beside them. 6 pheasants, bright plumage, 30 coins each. 7 rabbits, plump and sturdy, 32 coins each. 1 roe deer, skinned already, but the meat is firm and free of any off smell. Call it 300 coins. The game came to 702 coins in all. It looked like a lot, but still didn't match the price of a single wild boar. I knew full well that if I sold the intact rabbit and roe deer pelts, I could earn at least another 200 or 300 coins. The game settled. It was the mountain goods' turn. Hitiniu gripped the hem of his clothes, his throat bobbing, staring nervously at the scale beam. He hadn't been into the mountains with me many times, and at first his whole mind had been on gathering mountain goods, only picking herbs later when the goods thinned out. He'd amassed 11 gene of dried mushrooms and 8 of wood ear. Though I'd gone into the mountains often, I'd focused on hunting, so my mountain goods this time weren't much, 10 gene of dried mushrooms and 6 of wood ear. Fortunately, the market for mountain goods in the county town had been good lately, and shopkeeper Wong was already satisfied with the quality of the game. Seeing the mountain goods dried crisp, free of mud and impurities, he took them all at the highest market price. Dried mushrooms at 35 coins a gene, wood ear at 40 a gene. At the quote, Hitiniu drew a sharp breath, his eyes going wide. I was a bit surprised too, which soon turned to speechlessness. Last time selling dried mushrooms and wood ear in the township, they'd offered only 20 coins a gene and even griped about the dirt. Hitiniu was even more struck dumb. Half a month ago, when he'd gone to the township to sell firewood and unloaded some unclean dried mushrooms on the side, he'd said every kind word before the other party would take them at 10 coins a gene. The sheer gap in price had him sick with regret, and he raised his hand and slapped his thigh hard, cursing himself for not having cleaned the goods up back then. I saw it clearly. Shopkeeper Wong wasn't short of money, and he was more interested in courting us for long-term business and cornering all the game, which was why he gave such a high price on the mountain goods too. Go to the market and find a middleman who specialized in buying mountain goods, and the price would be at least 10 coins lower. Those merchants connected to higher-tier sellers and earned exactly that margin. That was the very nature of trade. All right, I'll go fetch the money and settle up with you. Shopkeeper Wong clapped the dust off his hands, his tone hearty. You two look travel-worn. You surely haven't eaten your midday meal. Come in and line your stomachs, my treat. His mood was already good today. In a few days, he'd be holding a birthday feast for his mother, and the guests were all people of standing in the county town. He'd been fretting over having no novel game to serve, and I'd delivered the goods right on cue, exactly what he'd hoped for. Brotherly San, this. Hitiniu was a little diffident. With the money not yet in hand, his heart couldn't settle. I smiled at him. Don't worry, shopkeeper Wong is trustworthy. The two of us sat down at a corner table, and before long shopkeeper Wong came over carrying 2 heavy strings of copper coins. Here, little brother, this is yours. And this brother, your first time here, this is yours. The strings of coins rolled a little on the table, glinting with a cold, hard metallic sheen. Hitiniu picked up his string, heavy in the hand, the chill spreading across his palm, yet his heart burned hot. This was the most money he'd seen in his life, and he gripped it until the pads of his fingers ached. Shopkeeper Wong had someone bring a small jar of wine and 2 coarse porcelain bowls and clapped my shoulder. Eat well, drink well, don't stand on ceremony. Before long, the waiter came over with a tray. 2 big bowls of millet rice giving off steam, a plate of crisp fried soybeans, a dish of crunchy pickled vegetables with a sour tang, and a few slices of cured meat cut thin and translucent, marbled fat, and lean glistening with oil, the sight of it enough to whet the appetite. The moment the waiter left, Hitiniu leaned in and asked in a low voice, "This whole table of food, and the wine, must cost a fair bit, no?" I broke open the seal on the wine jar, and a faint smell of fermented mash drifted out. I filled his bowl first, then poured my own, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother Tinu. Shopkeeper Wong looks fierce, but he's actually generous. Try this wine." Hitiniu raised the bowl and took a small sip, then immediately grinned and smacked his lips. Good wine. Real kick to it. The earnest praise nearly made me burst out laughing. This wine was extremely low in strength, sweet with a rice flavor. In modern terms, hardly more than a children's rice drink. But I knew too that in an era of backward technology, this was already a decent wine, so I went along and took a sip myself. Full and satisfied, the two of us thanked shopkeeper Wong and left, pushing the cart. There were still some hemp sacks left on the cart, filled with medicinal herbs. I hadn't held out hope of selling these at a high price. They'd all been plucked whole and stuffed into the sacks, neither dried nor sorted and classified, let alone properly processed and prepared. The high price of medicine was largely eaten up in the processing itself. Some had to be sun-dried to remove moisture, some sliced and cleared of impurities, and still others put through elaborate steps of steaming, boiling, and roasting. These were lean years. Poor farmers couldn't afford medical treatment, Ordinary folk endured what they could, and only the wealthy would spend on medicine. With the overall climate poor, apothecary prices for filling prescriptions fell in step, and naturally they beat down the price hard when buying up herbs. At the first apothecary, the shopkeeper didn't even lift his eyelids, flicking the abacus with his fingertips perfunctorily. 3 coins a gene. Sell if you like, leave if you don't. I'd inquired around. Properly processed Siberian ginseng sold for 100 coins a gene at the apothecary, and even undried, unprocessed fresh herbs should be worth around 10. At this, Hitiniu's eyes lit up and his hand reached for the mouth of the sack. His bag of herbs was 30 or 40 gene at the least, and even 3 coins a gene was no small sum, enough to trade for some millet to supplement. But seeing me frown without answering, plainly not intending to sell, he could only sheepishly withdraw his hand and follow me out of the apothecary. The second was slightly higher. The shopkeeper turned the herbs over, complained about the mud, and offered 5 coins a gene. Hitiniu was tempted again and glanced at me repeatedly. I tried to bargain, asking for 7 coins a gene with a purchase of no less than 10 gene, and the shopkeeper's face darkened at once as he waved us off. Where'd this poor lad crawl from, daring to haggle with me? Off you go, don't hold up my business. The two of us could only leave. Hitiniu pulled the cart, his steps heavy, wanting to speak, but holding back. Seeing his look, I said with a smile, "Brother Tiniu, are you wanting to sell your herbs?" Hitiniu nodded honestly, his voice edged with urgency. "That's right. My bag's 30 gene at the least. 5 coins a gene makes 150 coins, which traded for millet would feed the whole family a good while. And there's plenty more of this herb in the mountains. We could gather more if we hurry back before the heavy snow." I nodded. "All right. At the next apothecary then. If they'll take it, sell it if you want to." I understood Hitiniu's thinking. Like the vast majority of poor households in this era, being able to trade for grain right now beat anything. It was for exactly this reason that the sharp-minded took up middleman trading, earning a margin enough to get by. After asking passers-by, the two of us found a third apothecary. The storefront was small, and the shopkeeper an old man with graying hair and a kindly face. Seeing the two of us travel-worn, our faces and hands frozen red and smeared with mud, he showed a bit more patience, and after sorting through the herbs, offered 7 coins a gene. Hitiniu was overjoyed and agreed without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly pouring out the herbs to be weighed. 31 gene in all, 217 coins earned. Adding the income from the mountain goods, he'd taken in nearly 900 coins today. He'd specially asked the price of millet beforehand. Unhulled at 8 coins a peck, 10 gene to a peck, 100 gene only 80 coins. Doing the math in his head, his mouth nearly split to his ears. This winter he'd have both ample grain and a warm heated bed at home, surely the most comfortable winter of his life. I, however, was in no hurry to make a move, pulling the cart and asking prices at every apothecary large and small in the county town. It was both to inquire prices as market research and to feel out each shopkeeper's temperament and character through the contact. The human heart is hidden behind a wall of flesh, and surface attitudes are mostly disguise. Only a genuine transaction reveals a person's true worth. Comparing them all, I favored the 3 talents apothecary most. It was of medium scale for the county town, with a spacious yard in the back, just right for drying and secondary processing of herbs. The physician who sat in was an elderly man, but the one running the business was a young man, only a few years older than me, crisp and clear in speech and not rigid in his dealings, with a forthright air about him. After a round of conversation, my herbs ultimately sold at an average of 12 coins a gene, and I secured a follow-up arrangement. From now on, any herbs I gathered, as long as they were properly processed, the 3 talents apothecary would buy at 1 coin above market price. This scene, falling in Hitiniu's eyes, had him sick with regret, slapping his thigh hard, his face flushed red. 5 coins less a gene, 31 gene, means a full 155 coins less. That's money that could buy 2 pecks of millet. Oh, I should have gone along with brotherly San. His mind is finer than mine. From now on, whatever he says I'll listen. Listening to his silent self-reproach behind me, the corners of my mouth turned up slightly. Doing it this way was in fact deliberate, precisely to give rise to such thoughts in Hitiniu. He was strong and sturdy, honest and simple, without much guile. I wanted to cultivate him into a reliable executor, so that in the future he'd follow my arrangements in everything without the slightest discount and without a shred of doubt. With the herbs sold, all that remained on the cart were my pelts. While the sun was still up, I took Hitiniu to a leather goods shop, But the moment the shopkeepers saw poor country folk, they deliberately found fault, dismissing the pelts as worthless and beating the price down absurdly. I was flush now and in no rush to cash out. After 3 shops all treated me the same way, I gave up any thought of selling on the spot and turned to leave. Ah, hold on, little brother. Barely a few steps out of the 3rd shop, a middle-aged man hurried after me. Though not dressed like a wealthy man, he was well attired and steady of gait, composed in speech and manner, mild in tone. "May I ask what the matter is, elder brother?" I stopped and cupped my hands. The man smiled. "I just saw in the shop that you have 3 white rabbit pelts, of excellent quality. I quite like them. 20 coins each. Would you be willing to sell them to me?" My heart stirred, and I nodded readily. "Of course. It's rare to meet someone who knows quality, elder brother. That shopkeeper just now insisted my pelts were worthless, truly a waste of such fine quality." I took out the 3 white rabbit pelts and handed them over. He took them and looked them over carefully, his fingertips stroking along the fur, full of satisfaction. "These pelts are indeed beyond reproach, and the skinning technique is meticulous too, no damage to the fur. Here's 60 coins, count it carefully." He fished a string of coins from his chest. I took it and counted it, and the 2 of us completed the transaction with satisfaction on both sides. This income put me in a fine mood, and I decided not to sell the remaining pelts, planning to bring them home along with the roe deer hides to make cold warding caps, gloves, and short jackets, an added layer of protection for going into the mountains in winter. "Brother Teniu," I turned. "Since we've made the trip into town, do you want to buy some things to take back?" Teniu mulled it over a moment. Then his eyes lit up. "Right. Before we left, your sister-in-law specially told me to buy some coarse salt, and if the mountain goods sold well to buy more and stock up. As for the millet, the 2 of us agreed to buy it before leaving the city tomorrow. Staying in an inn at night, all comings and goings were strangers, and buying now there was no guarantee it wouldn't be stolen in the night. Better to find a reliable grain shop early tomorrow morning, buy it, load it straight onto the cart, and haul it away. Much safer." The bed at the small inn was hard as rock, laid with a thin layer of dry straw, and at night the cold air seeped in through the broken window lattice. My copper coins were all secretly stored in the inventory, and penniless I slept especially soundly. Teniu, by contrast, had the heavy coins tucked against his chest and worried all night they'd be filched, though he was too worn and drowsy and fell asleep in the end. The moment day broke, at the first cockcrow, Teniu climbed up rubbing his hands, his eyes full of anticipation for buying grain. The grain shop had just taken down its shutters, and a scent of grain mingled with dust rushed out. The shopkeeper flicked his abacus with a yawn, watching the 2 of us push the cart in. "You 2 customers, how much millet do you want?" Seeing us dressed dirty and ragged and knowing us for poor folk, the shopkeeper's voice was lazy. "As much as it'll hold." Teniu rolled up his sleeves, wishing he could empty the whole shop. "Big family, got to stock up for winter." I quickly held him back with a smile. "Don't be greedy, brother Teniu. The road's long. Haul too much and wear yourself out, and it's not worth it." Turning to the shopkeeper, I said, "1,000 jean to start. Trouble you to bag it up properly." The shopkeeper's abacus-flicking hand stopped, and he looked up astonished. "You're not joking? 1,000 jean, truly?" Teniu craned his neck and pulled out several strings of coins. "What? You think we'd cheat you?" At the sight of money, the shopkeeper's eyes flew wide in an instant, and he hurried to call out with a smile, "Someone, quick, bag grain for these 2. Look lively now." The attendants nimbly bagged the rice in coarse hemp sacks, the golden millet cascading down with a rustle. Teniu crouched beside them, staring unblinking, now and then patting the bulging bags of grain, his face breaking into a grin. 1,000 jean filled 10 big sacks, piled on the cart like a small mountain, roped down tight and secure. Before the streets grew crowded, the 2 of us pushed the cart out through the city gate. The morning wind was cold, and I took the remaining flat cakes from my chest, kept one for myself, and stuffed the rest to Teniu. "Eat plenty, brother Teniu. This whole road relies on you to pull the cart." He didn't decline, wolfed them down in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and bent to take up the cart rope. "Let's go. Let's aim to reach home before dark." The wooden cart pressed 2 ruts into the frozen dirt road. Teniu was strong and sturdy, pulling 1,000 jean of grain with steady steps still, sweat soon beading on his forehead. I followed behind, pushing the cart, and after only a bit more than an hour my arms ached and my back was soaked with sweat, and a gust of cold wind made me shiver uncontrollably. I grumbled inwardly, "Truly this is dropping your trousers to break wind, doubling the work." Coming alone, I could just load the grain into the inventory, so much easier. Why toil head down like a draft animal to pull and push? Brother Tinio, can you still hold up? If not, let's rest a bit. Don't wear yourself out. I craned my neck and shouted, my voice a little unsteady. Hitini didn't turn his head, his deep voice carrying back. It's fine. I'm all right. A bit further, or we won't reach home by dark, and traveling at night isn't safe. With all this grain, what if we run into someone with bad ideas? I could only grit my teeth and keep pushing, my legs like lead. They say when knowledge is needed, one regrets having read too little, and stamina, all the more so. Right now, I had no strength to speak of and no endurance to speak of, not even half of Hitiniu's. Panting hard, I thought, the body is the capital of revolution. On the road to prosperity ahead, I can't do without a good body. Recalling the martial arts woman warrior Chin had taught me, if I set aside a bit of time each day and practiced long-term, it would surely strengthen my body. And there was more. When hunting had leveled up, I'd gained a point of constitution. If every survival skills level up could randomly strengthen my body, then wouldn't learning more skills make me stronger and stronger? I had to dig up more survival skills. Building up the base count alone could stack my strength to something frighteningly powerful. The moment this thought surfaced, I actually felt a bit more strength course through my body. Just past noon, the wind gradually picked up, howling as it blew, but fortunately it was at our backs, and pushing the cart took a good deal less effort. The two of us dared not delay along the way, and finally, as the sun set, we saw the outline of Great Wasteland Village. We reached Hitiniu's home first. Madame Lu had long been standing at the door craning her neck, and seeing the 10 big sacks of millet on the cart, her eyes went straight in an instant. She hurried over and circled the cart 3 times, feeling the grain sacks, her fingertips trembling. Oh my, good heavens above. How much grain is this? Are mountain goods and herbs really worth this much? Ha ha. Hitiniu was drenched in sweat with exhaustion, yet he laughed heartily. It's all thanks to Brotherly San. Selling goods with him beats blindly running around on your own. The price was a whole lot higher. Madame Lu gave him a slap and chided with a laugh. You silly ox. I told you Brotherly San is a man who can do big business. His mind's far livelier than yours. From now on, you'd better learn more from him. Don't always toil away with your head down. Hitiniu carried his own 5 sacks down and set them on the ground, his voice weary. I'm starving. Hurry and make some solid rice. I've still got to help Brotherly San take his rice over. Madame Lu answered at once, unable to close her mouth for grinning at the 5 big sacks of millet. This much grain, we won't go hungry this winter, and can even cook thicker porridge. Li San's really capable now, far better than that idle Wang Lizi. Hitiniu and I pushed the remaining 5 sacks toward my home, and just as we reached the yard gate, Bai Shuer and Yu Qian came out to greet us, their faces full of delight at the sight of the grain sacks. I had Hitiniu carry the rice into the house and pointed at the grain rack I'd specially made in the corner. Just put it here. I'd made this rack over the past few days in my spare time. Raised off the ground below, it kept out mice and guarded against damp too. My carpentry skill had risen to 65 points without my noticing. Hitiniu set down the grain sacks and hurried back home. Inside the house, the bed was fired warm, cozy, and mellow. Bai Shuer cheered and jumped at the 5 big sacks of millet. This much? Husband, are those mountain goods really worth so much? The more one has known hunger, the closer one feels to grain, and looking at the full grain sacks, her heart was especially at ease. Husband, get on the bed and warm up a while. Yu Qian reached out and touched my face, finding it icy to the touch, and said with a pang, your face is frozen red. Everything I'd done for the home these past days she'd taken in. The Li San of before had been a scoundrel and a rogue, yet now he was so steady and hard-working, thinking of them at every turn. Though the days weren't rich or grand, they were full of things to look forward to. Husband must be hungry. There's porridge keeping warm in the pot. I'll go ladle a bowl to warm you up. She rose to go and I caught her. Don't rush. Jenner, let me catch my breath first. I said with a smile and pointed to the corner. Shuer, bring me that basket. Bai Shuer brought the basket up onto the bed. It was covered with a ragged hemp sack to keep prying eyes away. Lifting it revealed several unsold pelts. 4 dusty gray rabbit skins and 2 glossy roe deer hides, all cleaned up spotless. Husband, why weren't these pelts sold? Bai Shuer wondered. It's so cold now, pelts should sell well. Yu Qian nodded in puzzlement too. Ah, don't get me started. I sighed. Those leather shopkeepers have hearts blacker than one another, beating the price down absurdly low and brazenly claiming the pelts were poor quality and the skinning sloppy. Detestable. Those crooked merchants. Schwerer pouted and stroked the roe deer hide. These pelts are so good. They were just making trouble on purpose. I rubbed the top of her head with a smile. So in a fit of pique I didn't sell them. Kept them to make caps and neck warmers for Schwerer and Chinner, so it'll be warm going out in winter. Husband, this roe deer hide is thick. It'd make a warm lining for your winter coat. Yu Chaoqian proposed at once, her first thought still of me. Schwerer echoed, sister's right. Husband often goes into the mountains to hunt. He should have a fur jacket to ward off the wind and cold. I nodded with a smile, then took 2 pairs of cloth shoes from the basket. These I'd specially bought before leaving the city. In the cold of winter, cloth shoes sold poorly and were a good deal cheaper than in season. I hadn't picked the cheapest kind. The soles were thickened and stitched, the stitching fine and close, the uppers a plain dark cloth, both handsome and comfortable. Schwerer, Chinner, your shoes need replacing. Try them and see if they fit. I handed them over separately. Wow, such pretty shoes. Schwerer couldn't wait to slip off her old shoes and try them on, snug to her feet and just the right size. And she rose on her toes and turned a circle, full of delight. Yu Chaoqian took hers and gently slipped them on. They were a touch big, and she looked down at the new shoes, warmth spreading through her heart. Schwerer favorability +10. Current 55. Yu Chaoqian favorability +5. Current 10. Looking at the system notifications, a smile rose on my face. It seemed the 2 pairs of shoes had truly landed right in their hearts. Rushing about the whole way, cold and hungry, I'd still kept them in mind. And how could such feeling fail to move the 2 girls? Last of all, I took from the basket several large bundles of thread and cord, a few pieces of cloth, and several pairs of thick, stitched shoe soles. Husband bought so much needle and thread and cloth. Is it for sister? Schwerer asked curiously. I shook my head with a smile. Not all of it. It's for the 3 of us. In winter there's nothing to do indoors, so I'll do some handiwork together with Chinner and add some clothing for the household. Yu Chaoqian's cheeks flushed in an instant, and she said softly, Husband, is it that you find my needlework crude? It is a bit crude. I admitted honestly, then added gently, but as long as it's sewn by Chinner's own hands, to me it's the best there is. Such plain words of affection were rarely spoken even between husband and wife in this era. Yu Chaoqian's face reddened further, her heart beating faster, and she hurriedly rose. I'll go ladle husband some porridge. Watching her somewhat flustered figure, the corner of my mouth turned up. The sins Li San wrought in the past, I'd finally made up for some of them. Schwerer and Yu Chaoqian were both good girls, gentle and kind, worthy of being cherished with care. Ours could be called marriage first and love after, feelings cultivated bit by bit in ordinary days, like farming. Plant the seed, tend it with care, and you'll always see it sprout and thrive. Plant melons, and you get melons. Plant beans, and you get beans. Plant sincerity, and naturally you harvest true feeling. Lying on the warm, heated bed, I closed my eyes, focused my mind, and called up the character panel. A pale blue light screen unfolded before my eyes. Name, Li. Character attributes. Strength 1, Constitution 2, Agility 1, Intelligence 1. Assets. 1 rundown house, repaired. Famu of farmland, fallow. Survival skills. Hunting, 410/500, proficient. Farming, 0/100, beginner. Medicine, 40 out of 100, beginner. Carpentry, 65/100, beginner. Cooking, 45/100, beginner. Martial arts, 5 out of 100, beginner. Tailoring, 0 out of 100, beginner. Companions, Yu Chaoqian, favorability 10. Schwerer, favorability 55. Compared to the start, the survival skills had grown a fair bit, and I gradually grasped the pattern. As long as a skill was related to survival, I could passively comprehend it or actively add it, and the latest tailoring skill had appeared precisely after I'd deliberately conveyed the intent. Many skills are no burden. Each additional skill was one more path to growing stronger. What I looked forward to most was still the bonus reward when a skill leveled up, the key to raising my strength. Musing on it, drowsiness set in. The days of rushing about had worn me out, and I soon fell into a deep sleep. Yu Chaoqian came in with the bowl of porridge and, seeing me already asleep, knit her brows slightly, her eyes full of tenderness. She recalled walking all the way back to the village from the county office with me at the start, that stretch of road so very long, as if it had no end. Sister, husband's asleep. He can have the porridge in the morning. Schwerer said softly, moving with light hands and feet. I'll go heat some water for husband to wash his feet, and ease his fatigue. This was the time she was happiest. Ever since that night, I treated them very well, no more beating or scolding, and I didn't let them wait on me. Only when I was worn out enough to fall asleep did she get the chance to do a little something for me. Bei Schwader squatted by the stove opening, watching the dancing flames, seated on the little wooden stool I'd made with my own hands. She looked down at the new shoes on her feet, gently drew her feet in, and her eyes curved into crescents. "Sister, the shoes husband bought are so pretty," she said softly, full of delight. Yu Qiaoqian looked down at her own feet too, the corners of her mouth turning up, and nodded gently. They really are pretty." The fire in the stove lit both their cheeks red. Bei Schwader suddenly leaned in close to Yu Qiaoqian and asked in a low voice, "Sister, husband hasn't had us share his bed in so long. Without sharing the bed, how are we going to carry on the Li family line?" She said it as a matter of course, and hearing it, Yu Qiaoqian's pretty face flushed crimson in an instant, even her ears going hot. She gave Bei Schwader a gentle pinch, but didn't know how to answer.